This is part 4 of the Communist Party and the Tradition of the Left by the ICP. I summarize this as party development and organic centralism. There's an entire section here where I go over the details of organic centralism, but that is in a different video. Go ahead and watch it if you are interested in it. It's not short. Okay. The party should have a center that issues instructions to a network of organizational circulars, utilizing frequent liaisons between the center and parts of the organization which engage in party work, whilst receiving feedback from territorial sections, groups, and individual militants through the rank and center. Ergo, consulting the party rank and file. So yeah, their entire claim that they don't consult the rank and file is in fact false. They're like, yes, we do this. This is a constant thing. So I don't know why they did an entire thing where they're like, oh, no democracy whatsoever, no consultation of the rank and file whatsoever. They're doing it. Okay. In addition, it should have periodic meetings for organizational minutiae via detailed reports, with the meetings' results being publicized in a party press. These findings should in turn be refined through collective work of contributors and publishers as they are passed throughout the party for a fully developed understanding and agreement with the contents. Lastly, there should be an organ of trade union coordination in order to take hold of trade unions and all other forms of direct engagement with workers' direct economic struggles. As the party expands in size and thereby necessary complexity and intensity of activity, organizational measures in turn need to be taken to increase contact between the center and sectors so that management can be more effective, increasing coordination and centralization as needed as the organization increases in size and complexity. This increase requires a more stringent and active screening of militants, a greater degree of technical division of labor across a developed hierarchy of functions, and a continual increase in recursions, maintaining these which in turn develop as the party expands and needs them, rather than being pre-developed in expectation of them being necessary. So, more recursions means more organizational levels, right? So, yeah, you might have a local chapter and then another local chapter and another local chapter, and then from there you need to build something that organizes those local chapters. So these are all new recursions that then that slot into the larger recursion that is the party center. Okay. Continuing. This is because the activities come first, with the party supporting necessary activities that the working class carries out rather than being the decider of it. The form of organization, in turn, is dialectically linked with the activities the organization can carry out. So, according to the ICP, the party, acting as prefiguration of communist society, should not have its structural integrity supported by statutes, rules, laws, or specialized machinery distinct from the social body. As an aside, this belief that communism will not have any laws is in fact significantly contentious within Marxology, derived from conclusions drawn through implication. Marx clearly references the dictatorship as having the executive and legislative branches merge into one and under the democratic direction of the proletariat, who democratically elect judges and decide on laws, and he specifically states that every mode of production produces its own legal relations and laws. Ergo, communism as a mode of production would reasonably have these as well. He doesn't say straight out, whether or not communism would have these. In addition, Engels claimed that there would be an end to government of persons replaced by the administration of things and processes of production. Hence, there would certainly be at least, some degree of administrative law, even if it in exclusivity, right? And that would certainly apply to like the party, that if it's prefiguring communist society. Lastly, Marx references interpersonal conflict still existing, and thereby there would be some sort of arbitration system, even if it's vastly distinct from our own. So this concept that the party would not have structural integrity supported by internal laws is one that's not necessarily applicable to, a party that's trying to prefigure communist society. It's kind of up in the air. whatever the results are going to be, it's going to be different than the kind of institutional structures and laws that we have within organizations currently. That much is known, but it will still be a negative transcendence of those laws. Putting that aside, the aim of the ICP is instead to have its structural integrity based on a hierarchy of technical functions, filled on the basis of ability with full centralization and indistinction from the rest of the party. These technical functions, according to this organic conception of the party, are evidently to be retired as soon as they are no longer necessary. How this is determined and how they are retired is up in the air. The organizational form in this conception is meant to be based solely on its function and nothing else, with no organizational form prefigured. This is, of course, immediately something that can be ignored. They specifically aim to prefigure communist society. Competition with bourgeois society is a political class party specifically for the proletariat and prefigures itself as carrying out tasks. All these at least at some point in the future. All these necessarily mean that specific organizational forms are necessary, even if in the most general senses. The aim to be able to create recursions based on the discharge of all functions, with all old recursions that are unnecessary, having those within the technical division of labor redeployed to other areas wherein they are more useful, and all recursions at all times updated and reconstructed to fit the current developing environment without anticipating future environments and organizations to be fit for those. Okay, that was a mouthful. But yeah, basically this is the aim here, and you can have this sort of organization, but you're going to need to have a proper auditing structure. You're going to need to be able to look into your organizational structure and very directly make conclusions about it and have overwatch and methods of directly going in and making changes of this of lower recursions done by higher recursions, because all organizations, in order to exist in the first place, need to have some process which allows them to exist. And any organization that does not have these will cease to exist. Therefore, any organization that exists will have those things. And you have to go in there and actively tear those down to get rid of an organization. It's kind of like cell apoptosis. Unless you have some sort of date that you stamp on it, this thing is up for audit at this period of time, or this thing is up for audit for its continued existence after such and such has been completed. But then there arises problems where it's like, okay, what if some careers person doesn't want it to go away, and so they don't carry out the thing that they're supposed to do? Well, then you have to have some sort of system for detecting that and then removing people from those positions. So, like a cancer cell. Anyway, the ICP itself claims to have produced a centralized structure without statutes, rules, democratic mechanisms, electoralism, or consultation of the rank and file, which we know is incorrect since earlier they admitted to receiving feedback from the rank and file, who also had the ability to intervene in party publications. Bureaucratic apparatuses, disciplinary procedures, expulsions. They do not say if they mean expulsions from the party or positions or both, or any, quote, selection of especially talented men to positions, end quote. They then define the class party as a party when it carries out and applies in every instance of activity simultaneously the defense and definition of theory and historical analysis, the physical organization of a militant corps, and the intervention and activity in the actual proletarian struggle. However, this definition is weak. It can apply to any adventuristic group, such as the RAF and the like. The question must be a qualitative one and a quantitative one, such as to the degree of which they are embedded within the proletariat. You could not reasonably call the organizations like the Red Army faction as a political class party, but they carried out all these activities. Their conception of the party does not have phases of development, but rather is only defined as a party once it is fully developed qualitatively and merely needs a quantitative increase in membership that is prepared to absorb. thus requiring pre-built organs in expectation of the future, and also this forgets quantitative development necessarily lead to qualitative changes. They can't do all the things that they want to do without the numbers they need to do those things. So this entire thing kind of falls apart there. In anticipation that the masses will join the party spontaneously under historically favorable conditions. It is important to note that the party needs to maintain vestigial recursions capable of carrying out actions which it requires at all points through organizational development. This is prefigurative, of course, and involves building recursions when there is no active necessity of them as an act of will and expectation to use later. And the example that I used in the discussion of organic centralism is a firefighter, right? You might go years, your town might go years without needing a firefighter, but you still need a firefighting force. You still need them to be equipped properly. You still need them to be training and prepared and everything for when shit hits the fan. Because you never know what's going to happen. If you don't have them, then it will be absolutely tragic and you are screwed going down in the future. And then you have to rebuild everything from the ground up, and it is a massive waste of resources. It's a massive difficulty, etc. Even if it seems like it's costing things, even when it seems like, it's just a vestigial, no longer needed recursion of society that's just a drain on the resources of everything else, it's there for a reason. And sometimes you don't even know what reason it's there. That happens a lot of the time with these sorts of organizations where management comes in and it's just like, we don't need this anymore. You're going away, you're getting replaced, and then everything just gets fucked. It happens all the time because they don't understand looking from up on high the importance of it, or even the people on the floor don't necessarily under the importance of it. This also happens a lot of the time where people are just like, oh, these jerks in auditing, what are they there for? They're just interfering with our ability to do our work. Well, guess what? Suddenly that work becomes really important when they're gone, and then you are in hot water, really boiling hot, because you fucked up getting rid of this absolutely necessary thing that isn't necessary at all the time. So your organic conception needs to be prepared for this and recognize this necessity. There's all sorts of vestigial organizational structures that come into absolute necessity under very specific circumstances, but you can't detect it easily except through historic experience and through experience, right? Okay, continuing. They also recognize the possibility of the party's activity in any one of these to be able to, as being able to wane. In reality, if one of these reduces, because they all necessitate the others to function properly, they are all reduced. Abandoning or failing to carry out aspect of activities loses capacity to carry out all other activities in similar degrees. After all, theoretical work cannot be done without a place in the physical struggle. If development ceases, then the organization starts dying. There's no such thing as mere defense and protection. Either you are growing and developing, or you are dying. That is the organic creature lesson that should be drawn from this, which they reject because they talk about the ability in a previous one where they bragged about keeping 1% of physical work, and then saying that made it so they still constituted as a party, right? It's this sort of nonsense that when you think about it for half a second, you realize is just mind-bogglingly stupid, and they need to figure out what they're talking about before they make these sorts of claims. Okay. The party seeks a continuous dialectical connection between its various tasks and functions in its real-life activity, and upon doing so, it develops, diversifies, and achieves a structure in support of these daily activities, which develops alongside those and increases complexity, thus removing any conservative elements that cling to improper or superseded organizational tools. In terms of centralism, the party should be unitary without division between those engaged in theoretical work and those engaged in militant work. Hence, all party members should be involved, directly or indirectly, with all aspects of party work. Thus, the party seeks unitarism and the organic development and reseeding of the various organs of the party to engage in the various necessary kinds of work. For example, we can't just copy-paste the organizational demand that one section has, for example, the connection of trade unions, to another section which doesn't necessarily have anything to do with unions. They have a section talking about the need to reject needing to know about how many people are doing what kinds of work at any given time, but such claims are actually so stupid I'm not even going to summarize them. Instead, just say this: any and every organization should be regularly auditing itself and its various functions so it can understand its own structure and activities. This involves taking stock of labor resources. Moving on. The party's organizational boundaries in terms of tactics and norms must be strict and formulated, adhering to development of theory and embedded within Marxist praxis. Not individuals going off and doing their own thing, and all individuals in the party must have rigid basis in understanding the organizational and tactical questions through praxis they have carried out at the direction of the party. This further supports a rejection of fusions and organizations. They also reject any sort of allowances for national differences or softness to take advantage of momentary circumstances at the cost of principles. For example, allowing a non-proletarian organization like a bourgeois national liberation organization to claim on the name of communist. They claim that by having proper organizational structure and tactics which are actively adhered to and not abandoned, those who do not accept them will leave as soon as they realize they have no shot taking the action they desire. As such, according to them, no criticism or self-criticism or any such internal auditing is needed. This assertion, of course, is completely incorrect and functionally requires everyone to be making sure everyone at all times is adhering to a party line. Simply by not having official processes for something does not remove it. Rather, auditing, disciplining, and criticism is now carried out at all times by everyone towards everyone, but without structures to make determinations on validity or due process or the like. It must be remembered that the fundamental role and function of the party is to keep the workers' forces deployed on the movement's own general line of direction towards the final goal, not to dictate the specific line or goal. The party is there for the workers to use, not to operate outside the workers for its own ends. Anything that harms that goal is harmful to the party and thereby the revolution, whatever its declarations. The party itself continuously develops as an organization that is part of history in accordance with social forces, with tactics the party needs to carry out developing with circumstances, and the necessary tactics carried out by the party changing the party itself. The question of tactics themselves is fundamentally what allows greater influence of the party amongst the masses, while also avoiding allowing the character of the party to be compromised and its ability to lead the masses to final objectives. For example, any sort of belief that the party can conquer power via legal means, or alliance with bourgeois governments at war. Hence, tactics such as absenteeism, class opposition upheld at all times during war, aiming to turn imperialist war between states into civil war between classes via revolutionary defeatism. Hence, they struggled against dangerous tactics, including the United Front and the workers' government slogan, organizational errors such as mergers or fusions, and allowance of sympathizers to join the Comintern, and opportunism, including processes of criticism and self-criticism, which are understood as harmful to proper discipline. The ICP then declares the development of new tactical maneuvers in the face of developments within capitalism as revisionism and, quote, voluntaristic, on grounds of those developing new ones trying to, quote, force the pace of history with new praxis, end quote. This conception, of course, would easily and immediately invalidate any and all revolutionary struggles on the grounds that we should simply wait for the rate of profit to reach zero. If developing new tactics is voluntaristic on the grounds that it is trying to force the pace of history, then no new tactics can be developed in the first place, and any and all tactics at all are necessarily voluntaristic. There is no basis to draw any sort of, quote, line in the development of historical theory and say that you have the complete set at this particular year or council meeting. They also claim that capitalism during periods of change which would require new tactics would simply return to the previous character equilibrium. This is anti Marxist, of course. The equilibrium has been changed as developments change. There is a new equilibrium point with new contradictions and weaknesses. It is pure idealism that to think that capital could return to previous point of development. They are off the fucking rails in this section, I swear. Okay. They claim that an organization which is homogeneous and situated within doctrine and program with clearly stated unitary principles and aims has no need for democratic mechanisms, because everyone can be assumed to be in agreement so long as they carry out their tasks. Good old social contract theory. This is, of course, a profoundly silly statement, starting from the conception that simply, quote, clearly stating something means that it's understood by everyone, while also containing a sort of Lockean conception of agreement, wherein simply because you are part of the organization means that you agree with everything it's doing. Though, of course, they intimate aim at expulsion of everyone who disagrees with their decided tactics anyway. In reality, there are all sorts of organizations that carry out their tasks through all sorts of ways, with or without consultation of their membership. Them being potentially able to do such does not make them special. Any system capable of reproducing itself, which is done through continuous activity, will quickly cease being. There's no necessary basis to make the claim that theirs does so by the situation within clearly stated doctrine and program. In addition, they call for communist parties to be formed in a homogeneous basis, applying a single set of tactics described as, quote, proletarian tactics. This is, of course, a model organization with tactics used in a completely useless way. Strategy would work best as a descriptive word instead, as they're calling for all communist parties to follow the strategy which best suits the international proletariat, condemning any other strategies beside the singular one as the strategies of other classes. Also, they claim that the organic method aims at the development of homogeneity in tactical and organizational fields. If such is a possible product, then there's no basis to claim that there is not a, quote, most fit organizational model which can be prefigured based on prior experience. A scientifically derived model organization, in other words. As usual, this finds itself necessarily leading into the exact same results that other systems have come to the recognition of through trial and error, but they seek to continue the trial and error across the whole organization rather than determining a solid, dynamic system achieving a solid, through unspoken, instead achieving a solid, dynamic system through unspoken reality, whilst claiming a lack of certain organizational structure. Basically, they just stick their heads in the sand and they do what everybody else is doing, but they pretend they're not doing it at the same time. And I read a section they had on cybernetics, and they essentially said that this is all correct, but the party is special and therefore doesn't do these things. It's like, no, bro, no, quit your religious idealist crap where you go in and say, your thing is particularly special. This is reality. Let's talk about reality. Continuing. The World Communist Party itself needs a basis in proletarian theory, principles, and goals that are recognized as valid and unchanging by all of its members. Deduced from these principles are a single program and set of tactical norms known to all militants as their shared heritage, which they can compare to their current orders with to determine correctness and of their own will and without possibility of discipline from the center, can choose to ignore the proposed tactic and instead continue with what they had been doing before. The party also rejects fusions, instead only accepting members as individuals. This is a good policy, by the way. Going back to scientific management of organizations, this is correct. You don't do organizational mergers. Individuals come in one at a time, and you accept or reject them on that basis. And if you absolutely are doing some sort of merger, then one organization is going to need to be subordinated and completely find entrance into the structure of the new organization rather than trying to kind of fit command structures together. Everybody comes in as the rank and file on the ground. And then from there, people will rise or fall into ranks in accordance with their abilities to fit in with the current system. Okay, continue. And rejects national or local exceptions. The ICP claims that such an organization doesn't have internal political struggle, but in reality, all that happens with the people who disagree is that they leave because they have no way of establishing any basis for pushing their ideas through, with anything new being declared as voluntaristic or somehow being recognized as simply a, quote, clarification, not intuition or inspiration, and managing to cycle through such that everyone agrees on it regardless of its applicability to their specific conditions. Some people may think this is a good thing, but if we're looking at communities seeking knowledge, that is not how research happens at all. They call themselves a scientific organization, but that's not how science happens. I'm sorry, it's just not. Next up, we have some discussion on the party hierarchy. Those are determined solely by the ability of an individual to carry out the duties of a position. They do not specify how someone who is more capable ends up in that position instead of someone less capable, or the process for removing someone from a position. They aim for an organizational structure that is robust enough to have anyone from any viewpoint in position, so long as they carry out their duties. An example of this would be in the workplace. It does not matter your personal views because the structure of their job is such that it does not change how you carry out your duties. This is indeed something that should be generally aimed for, but necessarily does not work for all activities, as there are many roles wherein the viewpoint of the individual is absolutely key to the work at hand. For example, any sort of human-facing activity or leadership position. With this structure aimed for, it should generally no longer be important who is carrying out duties, and it becomes possible to black box these functions and simply act as if they're conflicting with the traditional life. If their orders are timely and relevant, they're carrying it out to the best of their ability in conformity with the party line. Of course, to determine if someone is doing something to the best of their ability, the individual carrying out the duty must be known. Ergo, audit processes. You need auditing. You need some way to look into your organization and not black box it, instead look at what's going on in it. Okay. In this robust organization with commonly agreed tactics and programs, there are no arguments about the doctrine, program, or core tactics. Internal relations are joint and shared work that all party members participate in, aiming to develop the best solutions to conditions, while theoretical cornerstones are made clear and tactical lines are honed. Common principles, tactics, and examinations of situations the party is in are analyzed to produce the most efficient organizational tools in such a way that coordinates the party's activity as a whole. In support of this, the party has an intense process of educating new members through practical action at the party's direction in accordance with scientific research, with results that are within the boundaries of the party rather than consultations to understand membership's opinions. This, of course, immediately runs into a brick wall as soon as one asks, consults, why local organizations are not carrying out demanded activities emergent from this, quote, scientific research. And they respond that they lack resources or specialized recognition for their limitations based on their external and internal conditions, and thus had no capacity to carry out these actions, and all the party said was confusing and counterproductive, and that if they had simply looked into the local organization and asked the people, then these problems would have never come up, because the best way to learn what somebody needs is to simply ask rather than assuming that you know. This is a life lesson, by the way. Ask somebody what the problem is and what they need and what they want, rather than just assuming you know all that through your scientific understanding. Just putting that out there, right? Just putting that out there. Okay. In addition, this robust organization does not blame individuals for failure, but instead looks into the organizational structures and processes, audits them, that allows the mistake to occur in the first place. Fundamentally, authority rests with information, appropriate focus of knowledge for a given decision, and that people agree to abide by the decisions made. And thus, its authority by centralization requires that the center have maximal knowledge or ability to delegate knowledge gathering to lower, more local recursions. Anyone who is engaging in individualism are forced out of the party initially by bureaucratic means, but as the party develops, eventually any ability to express individualism, such as careerism, anarchism, contrarianism, being a windbag, etc., will be unable to express those feelings, and any organs that attract those sorts of people are analyzed to establish a process of reconstruction of the organizational structure and features in such a way that will no longer attract them, but instead only genuine revolutionary militants. In terms of factionalism, the party must remember that there can be multiple answers to a given tactical problem, which can result in disagreements between groups of militants. They claim that these disagreements are not political in nature because any solution that ends up being selected is within the principles and core tactics. Obviously, this cannot be the case because if it were so, then politics would have come to an end within bourgeois states by this definition, as all results, regardless of the processes, are within the shared interests of the bourgeoisie. This is obviously not the case, and the party itself is in the midst of a continual class struggle and attempts at negatively transcending bourgeois society through its negation. With that aside, though, the solution to what stands between potential answers to a tactical problem should be the result of scientific study, an inherently political process again. Not a consultation of the majority or some leadership assumed to have the correct answer. Of course, authority itself rests with information, and necessarily the center will tend to have the most information as is the coordinator and nexus of the various recursions. And the local recursion zone center will likewise have high fidelity knowledge comparatively of the situation. They seek to maintain the party's tactical, programmatic, and theoretical homogeneity and avoid contradictions, but do finally recognize that there are circumstances wherein the party has no choice but to contradict these. In other words, they change their tactics in response to external environmental conditions. Again, they admit to the necessity to change tactics under certain conditions. This I'm just gonna say board against literature. I don't know if it's a larger Italian trend or something where they make these sweeping claims and then come back later and just say, well, actually, we do this thing that we said we never do, but we just say it in this little sentence over here, way down in the header after making this massive and door-stopping claim up at the top in the summary and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, they then claim that the result of changes in any of these will be the development of internal dissent, current and potential factions, but this is putting the cart before the horse. This is because the drive to change tactics, program, and theory come from the development of these in response to changing external conditions. Changing tactics does not produce dissent any more than the victim of a bully being caught by a teacher fighting back caused the initial conflict. At all times, conditions will change, and the party needs to have a process for responding to these changes, which is known by all. What produces internal dissent, currents, and potential factions is the party failing due to becoming ossified, thus producing groups that seek internal change so that they are not working off an out-of-date, approved technology matrix produced by a center which rejects any sort of recognition of their localized needs. Instead, what is needed is that the party's tactical homogeneity needs to have an embedded basis and process for change, so that everyone knows what to do in the face of changing conditions. The party must have a theory of historical movement, of historical change. A theory of historical dialectics applied to the party as a dialectically unified party that merges all the different structures within it. Organizational structure, theory, program, tactics, doctrine, aim, all those things that are in relation to one another and arise and shift and change and update and everything when one of them changes, right? In response to changing conditions and thereby demands to change tactical action, the party must not repress the dissension and undergo a process of clarification of cornerstones by objective research. Then, upon the completion of such research, make clear to the whole party the resultant analysis and elaboration of theory and praxis, with the new tactical action directives having a process of transition to them included in the explanation. The party itself acts as a recursion of the proletarian class itself, synthesizing its fundamental class struggle theoretically and material from all potential sources by solid foundation in theory, principles, and program, international in character due to world market, making the proletarian struggle international. This synthesis includes all stages of class struggle, including anticipation of future development through inclusion of historic knowledge. Um, this ability to forecast the development of the class struggle, at least in general terms, is absolutely necessary, as it needs to be able to establish directives and tactics as a result of its predictions, so as to take advantage of all situations, especially, for instance, quote, double revolutions and, quote, pure proletarian revolutions, noting the different tactics involved in different forms of class struggles. In conclusion, the sum of all parties' functions needs to be harmonious and fully connected without internal conditions, with the organizational principle being centralism. The need for such centralism was determined by the aims of the organization itself, that being the liberation of the working class, ergo the construction of communism, which necessarily requires internationalism and long-term thinking. The need for both of these thus requires the organization to be structured in a way that maximizes its capacity to carry these out. And emergent from this, according to the ICP, is a need for an invariant program which does not change, and a need for full continuity of action in response to historical changes. The party itself must be at all times a real historical force that has a stable orientation in class struggle, united throughout by doctrine, program, tactics, and the defense thereof. In this conception, means and ends are inseparable, because if tactics, the means, become opportunist, then they stay that way because you can't change them. So this is a problem within the invariant conception, to be clear, but they're basically just want to get right the first time and then keep it right forever. Okay. Throughout this, they never explain the fundamental question of what that process is for decision making, instead presenting as a question of who makes the decisions, claiming that the entirety of the organization makes all decisions about everything, despite claiming to not consult them, because everyone is familiar with the program, doctrine, and tactics, and accepts or rejects orders on the basis of that understanding. The party takes form in response to material needs of the working class to achieve their aims, and following that, the party takes the form it needs to carry out the tasks necessary to achieve these aims, and therefore, in the ICP's analysis, the party does not function on any inherited systems or model organizations. Of course, this conception ignores historical developments in that, because there has been determination through historical experience that the political class party is necessary, that means that we can say things about the organizational form a priori in this sense. In the same way, we can come to determinations about the character of this political party. The party, according to this, creates organs, that is to say recursions, for the execution of its duties, and when such are no longer needed, they are immediately dismantled or recreated, with no explanation about the process by which this occurs, was it termed necessary or unnecessary, or how it determines how well any given recursion fits the environment. They claim that you can't determine the ideal recursion's form for a particular purpose or environment either beforehand or after. And while this is true to some degree, that you cannot anticipate with full knowledge about necessary structural forms, all necessary structural forms, there are all sorts of things that you can know are necessary, such as the need for these recursions to interface with other recursions, to maintain their ethos, to have some sort of internal audit, which will do things like determining the best way to integrate all militants into their best places in the party, etc. There are, in fact, many things that are universal, general, and can be determined by the capacity of the organization and from the environment itself before the recursion is in place. And history itself is a teacher, as are the aims of the party. The organizational form itself, we know, must at all times be squarely faced against the bourgeois system and planted firmly in class terrain. Hence, I would like to put forward the existence of a dialectically unified Communist Party of the working class. This is probably a trash name, but I'm just going to say it. This party maintains a dynamic feedback loop between its real-life activity and its organizational structure, program, tactics and strategy, doctrine and theory, revolutionary aim, rules of operation and praxis, guiding principles, internal conditions, including rank and file composition, and its external environment. This party applies historical lessons to determine optimal configuration for these elements and understands how they dialectically influence and transform each other, ensuring constant adaptation and development in service of proletarian revolution, reproducing itself materially in such a way that it maintains dynamic equilibrium and thus adapting to changing conditions while staying true to its revolutionary core. This would recognize the necessity of direct and continuous feedback through consultation of the rank and file of activities and necessities, while gathering as much information as possible rather than immediately blackboxing every recursion below the center, and aim to be an active agent of history and seek to influence the external environment in ways favorable to all other aspects, through all other aspects. This dialectically unified party is significantly divergent in theoretical basis compared to the organic centralist model, which I will be addressing in its own video out of a compilation of my analyses of their words describing it and critiques of it. And that is the section 4 of the Communist Party and Left, or part 4, party development and organic centralism. If you want to have a deeper look into organic centralism, I recommend the section that I read. It'll be uploaded in its own video and or at the beginning of a collection of these summaries, because it's actually quite important. But yeah. Thank you for joining, and we'll see you with the next bit. This is the Communist Party in the tradition of the left. We have finished part 1, which includes chapters 1 through 3, Centralism and Discipline, the cornerstone of party organization, 2, Court Centralism, and the differentiation of functions. We finished part 2, which includes chapters 1 through 4, Historical Party and Formal Party, Joining the Party. The party is organization of all men, of men, and the party as prefiguration of communist society. And finally, we finished part 3, the model organization, guarantees, currents and fractions, the right place for ideological terror and organizational pressure, and political struggle within the party. Next up is part 4, chapters 1 through 5, party structure, the party's phases of development, the party and Third International, democratic centralism and organic centralism, and the real life of the party. Let's get right into it. So, part 4, chapter 1, the party structure. Re-establishing itself on its classical foundations in 1952, our party differed not only in possessing a store of valid doctrine and theory and correct program and tactics, derived from applying the invariant and unbroken Marxist doctrine to lessons of 50 years of counter-revolution, deferred not only its preparedness to fight wherever there is the, quote, the least glimmer of hope, of strengthening its connection with the proletarian masses, without ever compromising its vital principles, wherever these were compelled to struggle, even if only for partial and immediate objectives. But also, and as a consequence of the above, it deferred because it had forged an organizational framework with a centralized method of working, which was suited to the party's tasks. This working structure is broadly defined in the quotations which follow below. Since 1952, it has been based on the existence of a center which issues instructions to hold the network in the form of organizational circulars, on frequent liaisons between the center and the various parts of the organization engaged in various aspects of party work, on feedback from the territorial sections, groups, and individual militants to the center, and on periodic meetings of the whole of the organization in order to take stock via detailed reports of the party work carried out in both the theoretical and practical fields over a given period of time. The extensive material from these periodic meetings is published in the party press and forms an object of study and further elaboration in the local and regional meetings. This structure has allowed the party to regularly publish its press organs for which the contributions and distributors are required, and allowed it to continuously, quote, fine sculpt the movement's theoretical, programmatic, and tactical features, and make constant interventions into the thick of the workers' struggles. In 1962, we felt it necessary to publish a specific trade union organ to enable us to coordinate and get ahead of these struggles. In 1968, we created a coordinated organ called the Central Trade Union Office. Let's see. This still around? This is from Kenya. International Communist. I'm not seeing anything on this. Okay. Continuing. It is indeed a possibility that this framework hasn't been functioning properly, and consequently, we support all attempts to bolster it and strengthen it by intensifying the contact between the center and the sections and vice versa, and by expecting greater regularity and precision in its two-way flow by deploying at the relevant points in the party machine as much manpower is required. Evidently, as the party's tasks intensify and become more complicated, further instruments of coordination and centralization will be required. As the number of party members increases, along with the complexity of the tasks, militants will need to be screened more and more. There will have to be an ever greater specification of functions, of the appropriate organs to carry out those functions, and the men who are allocated to these various organs. But this is something that happens organically, not voluntaristically. It is determined not by anyone's volition, but by the extent to which the party's tasks have developed. The differentiated organs that the party possesses at any time should be the result of functional necessities arising from the party's activity, not derived from an organizational scheme plucked from thin air, and considered necessary merely because it corresponds to an idea of a perfect party, the historical party, or perfect mechanism, the historical party that exists in someone's head, the historical party. Excuse me, sorry. I wasn't saying anything like anything offhand. Gosh. All right. Let's see. We're gonna take. Oops. Take this. And then we're going to take this. And I just want to say, all this stuff is covered by cybernetics. And in fact, you know, because they know that as party members increase, with the complexity of the tasks increasing, the need for more and more screening, that means that they know beforehand what kind of organizational structures that they will need, right? Because they have the ability to just look to the future and think about things, they can automatically predetermine some aspects of their organization without it needing to be, you can call this plucked from somebody's head, but it's not, I mean, any more than any of these tactics are. It's not as if these tactics were, yeah, they call them spontaneous or whatever, but they're not spontaneous. People recognize the need in response to conditions. And yeah, sometimes, and then they continue doing them even when they're not necessarily needed because, they are required for the working of the party in the abstract. Okay. I'm not making my argument the way that I want to. I'll make it when I'm doing the summary. In What Is to Be Done, Lenin argued that while it's true that the party's increasingly complex organization results from the party's own developing tasks, it is likewise true that the forms of organization can, in their turn, either favor or restrict the development of these tasks. That is to say, the party must at all times structure all of its activities in a way in such a way as to favor their development rather than bogging them down. So then, are the forms of organization adopted by the party between 1952 and 70 perhaps not adequate to contain the rapid increase in its activities? Or does the existence of these forms prevent the party from carrying out tasks as fully as it should, or from carrying them out them better? The question deserves attention and rational investigation. But on that plane alone, not on others, for example, which are the fruit of fevered imaginations. So they recognize the dialectical relation between organizational structure and the activities, the tactics that you can carry out. And therefore, the fact that, you can, if you know what kind of tactics and activities you're going to carry out, you know beforehand what kind of organizational structure you need. Gosh. Let's put this in here. I guess that would be making a question of forms or whatever. Ridiculous. You may say that the centralized structure of the 1952 to 70 period needs to be strengthened and improved so it can better respond to the more far-reaching tasks the party now faces. But you can't say, quote, our existence has been that of a small circle up to now. Quote, we are struggling to give the party an organized form, end quote, etc. Statements of this kind not only falsify the real history of the party, which, quote, in 1952 gave itself in an organic and spontaneous way a structural framework for its activity that had been put to the test over the last 15 years. This is from the Milan thesis, probably 1965. But can also have deadly consequences as far as the Marxist conception of the party is concerned. The first consequences might be that it can be alleged that the latter organization never existed. What the fuck? Because in fact the party never existed, and that was actually a group of apprentice theoreticians or a Marxist circle. Okay, so that's talking about this first. Our existence is in that of a small circle up to now. All right. And from this, it follows that the transformation of this group or circle into a party was just an organizational matter, and as a consequence, the party is yet to arise. Except what they're saying is that there's an organic and spontaneous structural framework of activity. You know, they went in and they restructured so that they could do more new activities. So, I could easily make the argument, while knowing absolutely nothing of anything that they're talking about, that the party beforehand had yet to arise, and that was just a small circle. But now, because it had done its reorganization and whatnot, it is now a party. Okay, I have no conception of their characteristics before this, but anyway. Parties yet to rise and will only do so to the extent it can forge an organization of such and such a type. This would mean relapsing into an idealistic organizational model of what characterizes a party, in opposition to the thinking of Marx and Lenin and the left. Do please explain why. But an even worse, I guess they won't. They just say it. Okay. But an even worse deviation would be to define whether or not a centralized organizational structure exists on the basis of organizational formalities such as statutes, rules, special types of bureaucratic machinery, etc. And to state that one can only talk of an organized structure when these exist. Statements of this kind lead directly to an idealistic view of the party. Marxism has stated that there existed in the past and will exist again a society which, although with distinct organs and absolute centralism, did not and will not need to maintain its structural integrity by means of statutes, laws, or specialized machinery distinct from the social body itself, which is something, in fact, which characterized societies divided into classes. I don't think that statutes at any point are rejected by Marx or laws. Um, he does reject the state, but you don't particularly need the state in order to have laws or statutes or anything of those matter. It's just that it's not in any more distinct from the social body because the legislative and executive functions become one and the same, right? This society will instead rely on a hierarchy of technical functions, with individuals selected to carry them out in an organic way according to their fitness for the tasks, and who will be as necessary as they are dispensable, knowing that they, as individuals, serve the technical functions and not vice versa. Every elsewhere we have made it clear that it is in the sense that the party prefigures future society. Okay, so they're saying that I got a new mouse. And it doesn't work quite right all the time. So they're saying that their rejection of division of labor is what makes it so they prefigure communist society. Okay. In 1952, the party abandoned all internal statutory qualifications and renounced all use of internal democratic mechanisms, including the convocation of, quote, sovereign congresses. This was not because it was a scholarly sect or a circle with no organization, but because it concluded it would give a structure to the party organization without resorting to these mechanisms. What? Could. I see. Sorry. Uh, sorry, I misread this bit. Could give structure to party organism without resorting to these mechanisms. So basically, they're saying, "Oh, we don't need democracy. Therefore, that's why we renounce it because we don't need it." And it's like, okay, that's not a justification. You know, I don't need to be reading this stuff, but I am, right? I don't justify whether or not I read something on the basis of my necessity to do it. I'm reading this for a whole host of reasons. Okay. I could read this. I could read cybernetic stuff right now. I could be doing that and actually having a good time and learning some stuff of real use. Anyway, but it then renounced them with a view to eventually returning to them once the quote circle phase was over and renounced them for good. We will leave it to our corrected tradition to demonstrate this. 1. In 1967, Il Programma Comunista number 5, 1967, we wrote, quote, the unstinting concern of comrades that the party organization functions in a steady, consistent, and uniform way is focused, therefore, as advised by Lenin in his letter to a comrade, not on finding statutes, rules, and constitutions, or worse still, specially talented people, but rather the best way to each and every comrade can contribute to the harmonious performance of the functions without which the party would cease to exist as a unifying force and guide and representative of the class. This is the only way the party can be helped, as outlined by Lenin in What Is to Be Done, where the newspaper is referred to as a, quote, collective organizer, to resolve, quote, on its own, its day-to-day problems and help to decide what actions it should take. It is here we find the key to organic centralism. It is here that we find the weapon that we can rely on in the historic battle between classes, not on the empty abstraction of alleged rules about how perfect mechanisms should work, or even worse, sordid trials of the men, high and low, who through a process of organic selection were given the job of operating these mechanisms. a bit earlier on. Quote, as a real force operating in history, identifiable by its rigorous continuity, the party lives and acts, and here's our response to the second deviation, not on the basis of a set of inherited statutory norms, precepts, and constitutional forms, in the way that bourgeois legalism hypocritically aspires to, or as is naively dreamed about by pre-Marxist utopianism, architects of highly elaborate structures which are plonked, fully formed in the middle of living historical reality, on the basis of its nature as an organism, shaped by an incessant succession of theoretical and practical battles on unchanging line of march. As written in our 1945 platform, quote, the party's organizational norms are in keeping with the dialectical conception of its function. They do not rely on prescribed or legalistic recipes, and they transcend the fetish of having to gain the approval of the majority. End quote. It is through the discharging of its functions, all of them, not just one of them, that the party creates its organs, apparatus, and mechanisms. In the course of this same discharging of these functions, that dismantles and recreates them too, and not by obeying metaphysical dictates or constitutional paradigms, but in response to real and genuinely organic requirements of its development. None of these mechanisms is, quote, theorizable, either beforehand or in hindsight, end quote. Did I get this? Quote. Actually, no, this is outside of this quote. Let's see. We're going to grab this. And 2. And in 1970, in confirmation of what is written above as in line with the party's unchanging doctrine, from in defense of the continuation of the program, the communist program, page 131. Quote, organization, like discipline, is not a point of departure, but a point of arrival. It does not require statutory codifications or disciplinary regulations. Consultations, constitutions, and statutes are typical societies divided into classes and characteristic of the parties which express, in their turn, not the historical path of one class, but rather an intersection of paths, where the divergent or not fully convergent paths of several classes meet. Internal democracy and bureaucratism. Again, claiming that these things are one and the same. Respect for freedom of expression of individuals or groups, and ideological terrorism are not antithetical aims, they are dialectically connected. Okay, we draw the following conclude. So they're saying that, if you've got freedom of expression, then you've got ideological terrorism. These things are in dialectical relation. Okay, bro. We draw the following conclusion. Since 1945, our party claims to have equipped itself with a centralized structure which is differentiated into a hierarchy of technical functions. And we've done it without statutes, democratic mechanisms, bureaucratic apparatuses, disciplinary procedures, expulsions. Oh, I must have imagined that you said that essentially you had anybody who didn't agree with your cardinal points or whatever expelled from the party, or selection of. I guess maybe they mean expelled from positions within the party, or selection of especially talented men. Anyone who sees in this absence of structure is organically outside of our party, because the party sees in itself, it sees in it instead, as evidenced by all the quotations which follow, quote, the achievement of aspirations expressed by the communist left since the time of the Second International, Naples theses, and the elimination from our own structure one of the initial errors of the Moscow International. All right, so we're going to take this bit here and we're going to go through and summarize this stuff before moving on to the quotations which they use to justify their position and say that they have always had this position. All right. So the structure of the ICP was a center that issues instructions to a network of organizational circulars. They say in the form of organizational circulars. I'm not sure what the distinction is, but I assume I don't know. Frequent liaisons between the center and parts of the organization which engage in party work. Feedback from territorial sections, groups, and individual militants to center. This is consulting the party rank and file, which they would consider democracy, but whatever. Periodic meetings for organizational minutiae via detailed reports. These are basically managerial meetings, right? Publication of the results of these meetings in a party press. Contributors and publishers for those publications through which the meeting's findings are refined through collective work. Basically, everybody goes and reads those and they will analyze them and then push their own findings. So this is more the rank and file acting as active developers of theoretical development and whatnot. An organ of trade union coordination to take hold of trade unions. This Central Trade Union Office. No idea if that actually got any crowding or anything. All right. So, as party tasks intensify in complexity with greater numbers in a membership, organizational measures need to be taken to increase contact between the center and sections so management can be more effective. They don't want to say management, but that's what it is. A greater coordination and centralization is needed as the organization increases in size and complexity. This requires more screening of militants. We would call this better people, by the way. Technical division of labor, more developed hierarchy of functions, and more recursions. They call these organs, but really, I think that recursions is going to be the better term for these. For all of these. These recursions develop as the party expands and needs them, rather than being pre-developed in expectation of them being necessary. Okay. We're going to put it like that. I don't know if that's really what they mean here. Because, they're kind of putting that out there, but really this organizational scheme, that is to say, hey, this is the way our organizations function, that is in place. It's a question of organizational function versus in form, because the organizational form is a matter of its function. It's more of a question of, oh, are we going to just replicate this other thing, including all the stuff that they have because they have a bunch more people? And it's like, no, well, we can't because we can't staff these other things, and there's no point in that. If that's the case, then that's one thing. However, if they're saying that we can't go in and be like, okay, we're just going to replicate what we have over here, because, this is the way that our party functions. That's another thing entirely. If you're special making every single recursion every single time, then you're going to have significant problems with harmonizing anything. Really big problems with harmonizing anything, because the people that are doing the harmonizing don't have any conception about what's going on inside each black box, especially if they're treating everything as a black box. Okay. So the form of organization is dialectically linked with the activities that the organization can carry out. The activities come first. They're an active vote. We know we need to do this, this, and this. And then you build the organization to be able to do these things, rather than build the organization and then figure out what you want to do, right? Okay. But I do want to say, right, again, if you know what you want to do, then you can say things about what kind of organization you need. I don't think that's pulling it from your head or anything along those lines. I think that's a fundamental task, right? you're going in and you're saying there's a dialectical connection between the party program and the organizational structure, the tactics and the party structure, the doctrine and the party structure, and dialectical relations with all these other things as well. And in order to carry out the tactics, we need to do this. But also, the organizational structure is going to limit what kind of things that you can do. For example, we don't have the numbers to do some big charge or something like that. We instead need to be focusing on small scale actions and things like that. Ideally, we never do like a big charge or something like that. That would be a terrible idea. That would not be an effective strategy, though it is possible that might be used at some point. Who knows? Uh, I don't even know I bring that up. Probably because earlier I talked about this in terms of their rejection of, you know, group tactics, effective rejection of it. Anyway, I've completely lost where I was, but basically what I'm trying to say here is that since you can since you can say things about all these different things, especially in a scientific way, right? That means that you can say things about your organization at given phases. And we're getting to that because they're going to have a chapter on the phases of the organization. And I'm particularly excited about that. Maybe this will redeem itself in its own way. But, you know, it's essentially, you can say, all right, well, we can't take this thing right here, but we can take the core bits of it and we can apply it and then replicate it. These guys seem to want everything to be unique, which is really strange to me. Um, like really strange to me because if you're starting from the principle that we want to have a unique organization that has nothing in common with other organizations, and all that means is, somebody else saying, well, okay, then we'll do this thing that you want to do, and now you can't actually say it. It controls what you're doing. Um, I think that what I was wanting to say originally, though, was about the act of will. Now, this these guys reject voluntarism, but what they're kind of talking about functionally is voluntarism right here. That the activities, which are a declaration of will, as to say that you know what must be done, and then you're like, okay, how can we build an organization to do these things? That is voluntarism in a nutshell, right? So, anyway, let's work on this. So the prefigured Communist Party should not have its structural integrity supported by statutes. By statutes, which are basically rules of organizations or institutes, laws. I want to note that Marx references the dictatorship of the proletariat as having the executive and legislative branches merged into one and under the democratic direction of the proletariat. And in this way, Marx specifically states that it is no longer a specialized machinery distinct from the social body. Rather, it is fundamentally within the social body. So this has got to be a misreading of what Marx is saying. Anyway, rather, its structural integrity is based on a hierarchy of technical functions which are filled on the basis of ability. These technical functions are retired as soon as they are no longer necessary. And this would be a matter of automation for the most part with Marx. Okay. Okay. As a, I just want to say that I had added, rather, Its structural integrity is based on a hierarchy of functions which are filled on the basis of ability with full centralization and indistinction from the rest of the party. So basically, the hierarchy of technical functions is entirely embedded within the party um, membership, rather it being an outside thing where they get to do anything without the decision making of anybody else. So the organizational form is based on its function, nothing else. No organizational form is prefigured. Note, they have already prefigured everything. It prefigures communist society. It prefigures competition with the bourgeois society. It prefigures carrying out tasks. It prefigures being a political class party for the proletariat, etc., etc. Just because, these things are organizational or are programmatic or doctrine or whatever, doesn't suddenly make them not prefigurations. The fact that you have learned these things automatically means that it is in play and it's in place. The party creates its recursions, and the recursion includes the organ apparatus and mechanisms, because those things are all included within a recursion, based on the discharge of all of its functions. Essentially, it will create organizations that are internal to it in order to deal with whatever it's having to deal with at a given time. Now, it claims that as functions are carried out, the old forms or the old recursions, excuse me, are unnecessary, and the recursions are reconstructed to fit the current environment. They claim that none of these mechanisms are theorizable either beforehand or in hindsight, but this is fundamentally incorrect. Simply by looking at external conditions, you can determine what kind of organization, you can determine what kinds of actions that you need. And by knowing what kinds of actions you need, you can know what kind of organization that you need to carry these out, right? All these things are theorizable. All these things are theorizable beforehand and in hindsight, both. They are not black boxes, and you shouldn't treat them as such. Okay, and finally, all right, they claim to have a centralized structure without statutes, rules, democratic mechanisms. I don't know particularly what they mean because they swing all over the place. This could mean electoralism, could mean consulting the membership, it could mean all sorts of different things. Bureaucratic apparatuses, disciplinary procedures, expulsions. I don't know if this is uh, from the party, from positions, selection of especially talented men to positions. Um, okay. And they don't actually back any of these things up. We just gotta take their word for it. Sure. All right, so now we move on to the quotations for backing up these claims and giving greater explanation to them and so on and so forth. All right, 117, Theses on the Historical Duty, Action, and Structure of the World Communist Party. Theses of Naples, 1965. Part 7. Since it was the case of a transition, a handover, from a generation which had lived through the glorious struggle of the first post-war period and the Livorno split to proletarian generation, which needed to be freed from the mad elation which followed the collapse of fascism, and to have its consciousness restored on of the autonomous action of the Revolutionary Party against all other parties, and especially against the Social Democratic Party. Since this transition had to take place in order to reconstitute a force which was committed to the prospect of the proletarian dictatorship and terror against the big bourgeoisie and all of its obnoxious consequences, the new movement, in an organic and spontaneous way, came up with a structural form for its activity which had been subjected to a 15-year-long test. 8. The working structure of the new movement, convinced of the importance, difficulty, and historical duration of its task, which was bound to discourage the dubious elements motivated by career considerations because it held no promise, indeed ruled out any historical victories in the near future. you know, we've read this multiple times already. And essentially they're bragging about, you know, being a group that is a bunch of armchair people who reject activism of any kind. 9. Before moving on from the topic of the party's formation after the Second World War, it is worth reaffirming a few outcomes which are today enshrined as the characteristic party positions. Insofar as they are de facto historical results, despite the limited quantitative extension of the movement and neither discoveries of useless geniuses nor solemn resolutions made by sovereign congresses. The party soon realized that, even in an extremely unfavorable situation, even in places in which the situation was absolutely sterile, restricting the movement's activity merely to propaganda and political proselytism is dangerous and must be avoided. At all times and all places, and with no exceptions, the party must make an unceasing effort to integrate its own life with the life of the masses, and participate in its protests as well, even when these are influenced by directives in conflict with our own. It is an old thesis of left-wing Marxism that we must work in reactionary trade unions in which workers are present. The party abhors the individualistic positions of those who disdain to set foot in them, and who go so far as to theorize the failure of the few feeble strike that today's unions dare to call. In many regions, the party already has a remarkable record of activity in the trade unions, although it always faces serious difficulties, and opposing forces which are greater than ours from a statistical point of view. It is important to establish that, even where such work has not really gone off the ground, we must reject the position in which a small party is reduced to being a set of closed circles with no connection with the outside world, or limits itself to just recruiting members in the world of opinion, which for the Marxists is a false world, if not treated as a superstructure of the world of economic conflicts. Similarly, it would be wrong to divide the party or local groups into watertight compartments that are only active in one field, whether theory, study, historical research, propaganda, proselytism, or trade union activity. This is because the very essence of our theory and our history is that these various fields are totally inseparable and in principle accessible to each and every comrade. Another position which marks a historical conquest for the party, and one which will never relinquish, is a clear-cut rejection of all proposals to increase its membership through the calling of congresses to bring together the countless other circles and grouplets, which since the end of the war have propped up everywhere, elaborating distorted and disjointed theories, whereas condemnation of Russian Stalinism and other local variations is the only positive thing they have to offer. Wonderful. Uh, truly, a historical conquest. Absolutely. People. they're 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 their self-masturbatory congratulations never fail to amuse. Oh, look how cool we are. You know, we decide to do what we determined to be the correct thing. You know, look how amazing we are. That proves that we're amazing. 118 Supplementary Theses, Milan Theses, 1966. 8. We do know that historical dialectics leads all fighting organisms to improve their offensive capacity by using the techniques of their enemy. From this, we deduce that the phase of armed struggle communists will have to military organization with a definite hierarchy, moving forward as one to ensure the success of all actions of the party as a whole. This is true, but simply imitating this across all areas of party activity, including non-military ones, is pointless. The way operational directives are transmitted must be clear, but this lesson derived from bourgeois bureaucracy mustn't make us forget how the latter can also become corrupt and degenerate, even when adopted by workers' organisms. The organic unity of the party does not require that a comrade specifically appointed to pass on instructions from above be seen by other comrades as the personification of the party form. Huh? I don't know what they're talking about here. At the same time, this transference between the molecules, didn't they say that they don't perceive individuals in the party is that which compose the party is always a two-way process, and the dynamics of each unit are integrated into historical dynamics of the whole. This could be said for any organization. This could be said for any organization. The abuse of organizational formalities for no good reason has been always be a defect, one which is stupid, dangerous, and highly suspect. All right. And for the question of this, what is Marx's conception of rules and laws within communism? Highly contentious within Marxology, as Marx doesn't really talk about. It's all conclusions drawn through implication. Some think that because Marx says every mode of production produces its own legal relations and laws, this means communism will have legal relations and laws. Some think that because Engels, and thereby Marx assuming one-to-one, says that the end of government to persons and beginning of administration of things, that will be exclusively administrative laws, if not anything at all. Some look to Marx's early writings about how interpersonal conflicts will still exist, will necessarily require some kind of arbitration system, but perhaps vastly distinct from our own. Some look to his writings on the commune and believe laws and judges and courts will just become more democratically influenced, and that laws will be decided on by the people and the judges elected. And some read Marx as positing all laws will wither away with the withering away of the state. And the sense I was talking about in particular was the democratic election of judges and courts and whatnot, wherein the executive and legislative is dissolved, and that's in the dictatorship of the proletariat. That's not strictly in the communist mode of production, but I think that many of those things make sense, except for the all laws, because there will be interpersonal conflict, and I'm not really a fan of people just going on and scientific people, kill other people too. It happens more often than you think. As scientific society, yes, it will have far less, interpersonal conflict, but not all conflict will go away. All right, let's move on. Chapter 2, the phases of party development. From the quotes that follow, starting with the Rome Theses of 1922 and ending with excerpts from the preface to In Defense, published in 1970, the model of political party development typical of the revolutionary Marxist school is clearly described. I really need to go back to the Rome Thesis. We only read the agrarian question, which is where was linked in the reading list I was given, but I think that we need to go up and read the first part. Marxist theory has resolved humanity's old dilemma, the separation between thought and action, between theory and practice, demonstrating that these terms are in fact closely and inexorably linked. In human society, it is action that determines consciousness, and this is also true for the working class, whose action is determined by facts and material needs. In the class party, consciousness and action are inexorably linked and cannot exist without each other. The only difference is that the party organ is susceptible, unlike all others, to conscious action, that is, consciousness preceding action in the theater of social struggles, because it can strategize and plan and whatnot. We are in the presence of the class party when, in the dynamics of a given group, the three factors already. Okay, sorry. It's not just that it can strategize and plan, it's also that as a political class party and as an organization, it can be an active influence on events in reality rather than essentially being caught up in the tides of time, so to speak, like an individual might. We are in the presence of the class party when, in the dynamics of a given group, the three factors already described in the Rome Theses are present: defense and definition of theory and of historical analysis, physical organization of a militant corps, intervention and activity in the actual proletarian struggle. These three tasks are contained simultaneously in every instance of party activity. So I just want to say this doesn't, let's consider the RAF, for example. They did all of these things: defense and definition of theory and of historical analysis. Physical, they did that. They had their little groups of people who were separate from the proletariat and whatnot. Um, Physical organization of a militant corps. Oh yeah, they had that. Intervention and activity in the actual proletarian struggle. They're doing left wing political terrorism. They absolutely were doing this. Were they very effective? No, but they were being active. But they weren't a party. These various groups weren't a party. You know, so I think that we can say it's more than that. Anyway, these three tasks are contained simultaneously in every instance of party activity because they are the tasks that define the party. The proportion of energy taken up by each of these tasks may vary according to historical period and the objective situations in which the party acts, but none of them are ever neglected, and it remains the inclination of the party even when the total negative circumstances have reduced it to virtually nothing. In a counter-revolutionary system like now, 95% of the party's energies are devoted to restoration of correct doctrine and only 5% to organizational work and intervention in labor conflicts. And that's why you're fucking dying. If you're not growing, then you're dying. Let's go back to the organic example. What does it mean if your body is no longer growing? If your cells are no longer being replaced by more cells and you're no longer growing? Well, that means that your cells are in senescence. That means that you're dying. If you are not growing, if you're not developing, if you're not expanding, then you are dying. On an organic, biological basis, you're constantly dying. And if you are not replacing those dying parts with new parts, then you are dying, right? It should be obvious to anybody. So, what does it mean if 95% of what you're doing is just, trying to maintain what you currently have while not expanding? It means that you're dying. It means that you're already in the process of rotting away. You have to be active. You have to be constantly, at all times, intervening, gathering resources, going out and getting food and eating, expanding the energy reserves that you have through it, not through pure, not by falling asleep and hibernating. I mean, that is a strategy, but it's, not usually a very good one. You have to be really, really big and dangerous in order to hibernate. If you're hibernating and you're not big, then you're going to get squashed unless you're so small that nobody even bothers paying attention to where you are, right? Um, Anyway, in a situation of revolutionary upsurge and attack on the bourgeois power, the ratio of energy will necessarily be reversed, with 95% of it devoted to organization and intervention in the struggle. But this depends solely and exclusively on the situation outside the party, which affects not only more or less limited operational reach of the organization, but also imposes a particular distribution of energy within the party. This is determined by historical circumstances, but never at any point in its life does the party renounce action in any of its vital fields of activity. The relationship between the various forms of energy is quantitative, determined by the external situation rather than by the party. But from the qualitative point of view, the party's functions remain the same throughout every moment of its existence. Um, no. No, it doesn't matter what your qualitative is. If you don't have the quantity to carry out action, then you can't do these things. And the more people that you have that are carrying out tasks, there's a qualitative shift. Like this is basic dialectics 101, baby's first dialectics. Quantitative shifts lead to qualitative changes. Anyway, at certain points in history, the practical work carried out among proletarian masses may appear from an immediate perspective to be non-existent, but the party's predisposition to carrying out this work by taking advantage of every slightest chance must remain at all times. Same goes for armed organization and legal work. the need for which must ever be passed to the party, even when in practice is not carrying out any of this type of activity. All right. Yeah, if it's not carrying out these activities, then I'm sorry, it's not happening. It isn't there. Especially, unless we're talking about the firefighters again, and they're suddenly recognizing, oh no, we're not going to get rid of these varying other things that aren't useful in the now. We're just going to keep them around at all times. And if so, then I approve. um, this goes against their organic stuff, but oh well. From the distribution of the party's energy across various activities, theoretical work, propaganda, proselytizing, industrial action, armed action, etc., nothing can be inferred and nothing can be concluded about the nature of the party because nothing changes qualitatively. What? Oh man. If 100% of the membership were dedicated to theoretical work, something solely dependent on objective external conditions, it's not solely dependent on objective external conditions. You can absolutely have a party that is so completely, you know, up its ass that it rejects all forms of activism and stuff like that because objective conditions aren't great, and it's like, well, they might be fucking wrong. To deduce that the party is in the quote stage of theoretical preparation and that the practical work of organization and class penetration is useless or secondary is anti-Marxist rubbish. Except you've already made that decision internally. You're 95% focused on this one thing and 5% on everything else. And that destroys a party by reducing it to a group of thinkers who wouldn't be capable of learning the theory. Because part of the nature of our theory is that it can only be patrimony of a fighting organ and cannot be learned intellectually by a group of, quote, professors. So it's stated in our theses. Whoever conceives of the party's activity and that of single militants is divided into separate temporal phases. First, you learn the theory and the principles of the movement, read and study all the Marxist texts to attain full intellectual mastery. Then you set to work to provide organizational structure for those who have learned, to turn the Marxist professors into an organization's militants, till at last the organization, equipped with the newly learned theory, is launched into the field of external action, places him outside the entire conception of Marxism. It is a Marxist thesis that the three manifestations of energy either go together or do not exist. Where are the three manifestations of? Probably these, if I had to guess. Either go together or do not exist is a tried and tested Marxist theory that can be learned only by an organized nucleus immersed in practical work. Otherwise, there's no learning, no clarification, no sculpting of theory, because learning about the theory of Marxism, a weapon of the party, cannot happen on an individual or cultural basis, but only collectively within the party organ, where it happens as part of a coordinated process of carrying out the party's various tasks. We're going to take this and I'll respond to this in our notes. And to be fair, my response is because I think that they don't actually carry out this stuff for the most part. Anyway, I don't necessarily disagree with it. I was laughing because they're like, oh yes, we're doing this 95% thing, and it's just the objective external conditions. It's nothing that we're doing. We're just responding to objective external conditions. I'm sorry, but that's not the case. Um, all sorts of organizations. I brought up the RAF. What do you think the RAF is doing in these three tasks, right? Where do you think they're focusing? And do you think that it's their fuck up there that's the determining process? No. It's an they're the voluntarists. You know, they're the people who you complain about. But guess who's actually going out there? Were they effective? No. Were you effective? No. All right. This is why our small group has had, since the time of its reconstruction, the right to call itself the Communist Party. It was and is very small in numerical terms, but has never ceased to perform its organic functions. Although the range of its external activities has been quantitatively limited, it hasn't been reduced to a group of thinkers or scholars. Yeah, it has. You know, every time you describe your internal party process, you're describing an academic setting. Um, it hasn't relapsed into the activism and mediatism which characterizes every leftist faction. It has been able to link an absolute faith in and strict defense of the theory, principles, and historical experience of the proletariat, to undertaking as much practical action as possible in these counter-revolutionary times. Uh, it, this is at the time where left-wing terrorism was going around and it was going strong, like the weather underground, right? So, you know, saying that they're doing as much practical action as possible would kind of be like, are you really saying that? Are you actually saying that? We got these guys over here who are stealing jets and taking out all this stuff and doing kidnappings and stuff. And who are you again? It is by this coherent line, and I'm not advocating that they should take terrorist action. You know, absolutely not. It was a major problem, the urban guerrillas and all these other groups that were going out and going against what Lenin talked about there. What I am saying, though, is this conception that they are the right because they have been engaging only in theoretical development and just, you know, taking advantage of small stuff and not being an active living force that is growing and developing and is bringing other people into the organization at all times and expanding, right? As a living being should be expanding, since they're all about that organic stuff, right? That's not a living organization. That's not one that is, you know, doing qualitative and quantitative work. That's one that has placed qualitative work atop of quantitative work. And to some degree, you know, it's right. If your ideal is that you're going to grow at the same rate and the as your environment, and you're going to fit it, but also be able to work beyond it. That's the ideal. Now, I will say this though: if somebody's expecting me to say that we should be waiting for 50 years or something for the party to develop, then they're already taking a completely defeatist perspective. And here's why: global warming, right? We need to be prepared for that. We need to be at the ready for when people are ready. Um, there's not time to, you know, develop this sort of stuff. We need an action immediately and to be known. Okay, whatever. Anyway, this will be part of my polemic and socialism or extinction. Or was it? It is by this coherent line, this theoretical and practical battle, that the party can be recognized. It is on this firm foundation that the progress of the capitalist crisis and the return of the proletariat to the struggle, at least on economic grounds, will bring into the ranks of our small group the young Revolutionary Guards who are seeking the vital weapon they need to fight the social war. Given that given that is that the party has managed to maintain this organic continuity of program and action. Outside this conception of the party, there lies nothing but death. It is completely absurd to think that there's the historical party, a program defended by a nucleus of intellectuals and scholars. Then there's the propaganda machine, and then on the provisio that has equipped itself with a suitable organization, there's a core of the party. I have no conception of what they're talking about here. Uh, Maybe they're talking about Lenin's division between the Central Organ and Central Committee. I don't know what they're talking about. Sorry. This must be an argument that was present at the time. It is very debilitating that such a mechanistic and idealistic constructs, which can only be obtained by falsifying Lenin and the left tradition, still find ways of contaminating the labor movement. If the party maintains its continuity, this dialectical connection between the various tasks and functions that make up its organic life, the organization develops, diversifies, and gives itself structure not because someone wills it, but due to the needs which arise from the carrying out, the extension, and the ever increasing complexity of party activity. New organs are created because the party's functions become increasingly complicated and require appropriate structure for their needs because the activity of the party requires the right tools to help it operate as best as it can in all fields. They're not created for the childish reason that one day someone thinks it's time to finally give an organized structure to the party and decides in his little head to come up with a model of organization. Maybe copying out the last writings of Lenin, who, although little read and little understood, is constantly being quoted indiscriminately, even to resolve petty little problems like going to the lavatory. Okay, I'm not even going to add that little last bit. The party, as opposed to the propaganda machine or club, was formed once and for all in 1952 when it specified in a definitive manner its doctrinal, tactical, and programmatic cornerstone, nature, function, and tactics, characteristic theses, etc., and started to carry out all of its activities on that basis, bar none. Since 1952, it has endowed itself with an organizational structure appropriate to its numerical size and carrying out its activities, to the degree the external social temperature permits. This structure is described extensively in the 1965 to 66 Theses, is a structure which will certainly change, becoming more complex, more compact, more differentiated, more compact. What does this mean? More differentiated and with clear and more distinct characteristics. This process will be driven by the extension of the network of organized members, by how our work develops, and by the party's growing influence over the working class, and not by the beautiful discovery of some useless genius or some sovereign congress, which discovers that we cannot call ourselves a party, so we have the same apparatus they reckon to have found described in Lenin. Okay, so let's see. No, there's something useful in this. Okay. All right. So we're gonna start summarizing these and hopefully be done by 5. So the class party is such when it carries out the following simultaneous in every instance of activity. The defense and definition of theory and historical analysis, physical organization of a militant corps, and intervention and activity in the actual proletarian struggle. Note, this can apply to any adventuristic group, such as the RAF and the like. The question becomes a qualitative and quantitative one, such as to the degree of which you're embedded within the proletariat. If you just say that you are, then it's not enough. It really isn't. Now, you could go and start from the definition that any sort of terroristic group is necessarily outside of the activity of the actual proletarian struggle. And this is probably what Lenin would push for. I don't necessarily disagree, but that's not always the case, you know. And then under different conditions, the party's activity is in any of these can wane. And I want to know, how is this possible when all are dialectically linked? They arise simultaneously, right? Is it perhaps possible that one reduces one? All of them are reduced, and therefore, if you cease development, you are dying. You can't do this. You can't commit only 5% of energy to one thing and 95% of energy to another, because then you just die in all other areas, right? That's not how that can works. You can't take 95, you can't, in a functioning body, take 5% of your energy and put it into thinking and 95% of your body's energy to walking around. And you can't do vice versa. I mean, you kind of can, but not really. And you're really not taking action. And it's not an act of will while you do that. Well, it might be an act of will. You might decide to not get up and walk around. And the party needs to maintain vestigial recursions capable of carrying out actions at all times of development. Note, this is prefigurative. Building recursions when there's no active necessity of them as an act of will and expectation of use later. They have just said, essentially, that there's no stages of development in a party, right? And that the party needs to be prepared at all times to carry out action, military action, physical organization of militant core, intervention of the activity in the actual proletarian struggle, and defense of theory and historical analysis. Well, what happens if, you know, suddenly you're no longer able to engage in one of these things in a serious manner, like they're talking about above? Well, they're saying that you need to just have an organ that's capable of doing it in the expectation that will eventually be the case. This is prefigurative. This is assuming the existence of an organ within the party and building one outside of the existence of the circumstances that would call for it, right? Again, the party prefigures all these sorts of things, which in turn prefigures or anticipates, or whatever you want to call it, the organizational forms within it. I don't see how they walk past this. They're so desperate to walk past it and avoid engaging it, but it is the case. It's the reality. Okay. Anyway, all right. So the party can never abandon or not have one of the aspects of its activities, as it loses the capacity to do all of its activities in the process. So, for example, theoretical work cannot be done without a place within the physical struggle. And I just want to note that they had rejected doing theoretical work before. Now, I don't know if they changed their mind after 1952 or whenever it was, but I feel like their writings on maybe that changed around this period. Yeah, it probably changed around this period where they abandoned that. Maybe not. I don't know. I have to look at my 1965 notes. Anyway, the party does not have phases of development. It is fully developed as a party qualitatively as soon as it is a party. Needs only have a quantitative increase in membership, which is prepared to absorb. I already talked about, that a quantitative increase creates a qualitative change. This is baby's first dialectics 101. And therefore, this thing is kind of already dead on arrival. This doesn't work, you know. As soon as you have an increase in numbers, your party has to shift, and they recognize this. But they're also saying, "Hey, listen, the party has all these organs that exist in preparation. This is a prefiguration. This is their vestigial organs. This is the firefighters that I talked about. But when I'm talking about firefighters, I tend to mean that it's it is a irregular issue that you know is needed regardless. But really, what they're saying is that in fact the party does have a form, and it's a prefigured form. Um, and it's these three things that are necessary at all times. So you need to have organizational structures that are capable of carrying out these things. Again, the organizational structure arises the first instant that you have tactics and program and all that sort of stuff. They can't black box it, and it's stupid to try. Well, I mean, they can black box it. It just makes it so they're functionally incapable of doing anything. Yeah, this last bit is just a repetition of what I've already said, but I'll keep it in here because I think that it's a pretty good paragraph. Quotations to back up their claims. Characteristic Theses of the Party, Florence Theses, 1951. Part 2, Section 4. The party defends and propagates a theory of the movement for the socialist revolution. It defends and strengthens its inner organization by propagating the communist theory and program, and by being constantly active in the ranks of the proletariat whenever the latter is forced to fight for its economic interests. Such are its tasks before, during, and after the struggle for the armed proletariat for state power. Part 4, Section 4. Today, we are in the depths of the political depression. Although the possibilities of action are considerably reduced, the party, following the revolutionary tradition, has no intention of breaking the historical line of preparation for a future large-scale resurgence of the class struggle, which will integrate all the results of past experience. Restriction of practical activity does not imply the renunciation of revolutionary objectives. The party recognizes that in certain sectors its activity is quantitatively reduced, but this does not mean that the multifaceted totality of its activity is altered, and it does not expressly renounce any of them. Part 4, Section 7. Although small in number and having but a few links with the proletarian masses, the party is nevertheless jealously attached to its theoretical tasks which are of prime importance. And because of this true appreciation of its revolutionary duties in the present period, it absolutely refuses to be considered either as a circle of thinkers in search of new truths or as renovators who consider past truths insufficient. Part 4, Section 9. It is events and not the desire or the decision of militants which determine the depth of the party's penetration amongst the masses, limiting it today to a small part of its activity. Nevertheless, the party loses no occasion to intervene in the clashes and vicissitudes of the class struggle, well aware that there can be no revival until this intervention has developed much further and become the main area of party activity. Part 4, Section 10. The acceleration of the process depends not only on profound social causes, that is to say, historical crises, but also on the proselytism and propaganda of the party, even with the reduced means at its disposal. All right. I don't think that there's anything that is, particularly necessary to take from here. 120. Considerations on the organic activity of the party when the general situation is historically unfavorable. 1965. Part 8. Given the degenerating social complex's focus on falsifying, destroying theory and sound doctrine, clearly the predominant task of today's small party is the restoration of principles with doctrinal value. I guess renovation is distinct from restoration. They just want to get back to first principles. Although, unfortunately, the favorable setting in which Lenin worked after the disaster of the First World War is lacking. But this does not mean that we should erect a barrier between theory and practical action. Beyond a certain limit that would destroy us along with our basic principles. We thus lay claim to all forms of activity peculiar to the favorable periods insofar as the real balance of forces rendered them possible. We should go into this all we should go into all this in a lot more depth, but we can still reach a conclusion about the party's organizational structure during such a difficult transition. It would be a fatal error to consider the party as divisible into two groups, one dedicated to study and the other to action, because such a distinction is deadly not only to the party as a whole, but for the individual militant too. The underlying meaning of unitarism and organic centralism is that the party develops within itself the organ suited for its various functions, called by us propaganda, proselytism, proletarian organization, union work, etc., until, in the future, there is a need for the armed organization. But nothing can be inferred from the number of comrades assigned to each function, since no comrade, as a matter of principle, should be uninvolved with any of them. Uh, I don't think that that follows at all. Simply because, you're saying everybody should be doing a little bit of everything does not mean that you can't infer anything about, what your party has determined to be most important at a given time. For example, propaganda, um, based on the number of people who are involved in that particular thing. And I don't know why they feel like that's something that's important to bring up. I can only imagine that they're trying to defend themselves because they aren't really doing most of these. They're only focusing on some particular stuff of it and people are calling them out. So they're just like, it doesn't actually matter that we're not doing these other things that involve actually going out and doing stuff because, it's not necessary yet. And when it is necessary, then everybody will be doing it. But that is not what the other people are saying, right? Continuing, the fact that in the current phase, the amount of comrades devoted to theory and the movement's history may seem too many, yeah, and those right for action too few is historically fortuitous. It would be totally pointless to investigate how many are dedicated to each of these manifestations of energy. No, it would not be pointless. It would be one of the most basic aspects of executive functioning. Anyway, as we all know, when the situation becomes radicalized, huge numbers of people acting instinctively and unencumbered by the need to ape academia and get qualifications will immediately take to our side. Not only did they not do that in your period, but in addition, you didn't have the organizational structure capable of taking in the numbers of people because you had everything focused on this one thing and you refused to investigate yourself and look at the functioning of your organization. I don't know how you can say this with a straight face and be like, oh, actually this is a really effective strategy. No, it wasn't. Okay, we did have this section, and maybe I'll take this. Um, and I'll also do an aside. Let's say any organization should be regularly auditing itself and its various functions so that it can understand its own structure and activities. This entire section, for in terms of rejection of need to know how many people are doing what at any given time is fucking stupid. I don't think that's too hard to understand this for anybody really. And I think that it's a really shitty defense of something that is indicative of a lack of capacity to actually look internally. And it's probably because they're just blackboxing everything on the ground floor. Everything's just put aside and ignored. 121. Theses on the historical duty, action, and structure of the World Communist Party. Theses of Naples, 1965. Having adopted the old watchword of "on the thread of time," our movement devoted itself to setting before the eyes and minds of the proletariat the meaning of the historical results inscribed along the route of a long and painful retreat. It was not a matter of restricting our role to cultural diffusion or to propagandizing of petty doctrines, but of demonstrating that theory and action are dialectically inseparable fields, and that teachings are not book-learned or academic, but are derived from, not experiences exactly, a word we wish to avoid now as now fallen prey to Philistines. What a useless thing. But from the dynamic results of confrontations between real forces of considerable size and range, with use made also to those cases where the final result was the defeat of the revolutionary forces. That is what we refer to using the old classical Marxist criteria as, quote, the lessons of the counter-revolutions. Did we get this section before? No, we didn't. And I don't know if it's important to have it. No, yeah, I don't think that there's anything of note here. Okay, 122, Introduction to Theses after 1945, 1970. We did not read this piece. We can say that only in the second half of 1951, in particular from 1952, the party assumed a clear, homogeneous orientation based on its reconnection with the basic theses from the 1920 to 26 period and a dynamic balance sheet of the subsequent quarter of a century, which rendered those theses even more clear and unmistakable. And it gave itself a structure corresponding to this theoretical achievement around a new fortnightly organ, Il Programma Comunista. The central problem was undoubtedly the integral representation of the Marxist doctrine, 1,000 times trampled underfoot and defaced by the Stalinist counter-revolution. But in theory and practice, this task could not be separated, and never was, from the constant effort not only to propagandize our theoretical and programmatic positions, but also to, quote, import them, according to Lenin's classical definition, into the working class, with the latter achieved by participating, according to our capacity, in the class struggles for immediate and contingent goals, never turning the party, however small it might be, into an academy of thinkers, an Illuminati club, or sect of armed conspirators equipped with inestimable baggage only known to acolytes. Okay, so basically what they're saying is they educated the workers by going out and getting involved in their stuff and then, engaged in propaganda. Okay. Okay, the chapter 3, the party and the Third International. The following quotations show the left's position on the Third International and the lessons the party derived from its degeneration and destruction at the hands of the Stalinist counter-revolution. In terms of identifying the cause of this degenerative process, the downturn in the international revolutionary movement was certainly a decisive factor due to the negative influences it inevitably had on the party. Affected as it always is by external social developments, insofar as the party is a product of ongoing situations and these situations naturally influence it and either impede or favor it. It will be seen, however, that we never viewed this as the only cause. We also attributed the international's degeneration to weakness in the way the new organization was formed. Weaknesses which, when the revolutionary downturn actually occurred, inevitably had an adverse effect on the organization's capacity to react to unfavorable circumstances. These organic, quote, weaknesses in the organization of the Third International are equated by the left with the following facts. And then I don't know what these quotations are from, but oh, okay, so this is from the Nature, Function, Tactics, I think. It must be said that the restoration of revolutionary values was impressive and complete as far as doctrinal principles, theoretical training, and the central question of state power were concerned. The systematic organization of the new international and training in its tactics and that of its member parties was, on the contrary, not similarly complete. In this situation after the First World War, which appeared objectively revolutionary, the leadership of the International became guided by the concern, which was not unfounded, of finding itself unprepared and poorly followed within the masses at the outbreak of a general European movement that could lead to the conquest of power in some of the large capitalist countries. The possibility of a rapid collapse of the capitalist world was so important that for the International, which today we understand as the hope of being able to direct vaster masses in the struggle for European revolution, that was too free in the acceptance of the adherents of movements that were not true communist parties, and it searched, in the elastic tactic of the United Front, to maintain contact with the masses who were outside the hierarchy of parties, oscillating between conservatism and revolution. A reminder that basically what their argument was, rather than just accepting anybody who went in and swore to the precepts of Lenin's 21, his list of 21 things to be in the International, they said, hey, you have to verify that they're actually carrying it out. And so on and so forth, right? And this is part, we can talk about India as a good example where, later down the line, Stalin was eminently willing to go in and say, oh, yes, this is truly a communist party when it was not on any level. They added communists to their constitution or socialists or whatever, and then they got accepted within the socialist bloc. It became, to be fair, this is kind of from the theory of, well, it goes against the theories of national liberation movements and communist parties, because one of the key things is that communist bourgeois national liberation movements should never be allowed to call themselves communists. This was a key text in the Third International's writings about how to engage with national liberation movements. And we read that before. And that was completely thrown to the side. Okay, continuing. If the favorable outcome had occurred, the consequences for politics and the economy of the first proletarian power in Russia would have been sufficiently powerful to allow the very rapid restoration of the national and international organizations of the communist parties. Given that the less favorable outcome had occurred, i.e., the reestablishment of capitalism, instead of this, the revolutionary proletariat had to resume the struggle and a course with a movement which, having sacrificed its own clear political preparation and its own homogeneity of composition and organization, was exposed to new opportunistic generations. But the mistake that opened the Third International's doors to a new and more serious opportunist wave was not just a mistake in calculating the future likelihood of the proletariat becoming revolutionary. It was a mistake of preparation and historical interpretation consisting in the desire to generalize the experiences and methods of Russian Bolshevism, applying them to countries with much more advanced bourgeois and capitalist civilization, excuse me. And then this is from the Characteristic Theses of the Party, 1951. Internal organization was subjected to similar confusion, with the difficult task of sorting out revolutionary members from opportunist ones. And the various parties and countries would be compromised. It was believed that new party members, more amenable to cooperating with the center, would be procured by wresting away entire left wings of the old social democratic parties. Whereas, in fact, once a new international had gone through its initial period of formation, It needed to function permanently as a world party and only have new converts joining its national sections on individual basis. So basically, what they're saying is, you know, don't do these big party fusions wherein, you know, you look over, let's say for America's example, you've got the Communist Party USA, and then you got the PSL, the Party of Socialism and Liberation. And then they say, hey, how about we increase our numbers? And then they just combine. And all the hierarchical functions are the same. And you can look at an example of we actually brought this up before, and I went in and I asked a friend who is knowledgeable about this, about how it is that organizations, how do corporations undergoing mergers maintain an ethos? And that's the term used for essentially the guiding principles of the organization and not fall into fiery collapses leadership and workforce that are combined. And the answer is they usually don't. Usually one ends up dominating the other. And even when both organizations care about it, it doesn't really work out so well. Essentially, usually it's very few companies merge and form some new combined culture, if that's even a good thing, right? Usually it's a major failure, and if they're smart, they'll divorce immediately. But most often, one company just gets absorbed into the other and vanishes as its former employees turn over. So, you know, it's like how many countries annex a part of another country and combine cultures? Even hundreds of years later, there can be a sense of distinct identity. Uh, and, you know, the other aspect is that well, think about it like this, right? We're talking about levels of recursion. If you want to do something like that, you need to essentially increase levels of recursion and say, okay, we've got a more broad thing up here, and you both are independent objects within this under this higher recursion. This would really be the international. But this kind of goes to another problem with their conception, because their conception is that they are the international. They're the International Communist Party. They are, you know, super broad and everything like that, but also super specific in all levels. Um, so they kind of both accept this, but they would demand any organization that would find itself within it just completely submit and convert themselves over, which most organizations don't want to do because organizations seek to maintain themselves, and part of maintaining themselves is self-replication of the internal functionings of whatever the organism is. And they would effectively be accepting self-termination. Now, some organizations can do that, others can't. What they're saying, rather, is that whenever there's any sort of merger going on, it's not a merger between organizations. Rather, one organization dissolves itself and individual members in that organization come in on the ground floor and submit themselves to whatever normal procedures there are to getting into the party, right? As opposed to how these fusions used to work, wherein the leadership would keep their position leadership, and the rank and file would enter, and then, you know, it's a mess. You know, these organizations rarely maintain their ethos, and that's the entire basis of any sort of organization. If it can't maintain its ethos, then it dies. Okay, with that long winded aside, where were we? Wanting to win over large groups of workers, deals are struck instead with the leaders and the movement's cadres, who were thrown into disorder and dissolved and recombined during periods of active struggle. Recognizing fractions and groups within the opportunist parties as communist, they would be absorbed by means of organizational mergers. Thus, almost all the parties, instead of preparing for the struggle, were kept in a state of permanent crisis, lacking continuity of action and with no clear boundaries set between friend and foe. They would register one failure after another and on an international scale. The left laid claims to organizational unicity and continuity because they refused to do any mergers with anybody. On these 4 points, therefore, the International exhibited weaknesses which made it possible for opportunism to recapture it. Weaknesses which only the Italian left identified as far back as 1920. It was the Italian left which insisted on making the conditions of admission 1920 more rigid and which succeeded in getting some essential clarifications inserted into 21 points. Although it didn't manage to have excluded the clause on national peculiarities, to which the Italian maximalists would later have recourse to in their game of false support, which the leadership of the International accepted as sincere from 1921, when it proposed a possible review of the PCDI's irrevocable split from the Socialist Party that same year. The Moscow and the Italian question in Rasenga Comunista 1921. Did we have that? 1921. I don't think so. Okay, continuing. Thus, throughout the Second Congress, still the left would express its doubts about notions of the party as class fractions. And Democrat fraction means faction, of course. And democratic centralism, not out of any mania for literary purity, but because of the dangers that the inadequacy of these formulations expressed. The same Second Congress, the left would oppose the tactic of revolutionary parliamentarism, not just on the grounds that it was the wrong tactic for Western Europe, but also because it made it impossible to draw a definitive line of demarcation within the so-called electionist communists, i.e., the maximalists. I'm not sure how it makes it impossible to draw a definitive line. Whatever. At the Third Congress, the left opposes the dubious formulation of the conquest of the majority, which, even if Trotsky and Lenin's interpretation of it was precise and correct, posed immense dangers for the young communist parties in the West. After 1921, the left is opposed to the practice of mergers of uniting parts of other parties with the Communist Party, holding that there can only be one party and that this can only be joined on an individual basis. The left is thus also opposed to the practice of infiltrating communist fractions into other parties and calls for the organizational rules to be tightened up. In December 1921, the theses of the United Front are adopted, and the left puts forward its well-known reservations about them, even if it was actually the left which first adopted the tactic of the United Front from below in Italy. At the Rome Congress in 1922, the left votes through the famous theses on tactics, in which it asserted the necessity of the International to predict and delimit tactical means, at least within its general outlines and as applicable over long timescales and large areas, with a view to preventing the bad practice, which would eventually become entrenched in the International, of fluctuating tactics and dictates based exclusively on knee-jerk reactions to changing situations. Again, no tactic survives contact with the enemy. You're going to need to be able to make on-the-floor decisions. Yes, the center should be consulted because they have a wider view of what's going on, and all of your tactics need to be based in the larger strategy. But that doesn't mean that you need to sit there and do the exact same thing over and over and over again when it's not working. Gosh, these people. The Rome Theses, which were proposed as a project for the International as a whole, would be criticized and rejected by the latter and accused of abstractionism, schematism, and formalism, etc. It would therefore be absurd to say that the differences between the left and the International were just secondary ones of a tactical nature. There were profound differences between the left and the International on the overall question of how to formulate tactical problems in general. And the subsequent collapse of the International confirmed that, while it had managed to resolve the question of principle and theory in a definitive manner, it hadn't managed to set out the question of tactics in nearly as definitive and appropriate way. And though this open breach to new opportunism was able to pass, the material and historical reasons why this necessary systematization of the tactical question wasn't possible is clearly explained in our theses. The fact remains, however, that there is no systematization despite the left continuing calling for it. The left would be accused of doctrinarianism and abstractionism by the International precisely because it did call for it. Thus, it would be just as inaccurate to maintain that the Bolshevik Party in Russia continued to make every effort to formulate the International's problems in a consistently Marxist manner, but found itself having to deal in the West with human material which, with the exception of the left, refused to accept this correct formulation. This is tautological. You, what was the point of the sentence? I don't understand. Okay, on the they are not beating their windbag status at all. On the contrary, it's clear that the Bolshevik Party's own situation, fortified on as an isolated power, influenced by the way it formulated and resolved the International's problems, dominated as it was by the pressing need for a revolutionary victory in the West at any cost. Thus, the Bolshevik Party became more relaxed about accepting groups and fractions which weren't absolutely Marxist. And having already opened a breach with 21 points and with the tactics of revolutionary parliamentarism, it widened with its tactical wavering and wrong organizational practice, thus making it much more difficult in turn to form true communist parties in the West. That's entirely accurate. The Western communist parties, and the German and French ones in particular, remained full of reformists, not for the stupid reason that the latter were hiding within the organization, and the Moscow Center lacked the repressive energy to expel them en masse, but because the boundaries of the organization were becoming increasingly vague, not in the sphere of disciplinary regulations and the screening of new recruits, but in the vile field of tactics and organizational norms, and such they would remain, in fact becoming even more vague, because the leadership of the International was betting everything on victory in neighboring Germany, and in order to have a party capable of leading the insurgent proletariat, it widened the mesh of its organizational net even more. It widened its net not by forgetting to enforce checks on individual recruits, or by omitting to have individual militants undergo a rigid curriculum consisting of a progression from reader, listener, sympathizer to comrade, the way in which organizational rigidity might be best understood by Lota Comunista groups. I don't know what that is, but Lota Comunista. Political party born in Italy that does not recognize parliamentary dynamics or party strategy. Extra parliamentary. Okay. I don't know if they're saying that's a good or a bad thing. Well, no, I do know they would say this is a bad thing because their perspective is that one learns by going out and doing. So you shouldn't like start out learning and then developing, theory for yourself, but rather you learn in the field by going out and engaging in active struggle. So they're probably against this. Okay, but by neglecting the rule that people should only join the party as individuals, by making allowances for national differences, by bargaining over fusions and filtering of other groups, by throwing open the door to notorious right-wingers and centrists, merely because they had some influence over the proletarian masses, and finally, by leaving tactical norms as a blank page. This practice ensured that, once the revolutionary movement had run out of steam, it found itself having to get to grips with parties which had progressed towards communism but were still imbued with a social democratic or even parliamentarian mentality. All right, we're going to add this. And I'm not going to break that down quite yet because I want to read this last bit. Let's then return to our correct formulation of the organizational questions. Our theses at no point say that the International's weakness was in any way due to a failure to launch a successful witch hunt against social democrats lurking in the communist parties. The social democrats are able to, quote, hide inside the communist parties because the International hadn't made a clean break with parliamentary praxis, because it had endorsed fusions and blocs, because it had denied that tactical norms should have set limits, and not because there weren't enough inspectors to supervise the sections. If the organizational and tactical physiognomy of the communist parties had been rendered sharper and clearer, the Social Democrats high in the organization would have left out organically of their own accord. If this adjustment, not in the field of discipline, but in that of organization tactics, wasn't possible, it was vain to seek a remedy for the lack of it in a tightening of disciplinary rules, a stiffening of penalties, and expulsions. This is the left's battle. Okay. So I think that's clear, but in case it isn't, essentially what they're saying is rather than going and starting, rather than doing criticism and self-criticism, rather than doing audits and internal investigations and external investigations and whatnot, instead tighten up your rules and do on the ground investigation. So if you got a comrade who's doing parliamentary activity, then call him out or something along those lines. I don't really see this as structurally different. I mean, it is, but kind of you're effectively doing that anyway. You're going to need some way to make sure everybody is following through with these and not going outside of their tactical limitations or whatever it is that you want to say that. Or I guess it is free game. I don't know. Anyway. All right, so the party's organizational boundaries in terms of tactics and norms must be strict and formulated, adhering to development of theory and embedded within Marxist practice, not individuals going off and doing their own thing. All individuals in the parties must have rigid basis in understanding the organizational and tactical questions through praxis. There should be no mass fusions of organizations. There should be no allowances for national differences, softness to take advantage of momentary circumstances at the cost of principles. And the example of this is, letting right wingers and centrists into the organization on the basis that they might attract a couple additional people. All right. So, by having proper organizational structure and tactics which are actively adhered to and not abandoned, those who do not accept them will leave as they cannot take the action they desire. Hence, no criticism and self-criticism or any other such internal auditing is needed. Note, this is completely incorrect. This functionally requires that everyone to be making sure everyone at all times is adhering to the party line. Simply by not having official processes for something does not remove it if your organizational structure is producing it. They recognize that, but then they kind of leave that off. How is it that they're going to be, making sure everybody's keeping to this line? Especially if they're expecting everybody who isn't going to keep to the line are just going to leave. Well, you have to have some process of making it so it is necessarily the case that's followed through with. There's no strong guarantee there unless you have some way within the organization to force it through. All right. Quotations to essentially say that they always had these views and to give extra, reasoning to them. Draft theses presented by left at the Third Congress of the Communist Party of Elite Line Theses in 1926. We read this. Part 2, Section 1. The crisis in the Second International caused by the World War has, with the Constitution of the Communist International, been completely and definitively resolved. as far as the restoration of revolutionary doctrine is concerned. Whereas, from the organizational tactical point of view, despite the formation of the Comintern certainly constituting an immense historical victory, the crisis in the proletarian movement has not been resolved to the same extent. A fundamental factor in the formation of the new international was the Russian Revolution, first glorious victory of the world proletariat. However, owing to the social conditions in Russia, the Russian Revolution hasn't provided the general historical model for revolutions in other countries on the tactical side. In it, the transition from feudal autocratic power to the proletarian dictatorship, there is no epoch of political dominion by the bourgeois class, organized in its own exclusive and stable state apparatus. It is precisely for this reason that the historical confirmation of the conceptions of the Marxist program in the Russian Revolution has been of such enormous significance and of such great use in routing social democratic revisionism into a realm of principles. In the organizational field, however, the struggle against the Second International, an integral part of the struggle against global capitalism, hasn't met with the same decisive success, and a multitude of errors has been committed which have resulted in the Communist parties not being as effective as objective conditions would have allowed. The same has to be said for the regards to the field of tactics, where many problems have not been resolved and still haven't been resolved properly today. In the sector where modern bourgeois parliamentary state with a historically stable apparatus, proletariat, and the communist parties have not always derived all that they could from proletarian offensive against capitalism and from the liquidation of the social democratic parties, i.e., the political organs of the counter revolutionary bourgeoisie. Part 2, Section 4. During the foundation of the Comintern, the view that it was necessary to establish a vast concentration of revolutionary forces carried a lot of weight, because it was predicted at the time that objective conditions would develop much more rapidly than they did. Nevertheless, in retrospect, we can see that it would have been preferable to establish organizational criteria which are more rigorous. The formation of parties and the conquest of the masses has been favored neither by making concessions to anarchist and syndicalist groups, nor by the small compromises made with the centrists allowing for the 21 conditions, neither by organic fusions with parties or fractions of parties as a result of political infiltration, nor by tolerating in some countries a dual communist organization alongside sympathizer parties. The watchword of organizing the party on the basis of factory cells, launched after the Fifth Congress, hasn't achieved its aim of remedying the glaring defects concordantly observed in the various sections of the International. So what they're talking about here is essentially for communist organization along sympathizer parties, they're talking about the support of national bourgeois stuff by communist organizations with the intent of essentially, and this is effectively the theory of new democracy, though that's more developed than what we read in the national question. The theory was essentially that not only will the liberation of various imperialized nations strike a blow at the heart of imperialist capitalist nations and allow them to develop their own revolutionary movements. And this, of course, carries out. But in addition, essentially what the idea was is that the communist parties would support their national bourgeois revolutionaries, but in such a manner that would allow them to take advantage of the situation as soon as victory was achieved in order to convert it from within, like a shell, right? They've got a shell of bourgeois society exploding out of the imperialist one and defeating it, and then from within that, the Communist Party goes in and it just eats up the bourgeois movement and destroys it. Now, in China, this worked, but at the same time, it didn't because New Democracy never actually ended. Mao kept it. He kept a significant amount of national bourgeoisie, in place and actually brought them into the state and so on and so forth. Um, and that continued for basically the entirety of the communist rule within China up until well, it was the basis by which Deng really took power ultimately. He should have just betrayed them, you know. right after a revolution, you just say, "Okay, thanks, guys," and then betray them. Give no fucks. Don't sit there with the viper at your feet and then boom in your bed with you. Absolutely insane. Anyway, the watchword of organizing the party on the I'm sorry. Part 3, Section 4, the Rome Congress, held in March 1922, crystallized a theoretical divergence between the Italian left and the majority of the International. It was a divergence which had been expressed before rather badly by our delegates to the Third World Congress and the Large Executive of February 1922, where, especially on the first occasion, some errors of the infantilist variety were certainly committed. The Rome Theses would constitute the happy theoretical and political liquidation of any peril of left-wing opportunism in the Italian party. As far as party practice was concerned, the only divergence with the International was over what tactic to adopt towards the Maximalists. But such divergences appeared resolved by unitary results which emerged from the Socialist Congress in October 1921. The Rome Theses were adopted as a contribution by the party to the International's decision making and not as an immediate line of action. This was confirmed by the party directorate at the Large Executive of 1922, and we didn't embark on a theoretical debate precisely how to discipline the International and its ruling against it. On August 1922, however, the International didn't interpret the various factors in the same way as the party directorate, but reckoned that the Italian situation was unstable in the sense that the states weakened resistance and thought of reinforcing the party on the basis of a fusion with the Maximalists, considering as a decisive factor not the lessons learned during the vast strike maneuver in August, but the split between the Maximalists and the Unitarians. It is from this moment that the two political lines diverge in a definitive way. At the Fourth World Congress in December 1922, the old directorate opposed the majority thesis, and on their return to Italy, the delegates had passed the matter over to the Merger Commission, unanimously declined to take any responsibility for the decision, though of course retaining their administrative functions. Then came the arrests in February 1923 and a big offensive against the party. Finally, during the large executive meeting of June 1923, the old executive was deposed and completely replaced, and several party leaders would simply resign as a logical consequence. In May 1924, a party consultative conference would still give the left an overwhelming majority over the center and right, and thus it would attend the Fifth World Congress in 1924. So I've just been thinking, and it kind of sounds like the tactics are what in previous video we described in cybernetic terms as an approved technology matrix. The various actions that and a local organization can take, more or less. It's not necessarily local, but again, consider, for example, you've got your consider, for example, you have your steel making industry, and the steel making industry is going in, and it has several different ways of producing steel, and usually what happens is the company, the center, let's call it that, will go to that steel manufacturing plant and say, what are the various ways that you can produce steel? And they will list out according to what they have on site. We have this, we have this, we have this, and that, and that, and that, and so on and so forth, right? And then the center, the corporation, the government, whoever is doing this will take a look at this and they will say, okay, according to our larger strategy throughout the entirety of the situation, we want you to utilize these things on your technology matrix. We don't particularly care how you do it. We just care that it be done. And we're going to look at your inputs, the amount of resources that are going in the varying different ways. It could be manpower, it could be electricity, it could be anything, right? And we will look at your outputs, and of course, for companies, that's going to be the profits. And if the numbers do not match up, then that's a problem. Um, and we're going to compare you to these other organizations, perhaps. Um, so one of the things here is effectively what they have said is that the center is going to produce the technology matrix and say, here are your lists of things, rather than actually going in and getting the list that they have, their technology matrix, and then going through that. It's rather than local, it all comes from on top. And this can be a significant problem, of course, because all sorts of organizations on the lower levels are going to be like, well, I don't have the capacity to do this. So what am I supposed to do? And, they might go and say, well, we're not even going to bother listening to that. We're just going to do the best that we can. Or maybe they will say, we'll break with it. They'll do what they said would be the result. The Social Democrats will just fucking leave. And to a certain degree, that's true. Um, that's a good thing to a certain degree. But the whole point is that the center is able to take all the different, they have a larger strategy in mind. They're able to see all the disparate groups because they have the resources and capacity to do so. And they take it all and combine and are able to say, okay, we understand what's going on here. This group's doing this, that group's doing those things. And those disparate groups, they don't necessarily need to have any clue what any other group on that level of recursion is doing, because the higher level of recursion is able to see what everybody else is doing and organize it, right? We'll get to this with the cybernetic stuff, which I'm very excited for eventually getting to. All right, back to the text with that long aside. Nature, function, and tactics of the revolution of the working class revolutionary party, 1947. As a result of the Russian Revolution, the Third International responded to this disastrous direction for the workers' movement. It must be said, however, that if the restoration of revolutionary values was impressive and complete as far as doctrinal principles, theoretical training, and the central question of state power were concerned, the systematic organization of the new international and training in its tactics and that of its member parties was, on the contrary, not similarly complete. Their critique of the opportunists in the Second International was nevertheless absolute and decisive, not only with regard to their total abandonment of Marxist principles, but also with regard to their tactic of coalition and collaboration with bourgeois governments and parties. It was made abundantly clear that the particularist and temporary direction given to the old socialist parties had not led in the slightest to assuring the workers of small benefits and material improvements in exchange for enunciation of preparing and carrying out the total attack on bourgeois institutions and power. Instead, by compromising both the minimum and maximum programs, it led to an even worse situation, i.e., the use of proletarians' organizations, forces, combativity, personnel, and lives to achieve goals that were not the political and historical goals of their class, but led instead to the strengthening of capitalist imperialism. During the war, capitalist imperialism had thus overcome, for at least the entire historical phase, the intrinsic threat posed by the contradictions of its productive mechanism, and had also overcome the political crisis wrought by the war and its repercussions by means of the subjugation to itself of the trade union and political formations of the opposing class, by means of the political and national coalitions. This amounted, according to Leninist critique, to a complete distortion of the role and function of the proletarian party, which is not there to save the bourgeois fatherland or the institutions of so-called bourgeois freedom, from declared dangers, but to keep the workers' forces deployed on the movement's own general line of direction, which must culminate in the total conquest of political power, breaking the bourgeois state. Um, this is, I'm going to take this because I think that it's a good quote, but I don't think I'm going to summarize it because I think it's very clear. I just like the quote. It's entirely correct, and it's short compared to most of their stuff. In the war's immediate aftermath, when the so-called subjective conditions for a revolution, i.e., the effectiveness of the organization and parties of the proletariat, seemed unfavorable, but the objective conditions appeared to be favorable, as the crisis of the bourgeois world was fully exposed. The task was to improve the subjective conditions through the prompt reorganization of the Revolutionary International. The process was dominated, as it must be, by the great historical reality of the first working class revolutionary victory in Russia, which had made it possible to bring broad communist aims into clear light of day. But it would draw the tactics of communist parties, which other countries brought together groups of socialists opposed to wartime opportunism, into direct imitation of the tactics of victoriously applied in Russia by the Bolshevik Party and its conquest of power through the historic struggle from February to November 1917. From the outset, this approach gave rise to important debates about the tactical methods of the International, and especially the one called the United Front, consisting of frequent invitations to other proletarian and socialist parties to joint agitation and action, with the goal of highlighting the inadequacy of the methods of those parties and moving their traditional influence over the masses to the advantage of the communists. In fact, despite the open warnings of the Italian left and other oppositionist groups, the leaders of the International did not realize that this tactic of the United Front, by pushing revolutionary organizations alongside social democratic, social patriotic, and opportunist organizations, from which they're hardly distinguishable as an inflexible opposition. I think that if you're not distinguishable, then as a communist party from these other things, then that is its own problem, completely unattached to, a very temporary, hey, we're going to go marching together because fuck these people, right? If you're not indistinguishable, then you've got a problem, and it's not, you know, it's not the Unite Front that's your problem. Not only would disorient the masses, rendering the advantages that they're expecting from this tactic impossible, but would, even more serious, pollute the revolutionary parties themselves. Um, Again, this is completely outside the method that the United Front is supposed to be doing. Wherein the Communist Party maintains absolute autonomy. It never gives up any autonomous action. It never gives up the ability to critique um, it's the other people in the United Front or anything along those lines. All that's happening is you've got a very temporary, hey, uh, I'm doing my own thing, but it's at the same time as you, right? Okay. I mean, to some degree, I understand, right? Let's say, for example, um, you're doing a march and you got your communist flags and stuff, and then suddenly, you know, some Democrats come in and they got Democratic flags, and they join your marching line. Should you let them keep marching in your group, or should you force them out? You know, probably the latter, especially because these guys are probably here in bad faith. If they're there marching with the Democratic flag, frankly, they're probably Republicans who call the Democrats communists. and they want to associate the Communist Party with the Republican or with the Democrats, or rather the other way around. So I can understand it, but at the same time, I think that's quite silly to just go in and say, "Oh no, people get confused by this." I don't think that that's really the case, unless your party is unable to make itself uh, it doesn't have as much presence as is necessary to be able to mark itself as a separate entity. Okay, continuing. It is true that the Revolutionary Party is the best and least constrained factor in history, but it has not ceased to be at the same time a product of history and undergoes mutations and repositionings with every modification of social forces. We cannot think of the tactical problem as the handling of a weapon, which, pointed in whatever direction, stays the same. The tactics of the party influence and change the party itself. If no tactic can be condemned in the name of a priori dogmas, as a precondition, every tactic must be analyzed and discussed in light of the questions such as this: in earning an eventual greater influence over the party of the party over the masses, won't the character of the party be compromised, together with its ability to lead these masses to the objective? All right, so we're going to take this right here. The adoption of the United Front tactic on the part of the Third International meant, in reality, that also the Communist International entered on the path of opportunism that had led the Second International to defeat and liquidation. Characteristic of the opportunist tactic had been sacrifice of the final and total victory to partial and contingent successes. The tactic of the United Front revealed itself as opportunistic, as in reality it sacrificed the primary and irreplaceable guarantee of the total and final victory, the revolutionary potential of the class party, to contingent action that should have assured momentary and partial advantages to the proletariat, increasing the influence of the party over the masses and greater compactness of the proletariat in the struggle for the gradual improvement of its material conditions and for the maintenance of any actual achievements. In this situation after the First World War, which appeared objectively revolutionary, the leadership of the International became guided by the concern, which was not unfounded, of finding itself unprepared and poorly followed within the masses at the outbreak of a general European movement that could lead to the conquest of power in some of the large capitalist countries. The possibility of a rapid collapse of the capitalist world was so important for the Linus International, which we today understand as the hope of being able to direct vaster masses in the struggle for a European revolution. That was too free in the acceptance of the adherents of movements which were not true communist parties, and it searched, in the elastic tactic of the United Front, to maintain contact with the masses who were outside the hierarchy of the party, oscillating between conservatism and revolution. So, again, if they're trying to call mergers and whatnot as sorry if you guys heard that, if you're trying to call the tactic of the United Front the tactic of mergers, then these are fundamentally distinct things. If it was used in that way, then yeah, it was shit. There's no question about that. But from our readings on the character of the United Front, that has nothing to do what they had in mind with that. In fact, one second here. It's the United. In the second one. Gosh. All right, here we go. So, right here in the original. Wait, am I in the right place? There we go. The involvement must maintain the party's independence and program while rejecting any social democratic reformist positions that involve entrance within the state. Um, the United Front means common action by all labor categories, local and regional groups of workers, and national trade union organizations. In the United Front, the workers are driven to direct action guided by their class organizations. Um, so they should be constantly preparing for a sudden but inevitable betrayal by social democrat counter-revolutionaries, by protecting themselves and infiltration by opportunists, by keeping the program pure, rejecting any calls by social democrats to stop the proletarian counteroffensive. And yeah, this is the Communist Party of Italy, to be clear. So maybe their conception of it was distinct from the larger conception of the United Front. I'm not going to toss that to the side. Maybe I'm reading, the the left's stance of how to deal with United Front, and or more specifically to engage in the United Front against their own will without breaking with the center's demands. Maybe my own understanding of what Lenin had in mind with the United Front was not complete. I don't know. Um, I had assumed I was reading the Third International's direct words about the United Front. Okay, let's continue. Uh, in this situation after the First World War, which appeared objectively revolutionary, the leadership of the International became guided by a concern which was not unfounded. Oh, I'm sorry, we already read that. If the favorable outcome has occurred, the consequences for the politics of the economy of the first proletarian power in Russia would have been sufficiently powerful to allow the very rapid restoration of the national and international organizations of the Communist parties. Given that the less favorable outcome had occurred, i.e., the reestablishment of capitalism, instead of this, the revolutionary proletariat had to resume the struggle and the course with a movement which, having sacrificed its own clear political preparation and its own homogeneity of composition and organization, was exposed to new opportunist generations. But the mistake that opened the Third International's doors to a new and more serious opportunist wave was not just a mistake in calculating the future likelihood of the proletariat becoming revolutionary. It was a mistake of preparation and historical interpretation consisting in the desire to generalize the experiences and methods of Russian Bolshevism, applying them to countries with a much more advanced bourgeois and capitalist civilization. The Russia that existed before February 1917 was still feudal Russia, in which the capitalist productive forces were held back under the weight of old relations of production. It was obvious that in this situation, similar to that of France in 1789 and Germany in 1848, the proletarian party had to fight against Tsarism even if it seemed impossible to avoid the consequence that, after its overthrow, a bourgeois capitalist regime would establish itself. As a consequence, it was likewise obvious that the Bolshevik Party could accept contracts with other political groupings, contracts made necessary by the struggle against Tsarism. Between February and October 1917, the Bolshevik Party observed that the objective conditions were favorable for a much more ambitious project, that of grafting the revolutionary conquest of power by the proletariat on the destruction of Tsarism. It therefore hardened its tactical positions, adopted open and ruthless positions against all other political formations, from the revolutionary advocates of a return to Tsarism and feudalism, to the socialist revolutionaries and Mensheviks. But the fact that an effective return of reactionary, absolutist, and theocratic feudalism could be feared, and the fact that the state and political formations in the hands of or influenced by the bourgeoisie no longer had the strength and capacity to attract and absorb autonomous proletarian forces in the extremely fluid and unstable situation, put the Bolshevik Party in a situation of being able to accept contacts and provisional accords with other organizations having a proletarian party, as happened during the Kornilov episode. Basically, they're saying that because the threat of a return to Tsarism was possible, it made it so there is common ground between the bourgeois organizations and the Bolshevik Party. And this is in line with Marx's own writings in the Communist Manifesto, wherein he said, in positions of the communists in relation to the various existing parties, you know, they ally with the Social Democrats against the conservative and radical bourgeoisie in France. However, in Switzerland, um, they ally with partly radical bourgeoisie. Um, Over here in uh, Germany, they fight with the bourgeoisie whenever it acts in a revolutionary way against the absolute monarchy, the feudal squirearchy, and the pay bourgeoisie. So basically, the idea is they get on whatever side is historically progressive at that time, and they play to that end, right? But what historical progressivism is there in, a petty bourgeois party? The libertarians? There's nothing progressive about that. That's regressive. Um, is it the Social Democrats? No, they're not progressive. It's like, question is, there basically there's nobody who the bourgeoisie is threatened by besides the proletariat now, and therefore there's no basis for any alliance because with any faction of the bourgeoisie, because the bourgeoisie are, either they are sympathizers and they'll join the Communist Party, or they are not sympathizers and they are actively hostile. It's a character of the class struggle here. So anyway, continuing. The Bolshevik Party, in building the United Front against Kornilov, was in reality struggling against the return of reactionary feudalism, and, moreover, it had nothing to fear in terms of succumbing to the influence of the greater strength of the Menshevik and social revolutionary organizations, nor in terms of a solid state power benefiting from the contingent alliance of the Bolsheviks in order to turn against them. The situation and the balance of forces were completely different in the countries of the advanced bourgeois culture. In these countries, one could no longer imagine, and all the more so today, the prospects of a reactionary return to feudalism, and therefore every possible objective of common action with other parties is absent. Moreover, in these countries, state power and bourgeois groupings were consolidated in their success in the tradition of domination to such an extent that you could well predict the autonomous organizations of the proletariat. If pushed towards frequent and close contact for the United Front tactic, it would be exposed to an almost inevitable influence and absorption by those bourgeois forces. Um, I don't know if I agree with that. Uh, I think that that's a personal problem more than an inevitable certainty. Continuing, ignoring this profound difference between the situations and okay, so listen, when you're in an environment, you're going to pick up aspects of that environment. There's no question about that. But at no point, but essentially that would be arguing that there's no basis to having a communist party in the first place. Because guess what? Your external relations at all time are capitalist. Even if you're trying to prefigure communist society, your external relations are all going to be bourgeois in character. You don't have any choices along those lines. In other words, I don't really see a distinction here. Perhaps it's simply the act of will, but if you're not able to maintain your ethos and whatnot just by shouldering up to some other organization, you've got larger problems. Organizations all the time avoid essentially integrating external structures of other organizations. It's not particularly difficult to avoid doing that. Um, I mean, for fuck's sake, think about military, right? Just because the military of one country might fight alongside the military of another country doesn't mean that these different militaries start, merging or anything along those lines, or start taking in people from one military and putting them into another. That doesn't happen because because they're strict organizations, because they don't allow such fraternization even when they're working alongside one another. And that's how the United Front should be considered, by the way. It's a military action. Because that's the entire point. It's supposed to be done in periods of, oh, hey, we have a chance to turn this into a revolutionary moment by capturing large amounts of the proletariat by going in and being able to propagandize within this larger movement. Okay, continuing. Ignoring this profound difference between the situations and wanting to apply the Bolsheviks' tactical methods in advanced countries, which were adapted to the situation of the nascent bourgeois regime in Russia, led the Communist International into a series of ever greater disasters and finally to its inglorious liquidation. The tactic of the United Front was driven into making commitments that were different from the party's program on the problem of the state, referring to the demand for and realization of workers' governments, and therefore governments formed from mixed delegations of communists and social democrats, and came together in power by the normal parliamentary routes, without violently breaking the bourgeois state apparatus. Such talk of workers' government was presented at the Fifth Congress of the Communist International as the logical and natural corollary of the United Front, as applied in Germany, resulting in a serious defeat for the German proletariat and its Communist Party. Again, I would just call this New Democracy, and New Democracy is in its own right a natural corollary of the United Front. But I would argue that these are distinct things. Okay. 125. Characteristic Theses of the Party. Florence Theses, 1951. Part 3, Section 6. The Third International arises on a basis that is both anti-social democratic and anti-social patriotic. Not only through the whole of the Proletarian International are no alliances entered into with other parties to wield parliamentary power. No, more than that, it is denied that power can be conquered, even in a, quote, intransigent way, just by a proletarian party through legal means, and the need is reasserted amidst the ruins of capitalism's peaceful phase for armed violence and dictatorship. Not only are no alliances entered into with governments at war, even in the case of, quote, defensive wars, and class opposition kept up even during war. More than that, every effort is made by means of defeatist propaganda at the front to turn imperialistic war between states into civil war between classes. Should I bother taking this? It's not. It's not really needed, but it's nice to have it restated. Okay. Part 3, Section 7. The response to the first wave of opportunism was the formula: no electoral, parliamentary, or ministerial alliances to obtain reforms. The response to the second wave was another tactical formula: no war alliances since 1871 with the state and bourgeoisie. Delayed reactions would prevent the critical turning point of 1914 to 18 being turned to advantage by engaging in a wide-scale struggle for defeatism in war and for the destruction of the bourgeois state. Part 3, Section 8. One great exception is the victory of Russia in October 1917. Russia was the only major European state still ruled by a feudal power where penetration by capitalist forms of production was weak. In Russia, there was a party, not large, but with a tradition firmly anchored in Marxism, which had not only opposed the two consecutive waves of opportunism in the Second International, but which at the same time, after the great trials of 1905, was up to posing the problems of how to graft two revolutions, the bourgeois and proletarian, together. In February 1917, this party struggles alongside others against Tsarism, then immediately after, not only against the bourgeois liberal parties, but also against the opportunist proletarian parties, and it defeats them all. What is more, it then becomes the center of the reconstitution of the Revolutionary International. Part 3, Section 11. Evidence of the pressing need to accelerate the taking of power in Europe, to prevent the violent collapse of the Soviet state, or else its involution into a capitalistic state in a few years at the very most, appeared as soon as bourgeois society consolidated after the serious shock of the First World War. But the Communist parties didn't manage to take power, except in a few attempts which were rapidly crushed, and this led them to asking themselves what they could do to counter the fact that large sections of the proletariat were still prey to social democratic and opportunistic influences. There are two conflicting methods. One which considered the parties of the Second International, which were openly conducting an unremitting struggle against the communist program and against revolutionary Russia, as open enemies, and struggled against them as the most dangerous part of the bourgeois front. The other, which relied on the expedient to reduce the influence of the social democratic parties over the masses to the advantage of the Communist Party, using strategic and tactical quote-unquote maneuvers. Part 3, Section 12. To justify the latter method, the experiences of the Bolshevik policy in Russia were misapplied, departing from the correct historical line. The offer of alliances with petite bourgeois and even bourgeois parties was justified historically by the fact that the Tsar's power, by banning all of these movements, forced them to engage in insurrectional struggle. In Europe, on the other hand, the only common tactics which were proposed, even as maneuver, were ones respectful of legality, whether within the trade unions or within parliament. In Russia, the phase of liberal parliamentarism had been very short, in 1905 and a few months in 1917. And it was the same as far as legal recognition of the trade union movement was concerned. In the rest of Europe, meanwhile, half a century of degeneration of the proletarian movement had made these two fields of action propitious terrain on which to dull revolutionary energies and corrupt the workers' leaders. The guarantee which lay in the Bolshevik Party's solidity of organization principle was not the same as the guarantee offered by the existence of the state power in Moscow, which due to social conditions and internal relations was more liable, as history showed, to succumb to renunciation of revolutionary principles and policy. Section 3, Part 14. Between 1921 and 26, increasingly opportunistic versions of the International's tactical methods were imposed at its congresses, 3rd, 4th, 5th, at the enlarged Executive Committee in 1926. At the root of the method was the simple formula: alter the tactics to fit the circumstances. By means of so-called analyses, every 6 months or so, new stages of capitalism were identified and new maneuvers proposed to address them. This is essentially revisionism, which has always been, quote, voluntarist. In other words, when it realized its predictions about the advent of socialism had come true, it decided to force the pace of history with a new praxis, but in doing so also ceased the struggle for proletarian socialist objectives of our maximum program. Back in 1900, the reformists said that the circumstances ruled out all possibility of insurrection. We shouldn't expect the impossible, they said. Let us work instead to win elections and to change the law, and to make economic gains via the trade unions. And when this method failed to provoke a reaction from essentially voluntarist to anarcho-syndicalist current, who blamed party politics and politics in general, predicting that change would come through the effort of bold minorities in a general strike, led by the trade unions alone. Similarly, the Communist International, once it saw the West European proletariat wasn't going to fight for the dictatorship, preferred to rely on substitutes as a way of getting through the impasse. And what came of all this, once capitalist equilibrium had been restored, was that it neither modified the objective situation nor the balance of power, but did weaken and corrupt the workers' movement, just as had happened when the impatient revisionists of right and left ended up in the service of the bourgeoisie in war coalitions. All the theoretical preparation and restoration of revolutionary principles was sabotaged by confusing the communist program of taking power by revolutionary means with the accession of so-called kindred, governments by means of support and participation in parliaments and bourgeois cabinets by communists. In Saxony and Thuringia, it would end in farce, where two policemen were enough to overthrow the government's communist leader. That I wonder what that's about. um, I'm going to do a little. Again, I'm not sure what exactly they mean when they mean tactics, and if they are including on the ground tactics, or if they're, you know, talking about wider strategy. They seem to be, swapping in between them to some degree because, when they talk about tactics in this way, I agree. They're just going in and, well, no, I don't agree. I don't agree. It isn't the problem that they're altering the tactics to fit the circumstances. The problem is the results in tactics, right? And, there's no basis by which to say that essentially changes in tactics are revisionism. There's no basis to make such a claim. Because, it's not just that tactics change, it's also that consciousness and knowledge changes. It's not that, everything is prepackaged from the very get-go immediately with no shifts or anything. I'll get into this later, when I'm going through that. But yeah, anyway, Part 3, Section 15. Internal organization was subjected to similar confusion, and the difficult task of sorting out revolutionary members from opportunist ones in the various parties and countries would be compromised. It was believed that new party members, more amenable to cooperating with the center, could be procured by wresting away entire left wings of the old Social Democratic parties. Whereas, in fact, once the new international had gone through its initial period of formation, it needed to function permanently as the World Party and only have new converts joining its national sections on an individual basis. Wanting to win over large groups of workers, deals were struck instead with the leaders and the movement's cadres were thrown into disorder and dissolved and recombined during periods of active struggle. Recognizing factions and groups within the opportunist parties as communists, they would be absorbed by means of organizational mergers. Thus, almost all the parties, instead of preparing for the struggle, were kept in a state of permanent crisis. Lacking continuity of action with no clear boundary set between friend and foe, they would register one failure after another and on an international scale. The left lays claim to organizational unicity and continuity. Considerations on the organic activity of the party when the general situation is historically unfavorable. 1965. Having also missed its historic chance to save, if not the revolution, at least the core of its historical party, today we are starting from scratch in a situation which is objectively torpid and indifferent, among a proletariat infected to the marrow by petty bourgeois democratism. But the nascent organization, which utilizes all the traditional doctrine and practice established over the years its history, proves its timely forecast to be correct. Did it though? Also applies in its day-to-day practice, seeking to reestablish ever wider contacts with the exploited masses, eliminates from its own structure one of the parting errors of the Moscow International, by getting rid of democratic centralism and the application of any voting mechanism. Just as it is eliminated from the ideology of every last one of its members any concession to democratic, pacifist, autonomous, or libertarian trends. And then, Theses on the Historical Duty, Action, and Structure of the World Communist Party, Theses of Naples, 1965. As regards the subsequent periods in the life of the new international, the correct theoretical diagnosis and historical prediction of new opportunist dangers slowly emerged during the early years of the new international, form an enduring heritage of the communist left. The point will be developed with the historical method, avoiding any heavy theorizing. Okay. The first manifestations announced and opposed by the left appeared in the tactical sphere apropos of the relations to be established with the old parties of the Second International, from which the communists had been separated organizationally by means of splits, and consequently also in wrong measures in the realm of organizational structure. By 1921, it could already be seen that the great revolutionary surge which followed the end of the end of the war in 1918, World War, was petering out, and that capitalism would attempt to counterattack on both the economic and political fronts. Faced with this prospect, the Third Congress had correctly noted that it was not enough to have formed communist parties firmly committed to a program of violent action, proletarian dictatorship, and a communist state if a large part of the proletarian masses were still amenable to the influence of the opportunist parties, who were considered by all of us at the time as the worst instruments of bourgeois counter-revolution, their hands stained with Karl and Rosa's blood. And yet the communist left, while continuing to deplore Blankist initiatives by small parties, didn't accept that winning over the majority, quote, of the proletariat was a condition for revolutionary action either. Besides which, one could never quite know whether it was true wage-earning proletariat being referred to, or the, quote, people, understood to include property-owning peasants, micro-capitalists, artisans, and the rest of the pay bourgeois. This formula of the majority, with its democratic aroma, would trigger a first warning, later proved to be fully justified, that opportunism could arise again, introduced under the familiar banner of homage to the deadly concepts of democracy and electoral balance sheets. From the time of the Fourth Congress at the end of 1922 onwards, the left would stand by its pessimistic forecasts and continue its vigorous struggle against dangerous tactics. The United Front of Communist and Socialist Parties, the Workers' Government slogan, and organizational errors, by which the International attempted to increase the size of parties not just with proletarians flocking to join them after abandoning the parties whose program, activities, and structures were social democratic, but by means of fusions, which admitted entire parties or portions of parties following negotiations with their headquarters, and even by allowing the so-called sympathizer parties to join the Comintern as national sections, a clear error due to its federalistic slant. In a third direction, the left announces, and ever more vigorously as the years go by, the looming danger of opportunism. This third issue concerns the internal functioning of the International and the methods used by the center represented by the Moscow executive against parties or sections of parties which had made errors of the political judgment, methods involving not only ideological terror, but above all organizational pressure, which constitutes a misapplication of and leads to the total falsification of the correct principles of centralization and of discipline, admitting of no exceptions. I don't know what they mean by organizational pressure in this case, but we're going to take this. Part 10. Returning to the early years of the Communist International, we will recall that its Russian leaders, who had behind them not only a thorough knowledge of Marxist doctrine and history, but also the outstanding outcome of the October Revolutionary victory, conceived a thesis such as Lenin's as binding on all, although acknowledging that in the course of the International Party's life there is room for further elaboration. They never asked for them to be put to vote because everything was accepted by unanimous agreement and spontaneously confirmed by everyone on the periphery of the organization, which in those glorious years of living in an atmosphere of enthusiasm and even triumph. The left didn't disagree with these generous. I'm just going to say that's not the case. It was not unanimously agreed on at all. um, I don't know why they're saying that. This is easily determined as not correct. And Lenin was a political shark. He did not do this. Oh, hey, we're just gonna we're just going to do historical. No, ever read Materialism and Empiricism. Ever read his writings on Kautsky? This guy was a political shark. He went after his enemies on all levels: organizational structure, democracy, threatening to leave the party, etc., etc. Over and over again. This guy was, he did maneuvers, as these guys would say. He was a politician. He politicked. He went in and did the fight. There wasn't unanimous agreement. There wasn't spontaneous confirmation outside of some very specific circumstances, right? It was an active, really active force and will, and attacking of his enemies that disagreed with him through personal attacks, through theoretical attacks, through organizational pressure, through all of these different things. He played for keeps. He determined that he had the correct line, and he defended it tooth and nail using any tactic that was available. Okay, continuing. The left didn't disagree with these generous ambitions, but held that, in order to achieve the outcomes all of us dreamt about, the Communist Party, sole and undivided, needed to have some of its organizational and constitutional measures tightened up and made more rigorous, and likewise its tactical norms clarified. As soon as certain relaxations in these vital areas started to emerge, denounced by us to the great Lenin himself, it started to produce harmful effects, and we were forced to meet reports with counter reports, theses with counter theses. Unlike other opposition groups, even those formed in Russia and the Trotskyist current itself, we always carefully avoided having our work within the International take the form for calls for democratic electoral consultations of the party membership as a whole, or for the election of steering committees. I'm not too clear on what a steering committee is, but I assume it's essentially an audit organization that would go in and say, is this organization actually doing the things it's supposed to be doing? Continuing. In the very early years, the left hoped the organizational and tactical concessions might be justified by the fecundity of the historical moment and have only temporary value, since Lenin's prospect was one of major revolutions in Central and maybe Western Europe. And after these, the line would return to the clear and all-encompassing one which was in keeping with the vital principles. But the more that such a hope came to be gradually replaced by the certainty we are headed for opportunistic ruin, which inevitably assumed its classic form without of glorification and exaltation of democratic and electoral intrigue, the more the left conducted its historical defense without undermining its mistrust in the democratic mechanism. So, really quick, I want to go through the sections that we did not go through before. The role and function of the party is to keep the workers' forces deployed on the movement's own general line and direction towards the final goal. Anything that harms that goal is harmful to the party, whatever its declarations. The party continuously develops as an organization within history in accordance to social forces. Tactics that the party needs to carry out to develop with circumstances, and the tactics of the party change the party itself. Because they're in a dialectical relationship. You can't do tactics if you don't have the organization to support the tactics. They arise in the same instance. The question of tactics is fundamentally what allows greater influence of the party over the masses while also avoiding allowing the character of the party to be compromised in its ability to lead the masses to the final objective. The party cannot conquer power by legal means. There can be no alliances with bourgeois governments at war. Class opposition must be held at all times during war. Revolutionary defeatism, aiming to turn imperialistic war between states into civil war between classes. It declares development of new tactical maneuvers in the face of developments within capitalism are revisionism. Note, this is fucking stupid. Conditions change all the time. And yes, a lot of them are temporary and they will revert back. But at all times, you need to be facing your enemy in the most direct method possible. That means moving tactics. Your developing with circumstances, you know. They call development of new tactics, quote unquote, voluntaristic, on grounds of them trying to, quote, force the pace of history with new praxis, end quote. This conception would easily invalidate any and all revolutionary struggles on the grounds that we should simply wait for the rate of profit to reach zero. If developing new tactics, and note they say down here somewhere that they can't have any a priori support for any tactics, so, you know, it's like, how do you justify, for example, the need for violent revolution? How do you justify it? Historically. Okay, well then, if capitalism is changing historically, then that means that there is a change in tactics. Okay, continuing. If developing new tactics is voluntaristic on the grounds that it's trying to force the pace of history, then no tactics can be developed in the first place. They claim that capitalism during periods of change, which would require new tactics, would simply return to previous character, equilibrium. This is anti-Marxist. The equilibrium has been changed as developments change. You can't walk through the same place in a river, right? Like let's just go to Zeno or whatever. You can't walk in the same place in a river twice. It's that simple. History rhymes. It doesn't repeat itself. There's no circumstances where oh hey this crisis that capitalism went under, it's resulted in it's just everything's just gone back to the exact same thing. No. Let's take the 2008 housing crisis as an example. Has anything of that returned to equilibrium? Yes. Yes, it has. Is anything the same? No. No, it's not. Not at all. Even when things return back to an equilibrium does not mean that they are the same. It is a new condition. It has shifted. Our tactics, our propaganda, our ways of thinking, our ways of engaging with the masses, all these things change. This is incontestable. We need to be focusing, squaring face to face with the bourgeois system and rejecting it in its entirety. And that means responding to what is going on in the here and now, in the past, and in the future, right? That's the whole idea. And if that's the case, then our own engagement needs to change as conditions change. All right. Finally, the left struggled against dangerous tactics, including the United Front, the workers' government slogan, organizational errors, including mergers and fusions, allowances of sympathizers to join the Comintern, and opportunism, including processes of criticism and self-criticism, which are understood as harmful for proper discipline. All right. So, we're now getting on to chapter 4, Democratic Centralism and Organic Centralism. Here's hoping that they can accurately actually explain what organic centralism is for the first time. The quotations we have cited provide evidence that the difference between democratic centralism and organic centralism is not merely terminological. Today it is customary to declare that in the party, democratic centralism and organic centralism is the same thing, and that we, quote, suggested calling centralism organic in order to define the term more precisely, end quote. That everything in the end can be reduced for the call for unqualified centralism. Organic centralism is just taken to mean, surrounded as we are by putrescent capitalism, that we need a centralism which is yet more rigid than the Bolshevik parties. And the need for a, quote, more rigid centralism is said to have been dictated our position on the elimination of democratic processes as a means of internal consultation. This may be summed up as follows. Democratic centralism implies a less complete centralism because it is invalidated by the need for periodic consultation of the rank and file. Organic centralism implies absolute centralism, insofar as no longer is anyone consulted, and all decisions are referred to the leading center whose power is absolute and whose decision is final. In short, democratic centralism minus democratic processes equals organic centralism. It remains to be explained why we are capable of doing this subtraction sum, whereas the parties of the Second International use the mechanisms of internal democracy. No, that's not remains to be explained. I don't know how that actually has to do with anything. Anyway, it is obvious that the parties of the Second International must have had a different dynamic, a different way of proceeding. Okay. So they're saying because the parties of the Second International didn't utilize democratic centralism because Lenin hadn't developed it yet. But they were doing a more liberal form of democracy. Anyway, uh, different way of proceeding, of existing, of developing to us, and indeed to the Third International. Whereas the Bolsheviks, let's say in 1903 to 05, had to theorize this formula democratic centralism and adopt it within their organization, the machinery of elective democracy. We can say today that in our party we have rid ourselves of the latter forever. Your party no longer exists, so yeah. After having advised the Communist International that they could do without as well. An initial distinction embedded within all of our theses should be made between democratic mechanisms posed as a, quote, matter of principle and their necessary use by the party in a particular historic period. We have already established that Lenin attributed no inherent value to democracy either inside or outside the party. In fact, wherever he could and whenever necessary, he didn't hesitate to transgress it and stamp it underfoot. But in order to build the party organization, he was obliged to use it as a circumstantial mechanism, with all its statutory, formalistic, and bureaucratic baggage. As for us, again, this conception of, the consultation of the people within the organization and processes of consultation of the people within the organization as synonymous or productor as a process which produces bureaucracy. Again, bureaucracy, it's when you've got these organs that find themselves outside of the party making decisions. Democracy functionally in any proper democracy cannot be bureaucratic, and this is something that Marx says straight out, right? uh like if we go to conspectus on Bakunin. Okay, so this is the conspectus on Bakunin's the statism and anarchy, and this is for the dictatorship of the proletariat. The Germans number around 40 million. Will, for example, all 40 million be member of the government? And then Marx says, certainly, since the whole thing begins with the self-governance of the commune. And then Bakunin says the whole people will govern and there will be no governed. And Marx says if man rules himself, he does not do so on this principle, for he is after all himself and no other. And then it says the dilemma is simply solved in the Marxist theory. By people's government, they understand, Bakunin, the government of the people is by means of a small number of leaders, chosen, elected by the people. And then Marx says, asinine. This is democratic twaddle, political drivel. Election is a political form present in the smallest Russian commune and artel. The character of the election does not depend on its name, but on the economic foundation, the economic situation of the voters, and as soon as the functions have ceased to be political ones, there exists no government function. The distribution of the general functions has become a business matter that gives no one domination. Election has nothing of its present political character. Again, elections can be an aspect of democracy, but elections aren't the only thing that is democracy. uh, and we can, but yeah, basically it's this conception that having systems is synonymous with bureaucracy is, and that's functionally what it is. They could, I could just as easily say that the system of the center making decisions and the periphery taking orders, in the case of the center and the periphery being separated, I could call that bureaucracy, right? Under this conception. Question is whether it's inside or outside of the people. In the in, inside or outside of the members of the organization. Let's say it like that, because the party is a minority. Okay, continuing. As for us, we not only never attributed any value to it as, quote, as a principle, but we have rid ourselves of it for good, along with the attendant rubbish about its use as an instrument for building the party. In 1920, we proposed that we no longer say we subscribe to the principle of democratic centralism, since democracy is not a principle we can ever uphold. They didn't say ever. While centralism is one we surely can. The, because they specifically said that they would utilize it where, okay, principle. They essentially said that they would utilize as a tactic when it was applicable. The correct formulation should have been a centralism which may also use democratic procedures as a useful practical mechanism. In 1965, we established not only we don't want the principle of democracy, but that we don't consider its machinery to be of use either, and we jettison the lot for good. It is not a case of countering a very strict centralism to one that is less strict, thereby arriving at the aberrant conclusion that, organic or not, we are pro-centralism or whatever sort. Democratic centralism, in fact, was not less strict at all, but was rather centralization of party action obtained through the use of democratic processes. And organic centralism is not centralism which is stricter, but is centralism obtained without the use of democratic processes. This is literally what was just accused of up here that you said wasn't the case. Which is it? I don't understand. Why are you like, oh no, you're wrong, and then they just restate it, but with slightly different words? Am I crazy? Am I reading this wrong? Uh, the need for a more rigid central. Uh, Organic centralism is just taken to mean surrounded by with blah blah. I mean, centralism which is yet more rigid than the Bolshevik parties. So their process for getting more centralism is said to dictate. Okay, so basically they're saying that actually their system doesn't necessarily produce more centralization, but it is um, just getting rid of democracy. I'm at a complete loss. Informed as we are today, because this is actually more kind to their position because it's saying, oh yes, you sacrifice democracy, but in exchange you get more centralism, and they're like, no, we don't even get more centralism. We just we just got rid of democracy. Well, they do say stricter, so maybe they don't necessarily mean that they haven't gotten more centralism. They've just not gotten a particular form of centralism. Strict centralism. Okay, let's continue, and I might post some stuff for a laugh later. Informed as we are today, not only by our theses, but also by Lenin's what is to be done, one step forward, two steps back. When we talk about democratic processes, we are obliged to refer not only to periodic consultations of the rank and file, but also to whole the paraphernalia connected with it, i.e., sovereign deliberative congresses, statutes, rules, bureaucratic machinery, expulsions. I guess it's not expulsions if you just, if you just expel people, because that's what you want to do. Anybody who disagrees is free to leave, right? Repression of a legalistic nature as the party's mode of existence, choice or election of particular comrades, etc., etc. Bureaucracy and democracy are not antithetical terms, but are dialectically and intimately connected. Okay. Are you saying that, you know, I could say the same thing about centralization if I was an anarchist, let's see if you can actually explain it. You said that, oh hey, if you want to have periodic consultations of the rank and file, that means you need to have these all these different things. And it's like, do I need statutes and rules in my friend group to say, hey, do you guys want to get some Chick-fil-A, some McDonald's, or Burger King? I guess have to make an entire bureaucratic machinery to do something like that. Wow. Oh gosh. I'm at a loss. Okay, this is clearly spelled out in all of our writings. The consequence of expelling democracy from our organization is therefore that bureaucracy has. No, it's not. Expelled from it as well. No, it's not. If we had kept bureaucracy and similar internal democracy would have crept back in. What's their argument against feudal governmental forms? There's no democracy there. There's no consultation of anybody. Would they consider that non-bureaucratic? Seriously, would they consider feudalism non-bureaucratic because it didn't have democracy? This is fucking asinine. This is, to pull from Marx, twaddle. You know? Oh gosh. The practice of democratic centralism was both appropriate and necessary for the parties of the Second International, insofar as they effectively proceeded on a basis that was not completely homogeneous. Through a clash of opposed currents and fractions who frequently disagreed not only over tactics, but about the program as well. If it was a case of different currents expressing different class interests converging within party organization, and despite finding some points of agreement in common, still disagreeing on others, with no real possibility of reconciliation. At the beginning of the century, it was clear to Lenin and every revolutionary that the revisionists and the Mensheviks were expressing the influence of the reformist worker aristocracy, the pay bourgeoisie inside the proletarian party. The party was thus a product of the convergence of various strata. This is putting the horse before the cart. You know, let's say, for example, the Mensheviks were not reformist worker aristocracy before they joined the movement, and then only later started to be influenced, right? Would this mean that the party engaging in democratic centralism from the very first place was a convergence of various strata? Obviously not, because it would have been developed beforehand. All right. And hence the various tactics, even if a common goal was supposedly recognized by all. Do they just consider tactics to just be one homogenous thing where it's either proletarian tactics or aka good tactics versus all non-proletarian tactics, as to say tactics of other classes? Is that how they're trying to get away with saying that, oh, any development of new tactics is necessarily, revisionist because it's, you know, it's the tactics of like some other class? That's fucking stupid. The party organization would thus end up divided into divergent currents, not just occasionally, but physiologically as a general rule. Internal political struggle therefore became a way of life for these parties. In fact, the way of life. Mensheviks and Bolsheviks engage in a struggle to gain control of the party because there are two tactical lines which stand in opposition to each other: the revolutionary and the reformist wing, which are to be found within all the socialist and social democratic parties. But in order to prevent the internal struggle from immobilizing the party's practical struggle, the party had to be regulated by a legal mechanism which was accepted and recognized by all. The duties and rights of the majority and the minority had to be defined. since unity and practical movement is always a consequence of unity at tactical level, and since the tactical lines of the parties always follows, or at least since unity of the practical movement is always a consequence of unity at a tactical level, okay? And since the tactical lines a party follows are always at least two. No, it's not always at least two. uh, I mean, what are you talking about? There's all sorts of conditions where there's unanimity within the party. Whatever. And the only way of getting the party to follow a single line practice is through the predomination of one line over the other, through the convocation of democratic congresses, which are arenas of struggle, for one to triumph over the other. The hierarchy which emerges from these congresses, in which a majority and a minority are formed, inevitably takes on a bureaucratic character because it does not represent the whole of the party, but the victory of one part of the party over the other. Okay. No. Again, let's say that I'm with my friend group and we're sitting around and we say, okay, what do we want to get to eat? Everybody give me your suggestions. I'm gonna write them down. One person says they want McDonald's, another says Chick-fil-A, another says KFC, another says, I don't know, Subway, right? A hierarchy does not emerge from me sitting there and saying, "Hey, let's write these things down." You know, a a bureaucracy doesn't form just because one side says, I don't want to go there. I really want to go to this place rather than that place." That's not how that works. All right, continuing. The party center, to gain respect for its orders, is unable to refer to a patrimony of tactical norms which are shared by the party as a whole, are publicly available, and accepted by all militants, but necessarily has to refer to resolutions having legal value insofar as they are the expressions of the opinion of the majority. You must refer back to statutes, congressional resolutions, etc. You do this too with your tactics shit. You have your approved technology matrix, which you have to refer back to at all times to determine what action to take. You say no making anything new. I don't understand. Why are you calling this out, but you don't call yourself out? Etc. Through democratic resolutions of the Congresses is thus created a bureaucratic hierarchy, which derives its power from the Congress's decisions and from statutes which nobody can break under pain of incurring sanctions up to and including expulsion. The men who lead the party and fill the various offices are chosen at Congress, but not on the basis of whether they are capable or not of filling a particular role. Again, democracy doesn't necessarily involve election of officials to positions. I I don't know how one makes this confusion. It's only when somebody is so deeply embedded within bourgeois quote unquote democracy that they think that the election of a representative is necessarily democratic, right? That's the only condition wherein somebody is like, hey, democracy equals electing a representative. No, democracy is not that. Everybody is in agreement, so long as they're not fucking liberals who think that their liberal democratic representative parliaments are fucking democratic. They're not. They do not meet the criteria for which the conception of democracy was. That's a republic, which can be democratic in shape, but really is not. And it's certainly not what Marx is talking about. Okay, but according to whether or not they subscribe to a particular political line. and thus they must be well known, named individuals. They must in certain sense wear a special badge to identify themselves. This is a critique of leaders in general, um, or specialities in general, which they have done elsewhere. Anyway, all militants belonging to both the victorious and defeated wings at the Congress must observe absolute discipline to the orders of that particular man with that particular badge. I've already said everything I'm going to say here. The Communist International, founded on the homogeneous basis of the Marxist doctrine and program of clearly stated unitary principles and unique aims, would have no further need this praxis and these mechanisms to the extent it progressed towards a delineation of tactical means and regularized the organizational measures it took. The International began to overcome democratic praxis and replace it with an organic one in many sectors, as clearly explained in our notes on the question of organization. But it didn't manage to overcome it completely because the Communist parties had not been formed and were still not being formed on a completely homogeneous basis. If they're being formed on a homogeneous basis, wouldn't that mean that they have, something like what was it? Model? Oh yes, a model organization. Oh, but you can't have that. That's bad, according to you guys. To the extent that one single tactic for the International as a whole was never established and national particularities and organizational mergers would be allowed. The way the International had been formed was influenced by the Bolsheviks' view that a European revolution was imminent. And in order to lead this revolution, what was needed was not an organization that was completely homogeneous, but one capable of leading the proletarian attack. The left, while yielded to this perspective considered valid by all, urged that the residual democratic praxis inside the party's international should not be elevated to the level of principle, but be considered merely as circumstantial mechanism, whereas the real building of the party would come about by following an organic method founded on the achievement of ever greater homogeneity in the tactical and organizational fields. If the International had taken this path, the effect of the organizational sphere would have been the elimination of what democratic machinery and internal bureaucracy had remained. Doubt meme. But this is probably the first fairly useful thing here because we get their recognition of a model organization. They say, oh hey, where is that? There it is. But it didn't manage to overcome it completely because the Communist parties, multiple, had not been formed and were still not being formed on a completely homogenous basis, aka all the parties are the same. A model organization that all follows the same tactic, which thereby influences their organizational form. Continuing. As a consequence, the party resurrected during the Second World War did no more than draw conclusions from a process which had been initiated back in 1919, in which the collapse of the International had interrupted and reversed. In the World Communist Party, based on the theory which is unique and recognized as valid and unchanging all of its members by all of its members, on principles and goals that are unique and on a single program and set of tactical norms deduced from principles and rendered the patrimony of all militants. The Communist Party, which rejects the practice of fusions, infiltrations of other parties, and national and local exceptions, but which admits members solely and exclusively as individuals. There is no longer a place for either democracy or bureaucracy, no longer a place for choosing from lists of comrades and voting on general theses, no longer a place for a struggle between currents and fractions, that is, for internal political struggle. Take this, and that's Yeah, I guess if you have made the determination that you already have your completed model organization, which cannot ever be improved or anything along those lines, then there's no point in voting on anything. Um, um, I'm just gonna say though that no, we've already said everything that we have to say about this conception that you're everything is just the same. Nothing has changed at any point. At no point is there any necessity of actually talking to anybody, and let's just black box everything else. It's the absentee manager. The rank and file's obedience to the center's orders is no longer guaranteed by observing the articles of a statute or code, but by making sure the orders are in line with the party's common patrimony. Let me just confirm I know what patrimony means here. Heritage. Okay. The party hierarchy no longer has to be. Okay, so basically, the rank and file obedience is essentially. So basically, the rank and file make sure that the center's orders are following what the common what the approved technology matrix is saying. Party's hierarchy no longer has to be elected by a rank and file nor nominated from above, because the sole criterion for selection remains that the capacity to carry out the party's organs' various functions. This is a meaningless sentence here. They're essentially saying, oh hey, if a section of the party is unable to do the things that's supposed to do, then then it's working. If it's no longer able to do those things for whatever reason, then I'm not sure what they want to have happen. They don't want to do organizational pressure, but they also say that the organization essentially needs to be constructed in such a way that people have no choice but to follow through on their on what's going on here. I'm not sure. The fact that one individual happens to be at the center rather than another won't change the party's political line or its tactics. It may affect the center's effectiveness to a greater or lesser degree, but the appointment of the comrades most suited to the various roles still remains something that is natural and spontaneous, with no need for a particular form of ratification. Party hierarchy thus becomes an organic rather than a political hierarchy. The party is composed of various organs and roles which, in order to function, require actual people. But these people are no longer asked whether they are Mensheviks or Bolsheviks, whether they belong to the right or left of the party. They are asked only if they are able to fill the role required of them by the party, however high or low it may figure in the hierarchical order. And as a consequence, it is no longer crucial to know which individual is giving the orders, but only to insist that the orders don't conflict with the party's traditional line upheld by all of its members, that they don't depart from it, that orders are timely and relevant. This is a company. Infamously non-bureaucratic. Absolutely infamously non-bureaucratic companies are. That's for sure. it, you don't need to know who your orders are coming from as somebody in a company or in a military. You don't need to know that. You just need to know that they're your orders. And your position within the army or your company, you just need to fulfill the list of duties that you have to the best of your ability, right? Famously non bureaucratic, famously, effective. I don't understand how they have come to this conclusion. Okay. That is to say, the requirement is that whoever carries out the central function performs it to the best of their ability in conformity with the party line. The internal life of the party no longer manifests as a constant battle between divergent currents. That is, as a political struggle to dominate the organization's central power and impose a particular tactical line on it. Given that we don't argue about our doctrine, program, or core tactics, it means that internal relations assume the form of a joint shared work which all party members participate in. The common aim of being, on the basis of their shared patrimony, to seek the best solutions to the various problems that arise. I'll take this. All right. The movement's theoretical cornerstones have to be made clearer and clearer. Its tactical lines have to be honed more and more, and in light of the common principles, common tactics, and examination of the situations in which a party finds it has to act, complex problems regarding practical action have to be resolved, and the most efficient organizational tools to coordinate the party's activity as a whole have to be found. What is more, we have to work towards acquiring the entire practical and theoretical patrimony of the movement and transmit it to new generations of militants. None of this takes place by means of confrontations and congresses or consultations to solicit opinions. It occurs as a result of rational and scientific search for solutions. Oh, okay. So I don't think these people understand how scientific how science works. I'm just gonna say that. It being clearly understood that whatever they are mustn't transgress the boundaries the party has set itself in all fields. Okay, so I just want to say this. There's something called the scientific consensus, and that is the major thing that you know drives all this. It's very much an opinion based thing. Oh gosh. On this basis, even the mistakes within a particular party organ, including the central organ, may make in the course of providing a solution to a given problem doesn't entail that the individuals concerned have to be condemned or replaced, but rather a common search for what caused a mistake, in light of our doctrine and our tactical norms. Certainly, there may have been more than one answer to a given tactical problem. In this case, there may be a temporary and localized disagreement between groups of militants over the issue. But even in this case, it is not a situation of political struggle which is thereby created. Yes, it is. Because the fundamental requirement. Well, okay. Sure. All right. Well, we'll take that conception. Because the fundamental requirement of the party is that whenever whichever of the two solutions is adopted, it will not conflict with the principles and main tactical lines established by the party. Okay, no, that remains political. The party, because Marx had discussions on the end of politics, right? But this doesn't carry over. I need to refamiliarize myself with that, but I'm just going to go out on a limb from my memory and say that's not what he had said. Actually, I can figure it out in a second. All right, here it is in the communist mode. Communist manifesto, and also there's a bit in private property and communism. When in the course of development, class distinctions have disappeared and all production has been concentrated in the hands of a vast association of the whole nation, the public power will lose its political character. Political power, properly so called, is merely the organized power of one class for oppressing another. If the proletariat during its contest with the bourgeoisie is compelled by the force of circumstances to organize itself as a class, by means of a revolution it makes itself the ruling class, and as such sweeps away by force the old conditions of production, then it will, along with these conditions, have swept away the conditions for the existence of class antagonisms of classes generally, and will thereby abolish its own supremacy as a class. In place of the old bourgeois society, with its classes and class antagonisms, we shall have an association in which the free development of each is a condition for free development of all. Okay, so essentially, and then we've got seeing that political economy defines the exchange for social intercourse as the essential and original. No, I'm sorry. Communism, this is a lower phase. It's still political in nature, democratic or despotic, with the abolition of the state, yet still incomplete and still being affected by private property that is the estrangement of man. So essentially, politics is to Marx an estrangement of mankind from the thing. And we can also go back to that conspectus on Bakunin statism and anarchy, wherein Marx essentially states, hey, look, people don't perceive politics as political rule when they are doing it themselves. In other words, when everybody is making the decision for themselves in common free association about the things to do with them. Let's go back to the dictatorship of the proletariat, and then we're going to democracy or democratic, and we're going down here. Okay, this is in response to governed. If a man rules himself, he does not do so on this principle of governorship, for he is himself and no other. So yeah. Anyway, so I suppose I can see where they're going with this, but I don't think it's as applicable as they think. And that's maybe a weak response, but I'm just not capable of expressing what I was trying to say here. Okay, we are going to take this though. Continuing, the party's tactical, programmatic, and theoretical homogeneity is certainly not something that is given once and for all. It has to be maintained and defended in everything the party does. If at a given moment the party's action were to contradict this homogeneous patrimony, which may happen under the weight of unfavorable external situations or because the party was unable to meet the demands of the situation and carry its task, then the effect at the organizational level will necessarily be the creation of internal dissension, currents, and even factions. As a classic thesis of our state, such a state of malaise in the party must indicate that something has gone wrong in the work and the general running of the party, that some aspect of the party's activity is wrong or misaligned with the foundations on which the party rests, and a remedy should be sought not through bureaucratic repression of the dissension, but through invoking discipline for not through invoking discipline for discipline's sake, which only represents a temporary and partial solution of the problem, but through the clarification of what the cornerstones of the party are, through objective research and through the proposal to the organization as a whole of those nodal points of theory and praxis which dictate the party's action. The line of continuity which links the party's past to its present and to its future will need to be identified, and the directives regarding action adjusted to fit. You mean tactics? Directives regarding action adjusted Finn with its line militants called upon to accept discipline on this basis. You mean tactics? I think that they're just using the word tactics in a very different way than we consider tactics to be. The paid bourgeois will, of course, make the following objection. Who can stop individuals from doing what they want? Who disobey because in every individual, including party militants, there lurks the germ of individualism, of self-celebration, of anarchism, etc. Nobody talks like this. Who can stop people from raising problems just for the sake of raising them or being critical? That's certainly a thing. Gosh, contrarians. Guess who the contrarians tend to be, though? I can think of two groups, and one of them are these folk, and the other are Maoists. 50 years ago, the left had already replied to objections of this type, and it goes something like this. An organized body such as a party, which is formed on the basis of a voluntary commitment to take a shared stand which involves long-term combativeness and sacrifice, Such manifestations of individuality have to remain rare exceptions, and as such may even be repressed by bureaucratic means. These manifestations develop and multiply instead of dwindling and gradually disappearing. It means that something about the party's complex activity and the way it is run by the center isn't right. Okay, this doesn't actually address the question. Let's see if they actually address the question. If only because instead of attracting sound individuals prepared to relinquish their own individualist itches, it begins to attract fops and windbags. And the solution to this is found not just in chasing out the windbags. Ah, there you go. So expulsions, in other words, but rather in finding out why the party organ is attracting them in the first place. And the remedy lies in rendering the physiognomy of the party ever clearer. This would be the organizational structure, by the way. Functionally, it's the organizational structure. Ever clearer and more precise in its practical and theoretical manifestations, such as it serves as scourge any adherents except for those who are disposed to become genuine revolutionary militants. This goes against everything that they had previously said. As far as the left is concerned, the solution can never be to have more bureaucratic barbed wire and organizational repression, which, as we have always said, we can do very well without for the same reason we can do without head counts. All right. So, they have still not actually explained how organic centralism works. They have still not explained how organizational organic centralism works. I can't believe it. Is organic centralism just taking your orders from the center and then looking at and then being familiar with theory and deciding whether or not to follow through with it if it matches your understanding of the theory or not? Is that what it is? I I don't understand. Maybe I can't understand. Maybe these guys are so fucking big brain in their armchairs that they're able to just like I don't understand. All right, we're gonna go up and we're gonna break these down, and maybe I'll be able to draw blood from some stones. So, an organization which is homogeneous and situated within doctrine program with clearly stated unitary principles and aims. I know Wittgenstein is rolling in his grave. This, oh yes, we have clearly stated our principles and aims. And it's like your whatever you stated has nothing to do with what you're actually doing, right? Your rules are determined by what it is that you're actually doing. If eh, in the game Uno, for example, I'm reminded of this meme where the devs on Twitter or X or whatever it's called now say you cannot play a +4 on a +4. And then another person says, thanks for the cards, we'll take it from here now. And that really just explains it, right? The the things that people are carrying out, the rules, the statutes, or whatever are being carried out. It doesn't matter what's written down. And these guys would agree with that in general, but they seem to say that, oh yes, if you've got clearly stated unitary principles and aims, then there's no need to know if everybody is actually in agreement with them or anything. They just need to carry out their tasks. And that's not how that works. All right. note there are all sorts of organizations that carry out their tasks through all sorts of ways, with or without consultation of their membership. Uh, Having a consultative mechanism does not harm an organization's capacity to, you know, make decisions. Quite the opposite, in fact. All right. They call for communist parties being formed in a homogeneous, note, model basis, which applies one single tactics, which can be described. And this is just how I wrote it because I'm not sure exactly what they're saying here, but this is the only way I can read it. Proletarian tactics. And as usual, they use tactics in a completely useless way. They probably mean strategy here. They're calling for all communist parties to follow the strategy which best suits the international proletariat, rather than any local or national or anything like that ones. Any strategies besides the singular one are considered strategies of other classes. Um, or being opportunists or whatever because they're not looking at the long term, or voluntarist because they're looking at the current situation. I don't know. The organic method aims at development of homogeneity in tactical and organizational field. Note, this is model organization. Like, I don't know. Maybe they're like, oh, everybody will just eventually find the exact same format, but we can't force it. And there's some truth to that, but it's like, okay, once you've gone to that far, what's the point of hiding it under, oh, you can't do it in my organization? What are you talking about? All right, next up. All right, so the World Communist Party needs basis in theory, which is proletarian specifically, and recognized as valid and unchanging. If I had a commander that told me to charge into machine gun fire after having commanded 10 other battalions to do the exact same way, and they all failed, I would not do it. So this would be the unchanging part. I suppose that this is where the valid part comes in, though, because I would have just said I don't see this as valid because it's clearly not working. And then I suppose that would result in the tactic being retired and a new one being brought up. But apparently, there are no new tactics. Whatever. By all of its members. Principles and goals are proletarian specifically, no other classes. They say unique, but I'm just replacing unique in all instances with proletarian because they seem to think that, anything that's not our conception is not proletarian. Okay. A single program and set of tactical norms deduced from principles and known to all militants as their shared heritage, which they can compare their current orders to determine correctness. To reject fusions, to reject national and local exceptions, and accepts members only as individuals. Such an organization doesn't have internal political struggle. Note, this is an overstatement if I've ever heard one. All that happens with the people who disagree is that they leave because they have no way of making their disagreements heard. Some people may think that this is a good thing, but I can tell you that is not all how scientific research happens at all. In fact, most scientists who do groundbreaking discoveries and whatnot, and do things like Lenin did, by the way, go against the grain. And they reject the center's orders. And, these guys do recognize that. They say, oh, hey, we need an organization that doesn't, make distinction between the individual and the group, right? There needs to be room for some individual to come up and say, hey, I've got this thing here, right? But again, the democratic mechanism, it's especially for approaching it like everybody within the party is the same and therefore is a science and militant, right? This is we should break open a piece about the about scientific consensus at some point. Anyway, um, I'll come back to this. All right, so The rank and file only make sure that orders from the center are in line with the historical basis of the party, and do not carry them out if they are not. Positions in party hierarchy are determined solely by ability of an individual to carry out the duties of that position. Note, they do not say how someone who is more capable ends up in that position than somebody less capable, or the process of removing someone from such a position. So you might be very good at something, but somebody better comes along. How do you get kicked out? And this is a common question among organizations. What's the process for shuffling around members? Now, they have a conception of essentially everybody kind of gets their time in a position as an assault on the division of labor. But I somehow think that the center isn't staffed in that way. I'm just going to go out on a limb on that. And, you know, this is really where bureaucracy ends up being created, because it's like, okay, how do we, because everybody's like, how do we remove somebody from a position? Well, we gotta build a system for that. And then people are like, well, I don't want to be removed from my position, so I'm going to build systems to remain in position against everybody else's will as a matter of protection for myself. Um, you know, and I don't see how this actually resolves that issue. The organizational structures are robust enough to have anyone of any viewpoint and position so long as they carry out their duties. For example, in my company, I'm an anti-capitalist Marxist. My personal views do not harm my work because my job is structured in such a way that my personal views do not change how I carry out my duties. I could rage against my condition all I like, and it would not mean jack shit. No, this cannot be the case in all activities. There are plenty of activities, like let's say I was, you know, make in any decision making capacity, right? My own ideological conceptions are, in fact, going to shape how I do that, and whatever my duties are only matter insofar as they're as essentially, how I put this, I can justify all sorts of stuff using all sorts of language uh, for myself. I could go back, and I'm certain, no matter how advanced your, what is it, your homogenous, clearly stated unitary principles and unique aims are, um, you can be as clearly stated as you want. It's still not going to help for a lot of the time. Again, rules are only rules in the way that they are carried out. It doesn't matter how they're written down. Okay, anyway. As a result of this, it is no longer important who's carrying out the duties. Rather, we can black box all functions and simply ask, are they conflicting with the traditional line? Are their orders timely and relevant? And are they carrying out to the best of their ability in conformity with the party line? And note, to determine if they're doing something to the best of their ability, the individual carrying out the duty must be known, right? You need to be able to say, hey, has their input and output increased or decreased? And yeah, that can be part of the black box. You're looking for increase and decrease. But, you know, that's a quantitative measure. It's not very effective. Uh, they say that there are no arguments about doctrine, program, or core tactics, and that internal relations are joint shared work that all party members participate in, aiming to develop the best solutions to conditions. And as I recall, essentially the rank and file, they read the stuff and then they critique it and then they send in their stuff on that. While the center works on further clarifying stuff, which is their word for development. it, that, clarifying is their word for inventing, really. They just don't want to say that. Okay. All right. So theoretical cornerstones are made more clear, tactical lines honed, common principles, tactics, and examination of situations the party is in are analyzed to produce the most efficient organizational tools in such a way that coordinates the party activity as a whole. Again, we'll get to this in terms of organizational robustness, but one of the things that you don't want to do is to be overly perfected to your environment. Because if you're overly perfected to your environment, then you're the sponge. You know, you're perfect for your environment, but you have nowhere to evolve to. You have nowhere to go. And if your external environment changes, then you will be swept aside. You're gonna die. It's that simple. Because you can't change. You can't swap over. You have become completely and utterly stuck in terms of development. It's always going to be whatever is most capable of movement and development in response to changes and shifts in environment that's going to survive. And whatever survives is going to be the victorious lot in any long-term conflict. And short-term for that matter, but really long-term. So next, the party needs to have a process of educating new members. This is done through scientific research. There are results that are within the boundaries of the party, not through consultations to understand membership's opinions. That's not how that works. Again, there's a fundamental misunderstanding of science, which is a social practice. It's not something that is like completely without interaction with the scientists or the people or the environment. You know, I don't understand why they're so bound and determined to say we can have organizational structures for everything, but we can't have any organizational structures that will involve us actually talking to our fellows. All right. Continuing. There we go. So this is from Platform for Change I'm sorry, real quick. So basically they said rather than blaming individuals for failure, we should look into the organizational structures and processes that allow the mistake to occur in the first place. And that's my summary. But I want to bring us to cybernetics real quick. And this is in terms of participative management. Participative management is supposed to be a solution to societary upheaval, but it comes with its own problems. It often leads to abdication of managerial and government responsibilities, and the philosophy and psychology can easily slip into the base form wherein people seek to avoid difficult decisions and avoid accountability. Management is denatured, and it produces a mediocrity machine. Creating a vertical system allows all blame to be placed on the final signee, while a decentralized system has the capacity to blame the other side, as it were. See Democrats blaming Republicans whenever they quote-unquote fail to get something in place and vice versa. And thus nothing ever gets done and the system is built on blaming each other. Conservative positions naturally win every time. Quote, there's a great deal of knowledge about decision networks that rely not on authority and seniority, true, but still less on its consensus. Any cybernetic model of decision network to produce a consensus is bound to home on the mediocre answer. That is, if you can produce an answer at all. Because the network is laid on network, the impedance of the net rises asymptomatically. You'll be lucky to get a message through such netting at all. No. The cybernetic models we have of non-authoritarian nets come from the reticular formation of the brainstem. The trick there is that information constitutes authority. is not that authority resides in a particular office or upholstered chain, is not that authority is divided into equal parts throughout a democracy, is that the system can recognize the appropriate focus of knowledge for a given decision and agrees to abide by the decisions that are made. We want to drive the level of decision down, but at the same time, the level of decision is rising in our outdated institutions as the capital cost for modern technologies allow such information to be to allow such information can only be at the top. We must bring the information down to the level of the people, and the sites of information within the realm of people we are expecting to engage in participative management. So yeah, basically what is being said here is that it rests on one's ability. You know, this is the same thing that's being said here. It rests on ability rather than rather than a homing in on mediocrity in this sense. And we don't want to enter into a blame game, as it were. Okay. All right. So rather than blaming individuals for failure, we should look into the organizational structures and processes that allowed the mistake to occur in the first place. Authority rests on information, appropriate focus of knowledge for a given decision, and that people agree to abide by the decisions made. There can be multiple answers to any given tactical problem, which can result in disagreements between groups of militants. Such disagreements are not political in nature, as any solution that ends up being selected is within the principles and core tactics. Now, this would indicate that politics has come to an end within bourgeois states, as all results are within the shared interests of the bourgeoisie. This is obviously not the case, because politics only end with communism. Politics emerges out of the class struggle. The solution decided upon as a result of scientific study, not consultation of the majority or some leadership, is soon to have the correct answer. Okay, next up. All right. So the party's tactical, programmatic, and theoretical homogeneity must be maintained and not contradiction. Sometimes conditions change and the party has no choice but to contradict, aka change its tactics in response to external environment and conditions, aka the party changes tactics, which they said that they don't, but they do. They say it right here. they just stated straight out. And then they say the results of changes in any of these will be to the development of internal dissent currents or potential factions. Now, this is putting the cart before the horse. The drive to change tactics, program theory, come from the development of these in response to external conditions. Changing tactics does not produce dissent any more than the victim of a bully being caught by a teacher fighting back caused the initial conflict. At all times, conditions will change, and the party needs to have a process for responding to those changes which is known by all. Basically, if your organization is creating dissent because by just its regular existence, because that's what they're saying is happening, you know, then you need to have some way of dealing with that dissent. Now, or rather, some process of change. So essentially, the party's tactical homogeneity needs to have an embedded basis for change, so that everyone knows what to do in the face of changing conditions. The party must have a theory of change and a theory of historical dialectics, because that's dialectical. That's what dialectics is about. It's about understanding how change occurs. In response to changing conditions and thereby demands to change tactical action, the party must not repress the dissension, clarify cornerstones via objective research, make clear to the whole party the resultant analysis and elaboration of theory and praxis, and finally, the new tactical action directives need to have a process of transition to them in the explanation. And next up. All right, so anyone who's engaging in individualism or forced out of the party initially, by bureaucratic means, but as the party develops, eventually any ability to express individualism, such as careerism, anarchism, contrarianism, being a windbag. That's what they said here. Etc. will be unable to express those feelings. Organizations which attract those people are analyzed to construct the organizational structure and features in such a way that will no longer attract them, but only the right kind of people, genuinely revolutionary militants. Okay, so quotations to essentially give greater clarity, to show that they have always held this position historically, etc., for organic centralism. 128, the Democratic Principle in 1922. We read this. The Democratic criterion so far has been with us as an incidental material factor in the construction of our internal organization and the formulation of our party statutes. It is not their indispensable platform. We will not, therefore, raise the organizational formula known as democratic centralism to the level of a principle. Democracy cannot be a principle for us. Centralism indisputably is, since the essential characteristics of party organization must be unity of structure and action. In order to express the continuity of party structure in space, the term centralism is sufficient. But in order to introduce the essential idea of continuity in time, the historical continuity of the struggle which, surmounting successive obstacles, always advances towards the same goal, we will propose saying, linking these two essential ideas of unity together, that the Communist Party bases its organization on organic centralism. Thus, while preserving as much of the incidental democratic mechanism as may be of use to us, we will eliminate the use of the term democracy, so dear to the worst demagogues, but tainted with irony for the exploited, oppressed, and cheated, abandoning it to the exclusive usage of the bourgeoisie and the champions of liberalism who appear in various guises, sometimes extremist. So right here, they're effectively saying is, hey, we're still going to be utilizing democracy for the time being where it's useful, but we're not going to use the term because we want to have our eternal, invariant, unchanging program that we can use at any time, including in the future. Again, they don't really have a process and a conception of change. They have rejected such on the grounds that effectively it should change confuses people. I don't agree with this conception, by the way. I think change can be very it can reach into people's minds very effectively and be there and result in great excitement and desire in people. And it can result in greater knowledge than simply doing things by rote the same way over and over again. All right. Theses on Tactics at the Second Congress of the PCDI, Rome Theses, 1922. Part 3. We technically read this, but we only read the agrarian section, and we need to go back for it. The precise definition of the theoretical and critical consciousness of the communist movement, contained in the programmatic declarations of individual parties and of the Communist International, as well as the organization of one and the other, was and still is being arrived at through examination and study of the history of human society and its structure in the present capitalist epoch, carried out on the basis of facts, experience, and through active participation in the actual proletarian struggle. The announcement of these programmatic declarations and the appointment of the men to whom are entrusted the various positions in the party organization is formally carried out by means of consultation, democratic in form, of the party's representative assemblies, but in reality, they must be understood as a product of the real processes which accumulates elements of experience and realizes the preparation and selection of leaders, thus shaping both the programmatic content and the hierarchical constitution of the party. All right, so right here, they're essentially saying that, democracy or the selection of leaders is effectively just a formal mechanism for recognition of something that has already come to pass. I'm going to just say straight out that formal recognition of things can be extraordinarily important. If formal recognition of things was not important, then there would be no need to do clarifications of party ideology or anything along those lines. because everybody would already know and be doing these things if that were the case. The party's rules, its systems, and whatnot are, as described up here, the actual living activity of the party that has nothing to do with anything formal like that. However, it is important to actually go out and state it outright. Hey, this is what we have come to the determination on. This is what we're doing, um, and we're going to stand by this in a formal way. That can be very important. Not always, but often, because it also gives guarantees. By the way, if people are if you think that people don't like change, then you definitely want formal mechanisms. You definitely want people to be able to go and say and point out and say, "Hey, look, this thing was stated to be the case, and I don't agree that you are doing such and such. So keep that, right?" All right. 4. The announcement of these programmatic declarations and the appointment of the men to whom are entrusted the various positions in the party organization is formally carried out by means of a consultation, democratic in form, of the party's represent. Oh, I'm sorry. I already read that. 130. Theses of the Left at the Third Congress del PCDI, the Line Theses, 1926. We read this. Part 2, 5. The Communist parties must achieve an organic centralism, which, whilst including as much consultation with the base as possible, ensures the spontaneous elimination of any grouping which starts to differentiate itself. This cannot be achieved by means of the formal and mechanistic prescriptions of a hierarchy, but, as Lenin says, by means of correct revolutionary politics. You can kind of see the breakdown over time. They reject any consultation with the rank and file later, but earlier they do say, hey, we want to have as much consultation as possible. Now, this might be a difference in terminology used. So, 131, Notes for the Theses on the Question of Organization, 1964. 2. The formula quoted above is in point 14 of Zinovie's theses, and is formulated thus, quote, the Communist Party has to be based on a democratic centralization. The Constitution by means of election of secondary committees, the obligatory submission of all committees to the committee above them, and the existence of a center equipped with full powers, whose authority, in the interval between Congresses, may be contested by no one. Such are the principles of democratic centralization. End quote. These theses don't go into greater detail, and as regards the concept of subordination of the periphery to the center, the left has no reason not to accept them. The doubts arose over the manner of nominating the committees from the periphery to the center and the use of the electoral mechanism of vote counting, to which the adjective democratic evidently makes reference, as opposed to the noun centralism. 12. When the Communist Left developed its critique of the Third International's deviations on the question of tactics further, it also made a critique of the organizational criteria, and subsequent historical events has shown how these deviations led to the fatal abandonment of key programmatic and theoretical positions. What our formula, organic centralism, really wanted to express was not just that the party is a particular organ of the class, but also that it is only when the party exists that the class acts as an historical organized body, and not as a statistical section that any bourgeois would be quite prepared to accept. Marx and Lenin's historically fundamental and irrevocable reconstruction not only said that he didn't discover classes, but that he didn't discover class struggle either, indicating as the identifying feature of his original theory the dictatorship of the proletariat. Okay, no, this is completely incorrect. He absolutely discovered classes in the Marxist sense as a social theory, as a fundamentally class-based social theory, as opposed to like the liberal conception of classes, which certainly did exist, but was based on things like income and political position and political right. Marx has nothing to say about political right except in the abstract. What he does say is about material relations to the means of production and the resultant social characteristics of different sections of society as a result of that, and the tendencies that are emergent from that. He does have a theory of class. He did discover classes, and he did discover class struggle as the movement of history. Others did recognize class struggle, but he is the one who said that class struggle is the basis by which history develops and moves and so on and so forth. So this is a flat out rewriting of Marx in order to weaken his analysis. To conceive of it only as the question of dictatorship is absurd. You can see all sorts of utopian projects which seek to essentially establish a dictatorship of the proletariat, but in a very localized manner within the within larger society. You know, if we're going this far, then we can say that the Marx did not have that he didn't discover the dictatorship of the proletariat. Okay. In addition, that is to say that only by means of the Communist Party can the proletariat achieve its dictatorship. This isn't strictly within Marx. I mean, it does eventually appear, but it isn't immediately. Okay, the two notions of party and class therefore do not stand opposed to each other in a numerical sense, the party being small and the class large, but historically and organically. Because only when on a class terrain there has formed the energizing organ that is a party, does class actually become such, and start to complete the task when our doctrine of history assigns to it. The Paris Commune, I don't believe actually had a communist party. I might be wrong. But Marx did say straight out that they had established a dictatorship of the proletariat. So, you know, like, and Engels did too, but Marx said straight out that they had created a dictatorship of the proletariat at the Paris Commune, and then Engels comes in later and he says, "You want to know what the dictatorship of the proletariat looks like? It's the Paris Commune." Now I don't think that the proletariat had a party at that period. It was only afterwards that Marx recognized the need for a party, um, and more specifically for violent revolution, and that's where the developments in the Communist Manifesto came. All right, continuing. 13. Replacing the objective democratic with the objective organic isn't merely justified by greater exactness of a biological image compared to a lifeless arithmetical one, but also because for a political struggle to be really effective, it needs to be freed from the notion of democracy. And once having disposed of it, will be able, with Lenin, to rebuild the Revolutionary International. Okay, that's you've not actually explained that claim or backed it up, because Lenin right here did not free himself from the notion of democracy or the political struggle. So this is like a completely historically incorrect conception. I don't know how you do this, where you say something at one time and then you say something at another time and just swap them and say that these two mutually, um, whatever. 14. On the other hand, the left's criticism of the International's organizational work was consistent with its claim that the concept of organicity and the distribution of roles within the movement shouldn't be confused with the demand for freedom of thought. much less with respect for elective and numeric democracy. These historical precedents confirm that the mechanism of vote counting is always and everywhere fraudulent and misleading, whether in society, in the class, or in the party. But the best resistance to it was offered by the Italian party, precisely insofar as its deep-rooted political tradition refused to pay homage to any of democracy's historical exploits, its mechanisms, or to its vote counting. Okay. 132. Considerations on the organic activity of the party when the situation is historically unfavorable. 1965. 14. The left actually tried, without breaking from its principle of globally centralized discipline, to wage a revolutionary defensive war by keeping the vanguard proletariat immunized against the collusion of the middle classes, their parties, and their doomed to defeat ideologies. Since its historic chance of saving, if not the revolution, at least the core of its hierarchical party was also missed, today it has started again in a situation which is objectively torpid and indifferent, in the midst of a proletariat riddled with pay bourgeois democratism. But the nascent organization, using its entire doctrinal tradition and praxis, verified historically by its timely predictions, also applies in its everyday activity too, through its efforts to reestablish ever wider contact with the exploited masses, and also eliminates from its own structure one of the parting errors of the Moscow International by getting rid of the theses of democratic centralism and the application of a voting mechanism, just as eliminated from the thought processes of every last one of its members any concessions to democratic, pacifist, autonomous, or libertarian tendencies. All right, next up. 133. Theses on the historical duty, action, and structure of the World Communist Party, the Theses of Naples, 1965. 7. It was a matter of transition from one generation to another, of the generation which had lived through the glorious struggles of the first post-war period and the Livorno split, handing over the new proletarian generation, which needed to be delivered from the mad elation about the collapse of fascism in order to restore its awareness of the independent action of the Revolutionary Party, which is opposed to all other parties, and especially the Social Democratic Party, in order to reestablish forces committed to the prospect of the dictatorship and proletarian terror against the big bourgeoisie, along with its rapacious instruments. This being the case, the new movement, in an organic and spontaneous way, came up with a structural form for its activity, which had been tried and tested over the last 15 years. The party fulfilled aspirations which had been expressed within the communist left since the time of the Second International and afterwards, during the historic struggle against the first manifestations of opportunist danger within the Third. This long-standing aspiration is to struggle against democracy and prevent this vile bourgeois myth from gaining any influence. It has its roots in Marxist critique in the fundamental text and early documents of the proletarian organizations from the time of the Communist Manifesto and onwards. No, it doesn't. You guys completely fucking rewrote them and said that Marx considered the Paris Commune the dictatorship of the proletariat because it didn't have democracy, when in fact Marx said he considered it the dictatorship of the proletariat precisely because it was fully democratic. Precisely because it was fully democratic. This is his criteria for it being the dictatorship of the proletariat. And then you said it was a dictatorship of the proletariat according to Marx because it was not democratic. Either you guys have completely rewritten him in your heads or you have lied about it. It's one of the two. All right, continuing. If human history is not to be explained by the influence of exceptional individuals who have managed to excel through strength and physical valor, or by moral or intellectual force, if political struggle is seen in a way which is wrong and diametrically opposed are as selecting of such exceptional personalities, whether believed to be the work of divinities or entrusted to social aristocracies, or in the form most hostile to all of us, entrusted to the mechanism of vote counting, to which all elements in society are eventually admitted. When in fact history is a history of class struggles which can only be read and applied to real battles, which are no longer critiques, but are violent and armed by laying bare the economic relations that classes establish between themselves without given forms of production. If this fundamental economic if this fundamental theorem has been confirmed by the blood shed by countless fighters whose generous efforts have been violated by democratic mystification, and if the heritage of the communist left has been erected on this balance sheet of oppression, exploitation, and betrayal, then the only road worth following was one which, over the course of history, has freed us more and more from the lethal machinery of democracy, not only in society and the various bodies organized within it, but also within the revolutionary class itself, and above all in its political party. This aspiration of the left, which cannot be traced back to a miraculous intuition or rational alignment on the part of a great thinker, but which emerged under the impact of a chain of real, violent, bloody, and merciless struggles, and ended in the defeat of revolutionary forces, has left its historical traces in a whole series of manifestations of the left. From when it was struggling against electoral coalitions and the influences of Masonic ideologies, against the supporters firstly of the colonial wars, the gigantic First European War, which triumphed over the proletarian aspirations to abandon their military uniforms and turn their arms against those who had forced them to take them up, mainly by agitating the lubricious phantom of a fight for liberty and democracy. From when finally in all the countries of Europe, when finally in all the from when finally in all the countries of Europe, when okay, it's a repetition. And under the leadership of the Russian revolutionary proletariat, the left threw itself into battle to bring down the main enemy and target, which protected the heart of capitalist bourgeoisie, the social democratic left-right wing, an even more ignoble center, which, defaming us as just defamed Bolshevism, Leninism, and Russian Soviet dictatorship, did everything it could to place another trapdoor between the proletarian advance and the criminal idealizations of democracy. At the same time, the aspiration to rid even the word democracy of any influence is evident in the countless texts of the left hurriedly indicated at the start of these theses. Okay. 13. The screening of parties members in the organic centralist... The screening of party members in the organic centralist scheme is carried out in a way we have always supported against the Moscow centrists. The party continues to hone and refine the distinctive features of its doctrine, of its action and tactics with a unique methodology that transcends spatial and temporal boundaries. Clearly, all those who are uncomfortable with the delineations can just leave. Okay. Not even with the seizure of power has taken place can we conceive of having forced membership in our ranks, which is why organic centralism excludes terroristic pressures in the disciplinary field, which can't help but adopt even the very language of abused bourgeois constitutional forms, such as the power of the executive power to dissolve and reassemble elective formations. All forms that for a long time we have considered obsolete, not only for the proletarian party, but even for the revolutionary and temporary state of the victorious proletariat. All right. 134. Our perception of the theses then and now, 1965. We did not read this one. The 14th theses defines democratic centralism thus: election of secondary committees by primary ones, obligatory subordination of every committee to the one above it, center with full powers, non-incontestable from one Congress to the next. We will merely note that, in the left's conception of organic centralism, even Congresses shouldn't send judgment of the center's work and who is chosen to fill particular roles, but rather decide on questions of policy. I thought that they said no policy. Okay, whatever. In a way that is consistent with the invariant historical doctrine of the World Party. Also, they said earlier that Congresses analyze the general movement of the party and whatnot. So that is, in fact, judgment of the center's work. Also, deciding on questions of policy is also a judgment of the center's work. Okay. And also who is functionally chosen to fill particular roles, even if indirectly. All right. 135. Introduction to the post-1945 theses 1970. We did not read this one. It is precisely to these ever-present requirements which the militant must find clearly and definitely satisfied in the programmatic basis of the party that the consideration respond Written at the end of 1964 and published at the beginning of 1965, they arrive at a synthesis which is so pithy, so clear, that, amongst other things, they give the lie, once and for all, to the ridiculous oft-repeated accusation against the left that they dreamed of an elite of pure revolutionaries, leading a perfect existence within their ivory tower. The considerations conclude by defending that same organic centralism, which is counterposed to the democratic centralism of the Third International. This has been a constant postulate of the left since 1921, but one which only today can be fully put into effect with no possibility of going back, with the exclusion of any recourse to democratic mechanisms also inside the party organization. In fact, organic centralism, insofar as it stands opposed to democratic centralism, is far from being just a question of terminology. In its contradictoriness, it is as if the noun within the second formulation reflects the aspiration of to the one world party which we have always wanted, whereas the objective reflects the reality of parties which are still heterogeneous in terms of their historical formation and doctrinal base, among which whom there sits as supreme arbiter, rather than as an apex of a pyramid, united to the base by a single homogeneous thread continuously reeled out from one to the other and vice versa. An executive committee or homogeneous entity, the which, not being in its turn linked to that single thread, but free to take decisions which vary and fluctuate according to circumstances and the highs and lows of the social conflict, periodically resorts, as in the far from contradictory tradition of democracy, 1 minute to the farce of consulting the periphery, secure as it is in its capacity to ensure unanimous or almost unanimous support, and the next minute to the weapon of intimidation and ideological terror, which in the case of the Communist International is backed up with physical force and the secular arm of the state. Within our vision, on the other hand, the party has organic centrality as one of its characteristics, because it isn't a part, however advanced, of the proletarian class, but rather its organ, the synthesizer of all of its elementary thrust, as well as all of its militants, from whatever source they may come, and is such on the strength of its possession of a theory, a set of principles, and a program which oversets the limitations of the present day in order to express the historical tendency, final objective, and mode of operating in the proletarian and communist generations of the past, present, and future, and which transcend the borders of nationality and the state, so as to incarnate the interests of the revolutionary wage earners of the entire world, and as such, we may add also on the strength of its forecasts, or a rough outline at least, of how historical situations are likely to unfold, and therefore of its capacity to fix a body of directives and obligatory tactical norms binding on all, although obviously taking into account that, quote, double revolutions and, quote, pure proletarian revolutions also need to be forecast, involving well-defined, although different tactical approaches. If the party is in possession of such theoretical and practical homogeneity, although such possession is not guaranteed for all time, but is rather a reality to be defended tooth and claw, and if necessary won back as many times as it takes, then its organization, which is simultaneously its disciple, arises and develops organically on the unitary rootstock of program and practical action, and expresses in its diverse forms of explication and the hierarchy of its organs a perfect connectedness of the party with the sum of all of its functions, bar none. We're going to take this. This is a super winding sentence, but at the same time, it's, it's actually not windbag. There's a lot of information there. I'm not going to summarize it right now, though. Organization, same as discipline, isn't a point of departure, but a point of arrival. It has no need of statutory codification and disciplinary regulation. It recognizes no contradiction between the base and the summit. It excludes the rigid barriers of a division of labor inherited from the capitalist regime, not because leaders and experts in specific areas aren't needed, but because these are and necessarily have to be committed in the same way as the most lowly of its militants, only more so, to a program, a doctrine, and to a clear and unequivocal definition of tactical norms shared by the entire party, known to each of its members, publicly affirmed and above all expressed in practice in full view of the class as a whole. And just as leaders and experts are necessary, they are likewise dispensable as soon as they cease to fulfill the role which, by natural selection rather than by phony head counts, the party has entrusted to them. Natural selection here is meaningless. You have to actually explain the process, not just say, "Oh, hey, what's the plan?" You know, if who is deciding when they cease to fulfill their role? What process is deciding it? Where, at what methodology is this decision can come to? And how are these people removed from their position when that decision has been made? Is there some sort of organization that does it? Are they expected to just do it themselves? And if so, um, what happens if they don't? There's all sorts of questions in these terms, and you can't just put under natural selection as if we're in the realm of animals and we just kill whoever is no longer fittest. That doesn't work. All right, continuing. Or when, worse still, they deviate from the path marked out for all to follow. A party of this type, as ours tends to be and tries to become, without however making any anti-historical claim to purity or perfection, doesn't adapt its entire internal life, its development, its, let's just say it, hierarchy of technical functions to fit with whimsical decisions made on the spur of the moment or decreed by a majority. It grows and is strengthened by the dynamics of the class struggle in general, and by its own interventions within it in particular. It creates, without prefiguring them, the instruments of battle, its organs at all levels. It doesn't need, gosh, eh, oh yes, it just, when you're on a battlefield, you don't, look at what weapons your enemy has, weapons and armor. You just go to the battlefield wearing nothing and then figure out what's on the ground in order to properly fight them. Genius plan. Absolutely genius. It creates, without prefiguring them, its instruments about its organs at all levels. It doesn't need, except in pathological cases, to expel after due process those who no longer feel like following the common unchanging road, because it must be capable of getting rid of them in the same way a healthy organism spontaneously eliminates its waste matter. Again, I brought this up earlier, but any organized organism has something called cellular apoptosis, wherein it is supposed to terminate itself, you know, but that's not always the case. And what happens when it's not always the case, you have an entirely mechanistic process of immense violence wherein your internal what do you call it, homeostasis is maintained by cells going out and fucking murdering the cell that is not properly committing suicide, you know. Otherwise it becomes cancer. These are not spontaneous in any way, shape, or form. All these are intensely mechanistic and developed within the very structure of the cells themselves. Your body has, frankly, any digestive system, any system of consumption and waste disposal is a product of millions and millions and millions of years of evolution and is absolutely gorgeous and and ridiculously effective for what it does. All right. Revolution isn't a question of forms of organization. On the contrary, in all of its various forms, arises in response to the various demands of the revolution, not only the outcome of which has been predicted, but also how to get there. Consultations, constitutions, and statutes are typical of societies divided into classes, and on the parties which express in their turn not the historic trajectory of a class, but the crisscrossing of the divergent or not fully convergent trajectories of several classes. I already talked about, statutes and consultations. So maybe I should talk about. Gosh. Anyway, internal. Let's just put that to the side. And parties which express in their turn not a historical trajectory of a class, but the crisscrossing of divergent or not fully convergent trajectories of several classes. Sorry, I already read that. Internal democracy and bureaucratism, the worship of individual or group freedom of expression, and ideological terrorism. All are terms that are not so much antithetical as dialectically connected. Okay. Similarly, unity of doctrine and tactical action and the organic character of organizational centralism are equally two sides of the same coin. And that is chapter 4 on organic centralism and dialectical centralism. Next up will be chapter 5, the real life of the party. And it's a bunch of quotations. All right. So we've just finished the democratic centralism versus organic centralism section of the Communist Party and tradition of the left. I have done an analysis of the organic centralist model across the various texts that we have read. And to be clear, this is by no means a complete analysis of organic centralism. There's all sorts of additional texts that need to be engaged in order to have a complete conception of it in the way they have. Unfortunately, a lot of this is really, really vague. Like, they don't give any strong indication about the actual processes of organic centralism. However, I've done my best to explain them here. So, let's get right into this summary of where we have been all this time. I know it's a bit of a weird placement. We'll come back and I'll do an entire thing on this, but I want to get this in here and off my chest so that people are able to understand what is being called for here. All right. To preface, democracy is specified by the ICP as any consultation of the rank and file, along with any organizational structure required to support doing such, and likely anything that is used to implement the collective decisions made through such. They consider this to include sovereign deliberative congresses or formal meetings, usually of representatives who discuss things in depth, statutes, rules, bureaucratic machinery, likely defined as a system or group of people which is separate in terms of social interest from the whole that administrates the whole. This bureaucracy seeks to expand itself in order to justify itself, building organizations and hierarchies that are unnecessary for the functioning of the organism, but rather for the parasite. Expulsions, repressions of a legalistic nature as part of the regular life of the party. So this would be, for example, criticism and self-criticism as a fundamental, constant action of the party. They do not ascribe any value to democracy in the sense of a principle. They consider a tactic to be used under specific circumstances when it achieves greater centralization. However, they have determined that, at their stage of party construction, there is no place for any remaining democracy. They claim that democratic centralism arose because different class interests were at play in the Second International, And democratic centralism was an invention of the party center to deal with the problems resultant of people not having respect for its orders, and thus needing legal statutes, congressional resolutions, and a bureaucratic hierarchy out of those congressional resolutions that cannot be broken due to not having a common tactical norm to call upon which all would follow. Thus, democratic centralism would allow the center to demand that everyone, individuals, factions, groups, circles, local, national, etc., all fall in line with democratically decided tactics and discipline them for not carrying out the tasks demanded. Their conception of organic centralism is centralization of the party action obtained without the use of democratic processes. They do not specify in clear terms what process they use to achieve this centralization. In fact, it sounds very much like they believe that democracy not only produces bureaucracy, but also that lacking democracy will thereby not produce bureaucracy. This is, of course, absurd. Democracy is meant to be consultation of the whole people so that they can make decisions collectively, with no organization separate from the people. As such, such does not occur is indicative of the class character of society. In addition, this conception would force them to take the position that companies, which are absolutely dictatorial and at no point seek consultation of their employees, or slavers, who of course seek no knowledge or consent from their slaves, lack bureaucracy. This is, of course, incorrect. Thus, organic centralism, if it is to neither consult the rank and file nor act as an autocracy which is separate from the rank and file, and thus bureaucratic, must take a distinct form. It can best be described as a 5-step program. Step 1. Prefigure the unitary doctrinal aims and with it establish the program and tactics. Step 2. Expel or otherwise discipline everyone who disagrees with the program or does not adhere to it by disciplinary measures of all potential kinds. Step 3. With your, quote, new, quote, pure party, do technical organization to such a high degree that it doesn't matter if people agree with the program or not because their duties are so tight that their individual interests do not matter. The party subsumes all. Step 4. Steadily remove Step 2's coercive systems as the technical organization advances, as people in the party are fully disciplined without the stick via the environment. At this point, the rank and file can simply compare the orders from the center with their own understanding of the doctrine, program, and tactics and accept or decline orders without discipline. Step 5. Dissolve this when it's military revolution phase. You are now a strict military organization. Under normal circumstances, within organic centralism, the organizational structure is best understood as a multi-phase pyramid which converges at a central node, an operational central organ, which in turn regulates and directs the entire network via some form of communication network, which connects center to parameter and parameter to center, back and forth in order to coordinate, direct, and issue orders to all differentiated organs while planning and issuing instructions. The pyramidal structure acts as a hierarchical differentiation with a strict division of labor, of order givers and order takers assigned to individual militants. Organs perform and support such functions that develop the hierarchy, roles, and discipline without careerism. To support centralization and discipline, the party requires organically developed organs which direct and coordinate action according to those needs across all local and national circumstances, with all militants and organs of all areas owing absolute obedience and discipline to the center, which in turn makes sure all decisions of all organs are unitary, even if they are performing different tasks, which is done according to aptitude and material capacity of each organ. And to note, in cybernetics term, we can call organs recursions. We can call organs recursions in cybernetic terms. Where was I? Excuse me. There we go. In all in service of a common goal, which will in turn bring all organs into closer and mutualistic relations, because If everybody's having to work together on stuff, then from their perspective, it will lead to more mutualistic relations because you have no choice but to collaborate closely. All individual members are to have absolute discipline to the center, and sections and local groups have absolutely no autonomy while rejecting any communication networks that do not align with the center. Within organic centralism, all members are to be fully familiar with the actual activity and life of the unified program, doctrine, and tactics of the International Communist Party, achieving revolutionary organic unity via the end of mystification and opportunistic populism via education. This unitary program, doctrine, and tactics do not need to be changed unless they are shown to be completely false, acting as scientific theories where in any circumstances wherein something does not happen that was expected to, instead are hypothesized about, rather than tossing aside all historically gained information. And I give the example of Kepler, right? Where Kepler's theory, wherein with Uranus. They were like, does gravity not apply to this? And from there, they hypothesized the existence of another planet rather than throwing out Kepler's law. Continuing. Because the core cornerstone parts of these are not up for debate, there are no arguments about them, and instead, internal relations are joint shared work that all party members participate in, aiming to develop the best solutions embedded within these as possible for their conditions. These joint works are continuous, not formal or periodic. In this work, tactical cornerstones are given greater clarity for application in all circumstances, with tactical lines being honed. By common principles, these tactics are applied in concert with analysis of the environment to produce the most efficient organizational tools for that environment possible, which coordinates the party's activity as a whole. To put this into perspective, essentially what they're saying is, hey, we have this unchanging core bases which everybody has agreed to, and any theoretical work is within the framework of these. Everybody is at all time doing theoretical and material work, and that's how education occurs, by the way. And each local area does its own work as a black box, which the center doesn't necessarily know what's going on there. It just looks at the inputs and the outputs. In order to determine whether or not it is working to its highest level. But the center is giving them the program doctrine and tactics and what they are saying to do in this particular situation. If the we'll get to this, but if the people don't, if the middle rank and file do not actually carry out what has been given to them by the center doesn't have a way to discipline them, but it and instead it's like, okay, well, obviously our orders were incorrect in some manner. We'll get to that. Now, this could potentially work to some degree, but there are problems with it, mainly because the breakdown in communication that has occurred. They don't see it as such, but it really is as soon as they black box things. Okay, continue. These participative activities done by all members of the party are not done by debate, formal meetings, or consultation of the rank and file, but through, quote, rational and scientific search for solutions within the boundaries of program doctrine and tactics, end quote. Factions and internal factionalism is suppressed via organizational structure, making it such difficult, if not impossible, while ensuring maximum consultation with the base while spontaneously eliminating any grouping that starts to differentiate itself. Those who differentiate themselves will, of course, cease properly carrying out their duties within the technical hierarchy, and thus be removed as a result of failure to carry out tasks to expected degrees. If they privately disagree but carry out their tasks, it does not matter. In circumstances wherein there are multiple answers to a given tactical problem with the boundaries of core tactics, there can arise disagreements between groups of militants. The solution in this case, decided upon as a result of scientific study rather than any consultation of the majority or some leadership assumed to have the correct answer. In addition, in circumstances where environmental conditions are unfavorable or internal conditions result in the party being unable to carry out tasks, where uh, the party will change its tactical, programmatic, and theoretical homogeneity. In response to necessity to change such, the party does not repress dissension, though it does not support it. Instead seeks to clarify cornerstones via objective research, making clear to the whole party the results, and have a plan of transition to these new tactics, along with a plan to maneuver to the highest conception when complete. The party's homogeneity needs to have an embedded basis for change so that everyone knows what to do in the face of changing conditions, with a theory of change, of historical dialectics. This is my own addition. They don't have this conception. But if they're going to have this, then they need to have that theory of change. The rank and file analyze and commit to the doctrine, program, tactics, along with clearly stated unitary principles and aims, and compare it with the orders they are given from the center at any given time. If the orders do not adhere to them, having historical basis, then they refuse to carry out the orders. With no method of disciplinary coercion held by the center, any command that is refused can only be understood as a failure of the center and the organization, not by the rank and file, individuals, or the program, tactics, or doctrine. It could be three potential reasons. 1. In conditions wherein the rank and file refuses, it can only either be an incorrect understanding of the orders or larger strategy, and thus the tactics require greater clarification by the center. Or the center is incorrect in their understanding of the tactics, doctrine, or program, or the situation at hand. Or 3, the rank and file members or the center as a whole is coming from a revisionist, traitorous, opportunist, whatever understanding. In such conditions, either the rank and file are unable to properly carry out their orders because they don't understand them, or the center is engaging in maneuvers that the rank and file have no way of knowing the quality of. Fundamentally, the question becomes what the goal of the organization is, and whether or not we have reached a military phase, wherein secretive organization is necessary. Once we have reached the conditions for armed organization, military action with precise hierarchy becomes needed. At this point, organic centralism is placed aside. Rather than demystify, at that point, the party needs to be able to engage in complicated maneuvers and schemes with a systematized division of labor. In this condition, workers' organs outside the party within this militarized structure, so workers' organs outside the party would include like unions, for instance, need to be dynamic and integrated within the dynamics of the whole. With this in mind, action should not be carried out until the rank and file and center are in agreement and know that they understand each other, with no more clarification necessary. However, there are no structural protections in case discipline becomes such that people lose the ability to apply the program, which may have become detached from reality towards the mythical historical party. This functionally relies on the center to trust the rank and file to break with the center when their orders no longer apply, while also demanding absolute trust in and adherence to program tactics, etc. This is especially the case if all rank and file can do is assume that there is some maneuver being applied that they can't understand, because they do not have a bird's eye view that the center has over all the different peripheries to take action. It seems like this has fundamentally locked the organization into either 1. The periphery being too trusting of the center, and as a result diverging apart as the orders from the center who's looking to the future and not being firmly on the current class terrain, and thus its orders steadily becoming more and more detached, or 2. Too suspicious, resulting in the center and periphery coming to blows, where the center is disarmed by having no disciplinary capacity. Instead, there must be a constant dialectical relationship between the center and periphery that keeps the party's activity firmly on a class terrain at any given moment with a lively sense of history that is looking at all times for the moments where decades might happen, while allowing for the possibility for the center to maintain absolute centralized control so that complex activities can take place, with trust in the center as the organs which understand the large-scale needs of the movement through strategic command. This is Damon's developments, by the way, the dialectical centralism. These are his corrections to organic centralism, intended to make sure that this situation, number one in particular, does not occur, right? Continuing, all aspects of the World Communist Party need to have basis in shared unitary theory that is proletarian only, and no other classes, and all aspects, such as tactics, need to be recognized as valid and unchanging by all members, except they do recognize that they change. If the membership does not recognize the validity, then they should not carry it out. And because the center has no methods of discipline, it needs to change its orders, recognizing them as not the correct application of theory. There must be room for the recognition that neither the rank and file nor the center are always right. The correct position could be held by any layer whatsoever, including a single individual such as Lenin and his April theses, breaking with the Bolshevik Party according to his intuition, based on firm grasp of class terrain and history. They don't like the word intuition, but that's what it is. Positions in the party hierarchy are determined solely by ability of an individual to carry out the duties of that position. The organizational structure is robust enough to have anyone of any viewpoint in any position, so long as they carry out their duties. I already talked about the dangers of having somebody who is, for example, an anti-Marxist in a position of theory development, right? And they want everybody to be doing theory development. If they do not, then they will be replaced. Authority rests upon information/ability, appropriate focus of knowledge for a given decision, and that people agree to abide by the decisions made. There is no explanation besides, quote, natural selection for how replacement occurs. They say that they do not blame individuals for failure to carry out their duties, but instead analyze the processes that allowed the mistake to occur in the first place and seek to correct it in terms of organizational structure, not through processes of disciplinary control. It also does not explain how the party audits its organs to determine if they are actually carrying out duties and to what degree they are. Anyone who tries to break with the program is not pressured in terms of statutory discipline, and any orders given within the hierarchy or center are only accepted if the rank and file identify it as in line with the program, doctrine, and tactics, and thus the historical tradition of the party. Hence, any deviation will not find purchase. Commitment is not made to any leader or organ in the party, but instead only to unitary doctrine, program, and tactics, which are themselves integrated in the organizational structure in a technical way. Early on, expulsions of those who break with the program occur, as well as need for organs and instruments of centralization, so disciplinary and auditing structures to make sure the various organs are in line with the center, coordination and policy, bureaucratic measures, statutes, rules, guidelines, etc. Before the organization is developed and the technical construction education of the party rank and file has reached a point where disciplinary action through coercive statutory methods becomes obsolete outside the most specific of cases. After the cornerstones of tactics, program, and doctrine are established by coercive disciplinary force, organizational construction becomes a purely technical matter aimed at maximizing coordination, harmonization, and capacity for the center to direct party activity. Less and less necessity for keeping bad actors out through force such as bureaucratic measures is necessary, and the organization becomes structured enough that it no longer attracts or keeps people with individualistic tendencies such as careerism, anarchism, contrarianism, being a windbag seeking the platform, etc. Instead only attracts genuine revolutionary militants. Maximal organization, centralization, and discipline should not require statutory codification, disciplinary regulation, distinction between the center and periphery, or division of labor, as everyone would know and accept everything that they should accept automatically as a unified body. The necessity of any given individual is reduced as much as possible by positions in the party and technical hierarchy being constantly rotated amongst all members regardless of skill or knowledge, so no competitive examinations to determine placement, who should develop understanding and skills in all of them. However, to note, one's understanding of their duty influences how it is being carried out, even if they are in complete agreement with the center. To seek to remove the human element from the organization can only result in a model organization conception. This is unsurprising, though, as their organic method aims at absolute homogeneity in terms of tactics, program, doctrine, aims, and thereby the organizational structure necessary to support them. By having such robustness, all functions of the organization can be completely black boxed, and all the disparate systems need only ask if orders are conflicting with the traditional line, if they're timely and relevant, and if the member in the hierarchy giving the orders is carrying out their duties to the best of their ability, likely meaning in this case in comparison to historic activity in that position and to others in comparative one. This is an auditing thing, by the way. It stops dogmatism brought about by mechanical methods of gaining positions within the technical hierarchy, no longer a political hierarchy, or the imposition of dogmatic methods, while also protecting the party from losing independence via strict adherence to the program, which specifies proper engagement with external entities. This right here, this sentence, which is drawn from a previous text, kind of flies into face with not being based on statutory stuff, rules and whatnot. If they're starting from the conception, at no point are we ever going to do any fusions, right? That's a rule. Okay, continuing. It stops the party platform from being occluded externally via focus on education, development of political ideology, definition of tactics, and organizational consolidation. Leadership is not at all times in place. If no one who has a basis for acting as leadership arises, then the organization should be robust enough to function without one. Leadership arises not through formalized systems of election and selection, but instead organically by being instruments and operators of the tasks of the party, developing trust in their ability to comprehend and explain facts, while acting as a leader with a will to action, showing initiative. This, of course, requires all members to be able to carry out actions of their own initiative, though within the boundaries set by the center of the party without reprimand. Whenever and wherever there arises a need for a particular organizational structure, the structure and hierarchies within them are spontaneously, organically staffed, and when they are no longer needed, they are dissolved. I'm not too clear on how this process works. They don't actually explain how, but they say it's the case. This allows for highly localized formations of the party rather than some universal formulae for the organizational structure. So if one section of the party needs something and another doesn't, then they are not identical. Organs themselves are created and developed through action, fitting to the tactical action necessary and nothing else. These organs can, to some degree, be automated in technical form, but they must always be developed in specifically for their external and internal conditions. And I just want to do a quick aside. There's a really stupid quotation that I'm going to read real quick here. There it is. Quote, "The party creates its instruments of battle, its organs at all levels, without predicting them in advance. It doesn't need, apart from in exceptional circumstances, to expel after a proper trial those who no longer feel like following our immutable common road, because it has to be capable of eliminating them from within itself in the same way a healthy organism spontaneously eliminates its waste matter." So, for the first bit, this rejection of predicting necessary organs in advance. Like, I'm just saying, if you're going to battle with somebody who's wearing full plate mail, are you going to take a shiv? Is that your plan? Or rather, are you not going to go onto the battlefield with anything at all and just pick up whatever you can find organically because you haven't actually planned anything in advance? This is absolutely obscene conception right here. In addition, um, expulsion of waste material and destruction of cells that are not entering apoptosis through pre-programmed cell death is an intensely mechanistic process, right? This entire section is just, what the fuck are you talking about? All right. Continuing. Organs themselves are created and developed through action, fitting to the tactical action necessary and nothing else. These organs can, to some degree, be automated in technical form, but they must always be developed specifically for their external and internal conditions. Every locality must develop organically within their own environment and internal conditions within the framework of the program, doctrine, and tactics, carrying out what is possible within their circumstances and development, aiming to maximize their capacity to carry out the highest forms of all these quantitatively and qualitatively. In addition, at no point should any conceptions of organicity lead to the center, through its lack of consultation to rank and file, breaking away from them, or, as a result, the program as a result of being theoretically in the clouds. It must at all times keep its feet firmly on the class terrain. It is at risk of such because it does not actually take information from below, instead relying solely on the center learning from the outputs of the periphery, thus creating conditions wherein the center can break with the proletariat as a class in all conceptions of it. To lessen this risk, there can be congresses which involve general periodic consultations of the rank and file who can make decisions about questions of general orientation while keeping in mind the historical doctrine, though they lack the ability to direct that orientation. And so this section right here is from Damon. He calls out this thing. This section is in this text, right? So they clearly recognize the issue, and they go in and say, okay, yeah, we are going to be doing regular periodic consultations of the rank and file, and they don't get to make decisions so much, but they can put forward questions to the center, and be like, hey, you're not actually paying attention to the conditions that are current right now, and so on and so forth, right? So that consultation is embedded in here. They recognize the necessity to, even though they reject it at the same time, which is very interesting, because what it shows is that, again, they've got their heads in the clouds. They're looking at things like, oh, in ideal circumstances. No, you can't look at in ideal circumstances. You need to look at the actual life of the party, the actual experience and activity of it in all periods. And in particular, the period currently. You can't just be looking at the future, looking at where you want to be. You have to look at where you're at and figure out how to get there. In addition, the center, since it has black boxed all these things and it's not taking in information from the actual people in it, but instead is just taking in reports of activities, the result of this is, they don't necessarily actually have a conception of what action is occurring. They're in the back end. They don't know what the things look like. Okay, continuing. The organs of the party and individuals are linked from the center to the base via inflexible party norms that are binding to all and based on historical theory, organizational rigor and continuity, and precise methods of strategic action determined by allowable possibilities, tactics we know work, or don't know whether it works or not within the limitations of historical doctrine, and vetoed possibilities, tactics we know historically don't work. The organizational form and organs are based on the functions of the party, which are an act of class-based will, and thus they prefigure communist society. As such, the program, doctrine, and tactics, and thereby the resultant competition with bourgeois society, the tasks, the political class party for the proletarian organizational structure to carry out these, are all prefigured as well. They reject this, but if it is the case that they say that they're not prefiguring anything, but they are prefiguring the doctrine. They're prefiguring and by prefiguring the doctrine, they're also prefiguring the program and tactics, And because they're prefiguring both of those, they're also prefiguring these other things. The party creates its recursions, or organs, based on its discharge of all of its functions. With old recursions that are unnecessary, reconstructed to fit the environment and internal conditions of the party, or dissolved. It doesn't actually explain how this occurs. However, it must be noted that all organizations have universal components, characteristics, and tendencies, and lose their capacity to fulfill their purpose as organizations when such are not understood as part of their production, such as the fact that all systems seek to maintain themselves as organizations. In addition, some organizations may seem unnecessary in an immediate sense, but have long-standing necessity which only shows up on certain occasions, which the organization is needed in a stay state for. For example, firefighters. We talked about this before. Essentially, firefighters, they generally are not necessary, and you don't want to have fires occurring. You're constructing your organization, your building in this case, to be as fireproof as possible. You're building all sorts of systems to make it so, fires don't start, they don't spread. You're teaching everybody how not to start fires and the dangers of it and so on and so forth. But what happens when all that fails? And it fails all the time. You need firefighters. You need a group of people who are trained and knowledgeable and are ready at all times to take action. And you might go 10 years plus in a small town or something like that without having a fire. But you still need those firefighters, even if they seem to be a drain on resources. There's all sorts of organizations like this. Now, they say that they apply science to this, but, this that won't necessarily come to any determinations, right? That's a philosophy thing more than anything. Continuing. This is not necessarily known automatically, especially by the center, which doesn't necessarily know what each recursion needs to function. Ultimately, this is missing an explanation on how technical functions in organizations are determined to have outlived their usefulness, and the process by which they either go through self-destructive apoptosis rather than becoming cancerous bureaucracy, or are removed through what can only be an intensely mechanistic and coercive process. Who determines this, or what process, or group? All organization is focused on maintaining and maximizing the party's ability to stay existing as a political class party of the proletariat and maximize itself as one via the continuous defense and development and definition of theory and historical analysis, physical organization of the militant core, and intervention and activity in the actual proletarian struggle. In addition, organic centralism seeks to prefigure the operations of communist society, which seeks a scientific society of mutual connection between individuals as free and equal producers. It is a negative transcendence of class society's conditions and products, such as internal struggles, coercion, bureaucracy, formalism, careerism, cult of personality, etc., and thus requires constant struggle, coercion, and organizational structure to negate, as we cannot yet positively transcend it, negating the negation. Communism requires that there be no specialized machinery distinct from the social body of the people. The party should function in the same way internally if it is attempting to negate, negatively prefigure communist society. As such, the party's structural integrity cannot be based on statutes. And note, both of these I find particularly contentious, the lower one as well. Spoken or not, all systems have rules, regulations, modulations, etc., which allow to harmonize, audit itself, have an ethos, etc. In addition, if we consider their approved technology matrix or tactics, their program, their doctrine, and the adherence to such, then rules and statutes will necessarily arise not only to protect such, but also to protect the proceeding in support of them. For example, if meetings, which necessarily must occur to carry out the daily life of the organization, are constantly interrupted, the organization must create something that is able to make it so the meeting can proceed. A new rule, a rule being not spoken or written, does not make it any less a rule. Or laws. Note, this is contentious within Marx. Clearly, some sort of arbitration system is necessary. At the very least, administrative laws will need to be in place, and any laws and legal relations will be distinct to communism, likely embedded within a much more democratic structure. This is, if you actually go through the dictatorship of the proletariat and communist mode of production, then, you know, anyway, its structural integrity should be based instead on a hierarchy of technical functions filled on the basis of ability, with full centralization and without distinction from the rest of the party. Any technical functions that are no longer necessary should be retired. In addition, organic centralism must produce an internal or system which has no contradiction between the interests of the individual and the interests of the party, equalizing all regardless of their mechanistic class character outside the party as communist militants, removing the ability for their individual consciousness to influence the functions of the party, while at the same time producing liberation of consciousness within their membership. I'm not sure how exactly this occurs in concert, but functionally, you have to remember, this thing is presenting in their writings on the prefiguration of communist society, they present a positive prefiguration of communist society. But at all times, it can only be a negative one. It's non-negation of the negation. And if we look at Marx on this, he likens it to atheism. Was it a negation of religion? Atheism. Except is it really? Because atheism is talking about religion as an active force. It's struggling against it. It's actively having to work in regards to it. And, you know, with religion, with the negation of religion entirely, atheism itself has to be negated. Thus, the negation of the negation. It is no longer a negative transcendence through active struggle. Instead, it is a positive transcendence where there's no longer any need to struggle. The party, if it is prefiguring communist society, can only be a negative transcendence in the same way any utopian project can only be a negative transcendence, etc., etc. Okay, continuing. So I'm cynical about the ability to, you know, produce liberation of consciousness within the membership, when functionally what you're having to do is engage in a negative repression of their individual consciousness, which is embedded in a bourgeois society. All right, so here are some of my criticisms. This is not done yet, but it'll expand as time goes on, and I think about this more. In the end, organic centralism, as understood by the ICP, finds itself having to backtrack multiple times. First, it recognizes the need to consult the rank and file, generally replacing it with the phrase participatory activities, and sometimes just straight out saying consult the rank and file. Even if this is or consultation congresses or whatever. Even if this is not an official periodic process of decision making, it is still constant mass engagement that is involved in decision making within the party. This is, in fact, consultation of the rank and file. And that's a good thing, you know, but they reject it at the same moment, which is very strange. Really, what it just goes to show is that they are afraid of actually systematizing and integrating a process of constant critique and analysis of the center. Second, it recognizes the need to, rather than a black boxed one wherein the people in the rank and file just refuse to follow orders. And then the center has to grope around blindly and try and figure out, well, what are we doing wrong? Continuing. Second, it recognizes the need to change approach to doctrine, program, and tactics under duress externally, or as a result of external internal duress. but then has a conception of return, of a historical, mythological party which people need a mythology of. Perhaps we can call this clarification, but why state them in absolute terms and the clarification dashes such away in the first place? It can only lead to confusion. If this is separate pieces, I could understand, but it's all in one piece. Why aren't you going back and editing your previous stuff where you're saying, oh, the tactics, they never change. And then later you're like, okay, the tactics do change, but, what's the point? You're just leading to confusion. If you're going for clarification, then clarify. All right. Third, it speaks a lot about rejection of, quote, model organizations, but ends up going right back to it and reconstructing them, prefiguring all the bases for the organizational structure. It simply stops short of taking that final analytical step and black boxes it. So it can avoid actually engaging with the question. Fourth, it weakens its positions or original positions on doctrine, program, and tactics from universal such and such to cornerstones. Fifth, it conceives the party as already effectively a complete entity existing in the past, present, and future all at once. However, the fact that organic centralism must be suspended during military activity, as if there's a period wherein one can make a clear distinction between the military phase and the organization phase, rather than understanding that the party must always be preparing for when the hammer drops and effectively already in a military footing at all times, means that there's some profound issue here. Sixth, it seems to simultaneously recognize the individual as an active economic, political, and historical agent, while also denying it, or rather, it seeks to allow the possibility of such, while not requiring it. This is an interesting attempt at byplay, but I suspect it does not actually go through. They are clearly hoping for another Lin to show himself, but want to be able to do without him at the same time. So, in general, I'm in support of this. But the thing is, I don't think that their system actually really allows that. I think that they say they do, but I think that they pretty soundly reject any sort of initiative by anybody in the actual life of the party. I might be wrong, but I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that that's probably the case. All right, and then finally, seventh, the process of absolute domination of individuals through intense systemic disciplining to shared doctrine is interesting, but I think I understand why, and it's easy to laugh. They say, quote, when at a certain point our banal oppressor tells us that this is tantamount to us constructing our own mysticism, setting himself up, poor man, as one who has overcome all faiths and mysticism, and mocks us with religious terminology, saying that we are prostrating ourselves before Mosaic or Talmudic, biblical or Quranic, evangelical or catechistic tables. To him we reply that not even that will make us feel obliged to go on the defensive, and in fact, leaving aside the usefulness of annoying the new crop of Philistines which at every age shows up, we have no reason to be offended by a statement that our movement, until such time has triumphed in reality, which proceeds according to our method every subsequent conquest of human knowledge, may still need a mysticism, or if you wish, a myth. So they accept the title, followed by of mysticism, right? And they're like, oh, actually, it's a good thing that we've got our little myth going, that our religious trappings, wherein everybody just believes in this thing and does not question it. So, followed by left-wing communism and infantile disorder, a condemnation of the renegades come. Quote, Lenin, who's holding an enlistment rather than teaching in an academy, refers to qualities of devotion, tenacity, self-sacrifice, and heroism. We, his distant pupils, have recently, with dialectical resolve, dared to openly refer to the fact of joining the party as a mystical occurrence. So, if your demand for adherence to doctrine is such that you accept claims that you are acting in a religious manner, you should probably re-examine your engagement, not lean into it. There are other critiques which I gave while I was reading through here, In addition, I kind of merged dialectical centralist critiques in with the text itself, so I could probably add those in as well. But really, I don't see how this will end well. I think that it's definitely a step above democratic centralism. I will agree with that. It's definitely a step above. I don't think that this is going to particularly result in the kind of dynamic system that we need, the kind of ability to bring enough people into the movement itself, and get them involved in the party. I think that can create tons of highly devoted to an effective religious degree group of people. And I think that it can create at least a good central line, but I also question its ability to create good organizations on the ground. I question its ability to actually integrate and act in a proper manner with things that are outside the party. Um, I see a lot of internal contradictions wherein effectively they're like, oh, we don't want this. But then they say, actually, we have to do this, but we are not going to talk about it. We're not going to support it. If you need to do it, if you need these organs, these recursions or whatever to do these things, then you should be clear about it, be honest with yourself, and just state it outright and talk about the real life activity of your organization, not what it is that you want to be. Say what you are, and then explain where you want to go from there. Um, in addition, there's a whole problem of the tendency for the center to find itself in the clouds and separate from the masses, and this situation wherein the rank and file, and there's in the situation where the rank and file and the center kind of find themselves at either at odds through too much agreement or at odds through too little agreement. It seems very silly that that can occur, but the reason why the former can occur at all is because the center has a continual drive to move away from the actual class terrain that is on the ground. Has a continual drive because it's not embedded within the actual membership. It's a separate entity, not at all times, but it has a tendency to go in that direction. Now, I can't say for certain if my predictions here and my expectations based on my understanding of this really carry out. I can't say with absolute certainty because I have no idea the actual activities of these organizations, their internal problems and such and whatnot, right? I've not been reading historical pieces, nor do I particularly have interest. I suppose I do, but I'd rather just have somebody else tell me rather than having to go out and read. Um, but really, I think that this has the seeds for improvement, but a lot of these problems need to be addressed. And I do think that Damon's just saying, "Hey, listen, fucking consult your party members, apply the mass line within the party," would realistically resolve at least the vast majority of these problems. The other question becomes, with the use of systems to effectively make it so individuals can't really take initiative and are completely suborned to the party whole, um effectively in this sense reaching, I suppose this is indeed a form of negative transcendence, in prefiguring capital or prefiguring communism, right? I suppose this is indeed a negative transcendence. But, I think that there are issues with going in and saying we're going to construct our system so that, nobody is actually important as an individual. I think that this can lead to several issues wherein it becomes impossible for leadership to arise in an effective manner. I don't strictly disagree with it. I do think that there are potential issues, though. Lastly, yeah, I just want to be like, I just want to say, hey, listen, there's nothing in here that makes it so you can't say stuff about organization. In fact, quite the opposite. They've said a lot about organization, and they refuse to really address it directly, but really they have said a lot about actual organizational structure. Yeah, the particulars in the localized, immediate situation for each individual area, sure, that'll have its own particularities. But when we're actually talking about organizational form in general, these things are going to be pretty much perfectly similar for the most part. And it's very silly to go in and say, oh, we're not going to plan. We're not going to think about the applications or anything along those lines. We're just going to figure it out on the ground at all times with no expectations. That's that's stupid. You're crippling yourself unnecessarily. And lastly, if you're clarifying, just clarify. Don't do this confusing thing where you're like, oh no, we don't do any changes, but then we will do changes. And don't do this, you know, religious bullshit. There's no point in doing this sort of religious bullshit. Um, there are other questions. For example, the whole question of how is it that these different recursions are dissolved, and how are they constructed? You say they just spontaneously happen, but they really don't. I mean, sometimes they might, but in general, they don't. Any effective organization isn't going to have any aspect of spontaneity if it can help it. Any aspect of spontaneity is a result of the organization being weak, in fact. And that is our quick summary of my understanding of organic centralism. I say quick, it's not quick. Next up, we're going to read through the quotations that they use to back up their previous thing.